it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Man, we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Do you think that your life would be significantly different right now if you'd have never played PUBG Mobile? And how do you think PUBG Mobile has kind of impacted your life over the last few years?
На самом деле, сильно бы очень изменилась моя жизнь, потому что вот 4 года, которых я играю, это, можно сказать, большинство своего времени я посвящаю игре. И думаю, что если бы я с PUBG не встретился, то я бы нашел дело, которое мне по душе, и точно так же бы вкладывал свои силы в то, чтобы добиться каких-то результатов в чем-то другом.
Hopefully, I hope so too. But fortunately, you made that decision to pick up PUBG Mobile. And as you say, you've been playing for a few years now. Last year, you also qualified for PMGC, but you got taken out a little bit early on in proceedings. How are you going to try and change things up? How are you going to prepare for this year's PMGC off the back of your qualification?
Ну, на самом деле, MADBULLS проходили и в прошлом сезоне на PMGC, но из прошлой команды остался только один игрок, и также поменялся тренер. Поэтому для большинства в нашей команде это первый опыт именно PMGC, и будем стараться показать свой максимум.
I mean, that new setup, it's kind of one hell of a way to prepare for PMGC. And we have loved seeing the MADBULLS so far this year, a very deserving qualification spot. And I'm sure that you've earned yourself a lot of fans. So is there anything that you would like to say to the fans out there that have helped you, supported you as things have gone on this year?
Ну, хочу поблагодарить всех. На всех стадиях наших турниров приходило очень много болельщиков, поддерживали, прям весь чат засыпали флагом Кыргызстана, Украины. Очень благодарен за эту поддержку. На самом деле очень приятно видеть, сколько людей поддерживает. И будем стараться также принести вам только положительные эмоции с предстоящих турниров. Всех обнял.
Thank you so much. I hope that the Mad Bulls can rise to victory. They'll be on the EU champs, don't you worry. You'll see plenty of them. I've been with Türkiye here from the Mad Bulls. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys on the battlegrounds.
Thank you.
Bence S2C bizi çok fazla hafife alıyordu.
Everyone thinks they're the best, but we are here. NEXUS Gaming.
Никто не сомневается в нашей команде. Все знают, что мы хорошо играем. Ну, а кто так не думает, думаю, в будущем это увидят и не будут сомневаться.
Bence S2C bizi çok fazla hafife alıyordu. Ben öyle düşünüyorum, kitlesi ve takım olarak.
Dünya şampiyon olduktan sonra hiçbir takımın hafife alacağını düşünmüyorum.
Oyun çeşitliliğimiz çok fazla.
Ну, по большому счету, размеренная игра и очень сильные мы в файтах по сравнению там со многими командами.
Dünya şampiyonu olması.
Düzgün rotasyonlar atabilip aynı zamanda fight power'ımız da yüksek olması bizi ayıran bir özellik diye düşünüyorum.
Oyun çeşitliliğimiz çok fazla. Bence tamamen en temel nedeni bu.
We are just better.
And looks for the last as well. Watch me steps in the same sightline as he has. And there it is. Doran cleans it up.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
wrong, then I can't go back, nah. Watch it all go black, yeah. Seen too much, can't forget about all that. We really all bad. You don't wanna see the things that I see, man, you should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we winning. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option, I gotta go get 'em.
It's do or die time now for all of our teams participating in the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship Fall season. At the end of the day, we're going to finally know which teams from this region are heading over to PMGC kicking off in November and which teams will unfortunately have to watch from home. Well, I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and I'm going to introduce my analysts here to start to kick off this final day of play. And you know what? Max Ben, you're looking quite good today.
Thank you. Yeah.
Are you feeling a little bit under the weather, though?
Yeah, I like this weird guy in the street just bit me on top of my arm. It was really weird. I'm not.
Polaris, why are you doing
sure
that? We told you, stop biting people in the streets.
Was it
Help
you?
it.
Thank you, human Jason. This is Zombie Jason, joined by Zombie Man and Zombie Loris.
Hey, Zombie's Edge.
Hey!
Game mode out in PUBG Mobile. Gentlemen, this game mode has been, let me fix the glasses, you know, so I can actually see.
Smart zombie.
It's, yeah, posh zombie.
Yes,
as some of us like to say. Sick game mode. I love it. I love, like, being able to chase down zombies. I die a lot, so Air the Lab for me is the place to go because I get the respawn. I can maybe get like 1 or 2 limbs, but, you know, it's tough, man. That Rage Berserker that spawns.
Yeah.
He F's you up.
I heard he got 1v2'd by a guy on a roof because the skills are so damn powerful.
You know what?
You really did?
I had 7 as a teammate, and, you know, we all know 7.
I'm sorry.
He's always a zombie. Yeah.
He's always a zombie. But you know what? We actually have a video that we're going to talk over here. You guys can actually see what we're mentioning. If you haven't checked out the new mode, obviously go check it out right now. You can play on Erangel, you can play on Miramar, you can play on Livik. There's these Aerolith labs that are available all across the map. You guys can drop in on these. You get a respawn card if you go there as well. But the problem is, there's mutants, there's zombies, there's Rage Berserkers.
But it's worth it because you got the gauntlet, and oh, it's so good. They would just use it. You can jump on top of roofs that normally you can't play in the first place, and it gives you so many opportunities to get the upper hand. I think it's fair to say we just won a game right now. We're just so good.
We did win a game.
Yeah.
I got an MK14 from the Berserker, and then we were able to get a Groza later on. Now, the cool thing about the mutated gauntlet is if you get up on one of those buildings and then launch yourself again, you go really, really far.
Yeah.
So that opens up a lot of possibilities.
I recommend you get on top of a roof or just a very high spot on the hilltop and just like 200, 300 meter distance. Yeah. It's really insane.
Well, we've heard of a botation. What would that be?
Zombotation? I don't know. Yeah.
I'm going to go zombotation.
Zombotation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
I like it. But you can see here, obviously, like you can stun some of the zombies as well. But the thing is, it's very difficult to deal with the zombies because you also have every other team dropping it on you as well. You can see the Rage Berserker here as well. It gets bigger, gets stronger as time goes on. You have a couple of different mutations you can get for this. Talking about the Gauntlet, you also have the Blade as well, which you can do a nice little dash to catch up to people. But there's also like some strategy. As you can see here, you have to shoot a shield to stun them, to allow you to take them down. You know what? Who would you rather fight, the Rage Berserker or Vampire Esports 1v4?
Rage Berserker. Yeah, yeah, definitely way better. I don't think you can rotate that well, unfortunately.
Well, it's telegraphed as well. They kind of put the circle on the floor as the Berserker, and then you can dodge out of it. Against Vampire Esports, not telegraphed.
Yeah, you just got to try and guess a little bit. I just play on the rooftop and they can't do it.
Oh, there you go. This is your timeout, right? You can just dash back into the ground here. Creates terrain around you.
That's so good.
Flashbacks to getting 1v2'd with 7. But you know what? It happens. But you know what? That's what I like to see. People who can use things like this to their advantage.
I love modes like this. You're getting kind of in the spooky kind of season spirit and stuff like that. It's actually one of my favorite kind of times of the year, as it were, because it's just a little bit more unconventional.
Yeah. And when you get into the lab too, like the atmosphere changes like really dark instantly, which I do really like the atmosphere of that game mode. So I'm gonna get some more games in and play some rooftops because it's so damn good in this mode.
The thing is, when I play this, you just hear me screaming really high pitched and running away because, I mean, zombies.
That's every day with you.
You know, more so when we're playing Zombies Edge, obviously. And not to mention, they obviously drop a lot of items you can pick up, a lot of health items, a lot of like weapons as well. But the maglev hoverboard, man, this thing goes over water. You can just do a rotate. I mean, what would the rotate for that be?
Hovertation.
You know what? Let's not let Max make these.
No, Cars, please save him here.
No, I've got nothing. Maglevitation.
Maglevitation.
Still better than Max.
It sounds sciencey. It sounds realistic.
No brain over there for sure, yeah.
We tried searching for brains, but we didn't end up finding any.
No.
You can see here as well a couple of different things not to mention, but we do have a special show match coming for you here. We got the teams playing on this new mode, Zombies Edge, brought to you by, I don't know, John Allen and Zombie Blake. I don't know what John Allen would be as a zombie. Zombie Allen.
Aerolith has been plaguing the battlegrounds, and we're going to see our teams taking on that blight across these battlefields as well. I am a lead zombie explorer, John Allen, and Blank is with me, my trusty as ever sidekick.
Yeah, I'm the lead zombie victim a lot of times. I get absolutely rinsed by the Ripper in-game. It's not good for me. I'm not sure how to deal with him. No, I'm not sure how to deal with the Rage Berserker, but if you've had a look at that Elite Agent Handbook, I'm sure you figured out where the weak points are. It's pretty obvious. I didn't realise it. The big red glowing thing on his arm, that's a weak point. But now we know. We also know that a couple of our players from the PMPL EU Championships will be going against some of these zombies in-game as well. So what do you think, lead zombie expert on the Aerolith lab? Obviously, you don't work there anymore because it is absolutely destroyed and barren.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. The benefits just weren't worth it in the end, but we did have to evacuate. We did leave behind quite a lot of good stuff, and I'm sure plenty of these players are going to be finding that very early on. I'm interested about the hoverboard, how these teams are going to utilize that as well. One of the best inventions that has come out of the lab. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be hard fought over. S2G right now, playing with 4, so REGNUM, KARYA, all in a very similar area in this lab.
I mean, this is crazy. It doesn't feel like it's a zombie adventure. It just feels like free-for-all between all these teams, going against each other in the lab itself. All these teams looking to get as much glory and pride on as possible. Got little Halloween pumpkins on display as well, you know, getting to the holiday spirit. Nice nade there from Siral.
Certainly going to blow the pumpkin open there. The nade through. Trading, though, back and forth with KONINA Power already. Looking to pick these up across the way. It looks like, I think that was Dagestan taking a bit of an L as REGNUM, KARYA still try and fight on their corner. BRA moving forwards, trying to sweep around. KONINA Power still playing as 4. S2G still looking quite healthy. So they try and just challenge out. They're trying to not only fight off against these teams, but stop that Rage Berserker from charging up. Making sure they're finding those zombies, taking care of them when they can. Off Haze moves forwards, but there is a crossfire. And S2G a little bit too quick on the draw, but look at this, trades back and forth. And there is going to be a KONINA Power presence still firing and fighting strong. Becca, the last to go, and through the smoke he finds Kelsey, pushes in, and there's some teammates to res. The spray's coming down and the flushes are through.
Becca's just doing a full 360 right now. So many knocked players in that room. There you go, you got the hoverboard on side for BRA Esports. You got Dagestan playing up on the pumpkins. There's a bit of punching action going on up there. Not sure if he's got a weapon in hand.
Is Matic on top of the Aerolith? I think he is. He's got the high ground. He's managed to find his way all the way up there. It looks like Matic also had that side position for the Gladiators, who are part of this scrap as well. As we head over to, I think this is the other lab. This is the second lab. It looks like Fleeke's got the top of this one, but none of the other MADBULLS are having a good time. He has been spotted. That's going to be another knock sent over to the MADBULLS. Drops down. A lot of damage. It looks like next RÜYA are going to pick themselves up a point.
Yeah, I mean, next RÜYA are going absolutely ham there. 9 eliminations already is kind of crazy. Back over here with BRA Esports and Matic up on the top side. You know, he certainly has the high ground, but sort of the wrong franchise here. But this is exactly how it probably would play out in real life if there is a zombie invasion. Just full-on brawling between everyone else but the zombies. Zombies probably the most chill around during this. Look at this poor zombie. Just got caught up in the crossfire there. He was a bystander.
This is like season 8 of a zombie TV show, you know, where they've done all the zombie stuff, and now it's
zombies don't matter anymore.
They've dealt with the zombies. They know how
side
to
characters.
Yeah, exactly. They're just sort of a vague threat, as you can see. He is vaguely threatening on the other side of that wall. Look at that. He's just chilling.
Low IQ on that zombie.
I mean, to be fair,
he did not pass his sats there, unfortunately.
Zombies are not known for their intelligence. OZAROX still jumping up and down. It looks like MUERTE handling a zombie of their own and doing well, stopping that charge up, which does empower the Rage Berserker. So it's all for a good cause, keeping those zombies away. from that central tower, from that main aerialist spot.
Have you seen Nomi like drop on top of that building and go for the quick roll off the top? That was pretty cool of him. I like
walk
that.
Into a corridor and get down by OZAROX.
he is now down. Okay, but that's not the point. He did do like a movie-style roly-poly off the top of the lab. That's what matters.
Technical term, roly-poly. Going over the edge. I like it. MUERTE, though, not going to be super happy with their spot right now. It's just Corker remaining, challenging off against OZAROX. One of them is down, but it's 3 still remaining to go. There's the challenge. Furia back to his feet, looking for that respawn, which does happen when you enter this lab area. There is that 1 respawn chance, so you can go a little bit more hell for leather.
I will say, though, this looks like a terrific amount of fun. And a small part of me hopes that, like, a lab area like this does get instituted into the game at some point. This looks very fun. It sort of reminds me of Boot Camp, but like an upgraded version of it. There's a lot of cool little angles you can take early on, especially like the actual aerolift in the middle, where the teams can drop on top, get a couple of weapons, and maybe play from the high ground at the start, but then you kind of sacrifice getting some more loot later on because you have to drop off. It's all very interesting. I like it a lot.
There is a big focal point of these 2 labs as well. A lot of teams shredded themselves early. We're already in stage 1, down to 10 teams, 26 players remaining, as we are seemingly now moving onto the hills outside. A lot of supplies being picked up, but a lot of players losing their lives. I wonder if there's any teams just biding their time on the outside, not even going for these spots and just trying to get looted normally. We'll have to wait and see. I want to see some of these berserkers, some of these rippers as well come into effect.
Yeah, come on, man. Show me the mutation blade. Show me the mutation gauntlets. I want to see some smashing going on. I want to see some slice and dicing, but I've not seen any of it right now. I don't think anyone's taken down any of the rippers or the berserkers just yet. Not the zombies.
Just fending out this. NEXUS might find Naomi around the side. Then again, they really might not, as Naomi just turns around, does unfortunately get taken out by Poser, but that could have been assuaged, that extra knock. And now MUERTE, poised and ready to strike. They've got a flank on that spot as well, but we're hopping over to BRA. Oh, hang on a minute, have we got a Berserker? Is that the Rage Berserker?
It is. Look, there's its weak point on its arm.
There he is.
Take it down. I'm not sure why he uses his own weak point as a shield. Doesn't make too much sense, but you know what? He's giving you a chance. That's what it's all about. He knows he's so wildly overpowered. Can't quite get in towards these buildings, though. He is rather large, and the doors are rather small.
That is a design flaw of that zombie there. He's trying to get around. He's charging for the rest of BRA, but on the inside with the player up the top, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to get. And KONINA Power dropping back in with their 2 players there on the flank might prove to be a bit difficult for BRA. How many eliminations have BRA managed to find already, by the way? They've got a whole heap of points there. Good news, good stuff. As the Rage Berserker continues to charge back and forth. Chaos in the ranks. I wonder how much he was able to charge up from zombies reaching that central aerolith.
I mean, Bro Esports, that 28 limbs is very, very crazy right now. But he's getting chased down by the Rage Berserker. So there's the smash, but it's a repositional smash. Very intelligent, takes down off Hayes with it. You know, that's the tactics that we want to see in game from you guys at home. That's what we want to see. It's not all about the damage. Sometimes it's all about the movement.
That was beautiful, and especially moving into later game as well. To be able to reposition like that really fast could be really valuable, so making sure you've got those gauntlets late in the game might be a bit of a game changer. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to execute, though.
This guy zombies edges. That's what I like to see.
Oh, for sure. There he goes.
Ah, they got him. They took him down. Look at all that lovely loot, level 3 helmet and everything. Ooh. They're stacked for life, and it's Bar Esports once again on your screen. 22 eliminations. They love it. They love it in the zombieverse.
Is that 2 ghillie suits as well? Goodness me, he's carrying a lot of loot. I mean, he was pretty big, so he's going to have quite that inventory spot. I think there was a
Lynx AMR as well.
Oh, there's a Lynx AMR in there. Nice.
That's crazy. I love that.
Really pick up.
Where was he holding it all?
In that big arm. That's what's behind the weak point. Must be. OZAROX.
Storage.
Their own Cortex. Last player to stand. Going off against KAOS, but has one more player to handle. Demon. Pretty on theme for the zombie apocalypse there, but has to get away from that blade. Look at it slashing.
Oh, no.
Back and forth, but Cortex too much.
Yeah. You saw Lord Cedric there. He got taken down by the Rage Berserker. He was beheaded, unfortunately. Here's Cortex once again. Milky Way, no!
I think that's going to be the mutation blade instead of the mutation gauntlets that we saw on the other side. That blade gives you that dash ability. Again, strong for repositioning.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. I think I prefer the smash though, you know. Plus, like the gauntlets look very cool. Oh, there it is. He's getting in there, Florenzi with the hoverboard. It was no match versus the DBS though.
Oh, look at all McFly as he gets punched in the face there. Elvis up to the corner though, and still Cortex doing a lot of work. I mean, he's got plenty of brains, but the zombie apocalypse will chew them down, and it is BRA in the end to take the chicken dinner in Zombies Edge Blank.
I love that, absolutely. So fun, so fun to watch. And obviously, you guys at home can play Zombies Edge, and you've got some exciting moments, just like that Zombies charge smash reposition maneuver like we saw on our screen just a few moments ago. You can add us over with hashtag Zombies Edge on socials, and we might even highlight you on the stream.
Maybe, if you're lucky, if you manage to survive that zombie apocalypse, we will be looking out for those posts. But for now, we're going to head back over to the studio.
Fantastic game for BRA, able to take home the victory, though I would say my victory would be for the team who takes down the Rage Berserker.
Yeah, that was a lot of loot, yeah.
Poor Rage Berserker.
Good, yeah.
We got ourselves double ghillie suit last time we were playing it, as well as, well, what weapon? MK14.
Very useful ghillie suit playing on the rooftops, yeah.
Even the zombies.
Jumping around with your gauntlets.
Even the zombies in the Rage Berserker were like, nerf the DBS.
Yes.
I agree with that zombie. Smart zombie.
103 points, though. Yeah, that's a lot of points for them, to be fair.
You're going to respawn, right? You're going to have a lot more eliminations, possibly. So, yeah, good stuff. Nexus, rip.
You're a zombie. You're not a savage.
Sorry, it's Nexus. Yeah.
How would you, in a vehicle as a zombie, confirm an elimination?
Is that you driving?
It's a bump.
What?
Confirmed.
All right. Well, you know what? I think it's time to end our fun and time to get back to the real deal. Oh, okay. That felt like a fever dream there. Welcome back, everyone, and congrats once again to Bra for getting their 33 points and continuing it, obviously, from their performance so far here in the EU Champs. I'm back to Human Jason. Thank you so much, Zombie Jason, for filling in from here. Maxman, I will say this, though. Watching you confirm an elimination in a vehicle as a zombie has definitely been the highlight of my year.
Yeah, it's in my zombie car. That's how I do it. So it's a really fun time. I get a lot of eliminations that way every day in my everyday life.
The zombie car, was it bitten as well?
Yeah, it did. It got caught, yeah.
Like Knight Rider, but it's been All right, well, we'll move on from that here and start to talk about what's to come today, right? Because it is a very serious day besides the Zombies Edge, which honestly, phenomenal. We've played tons of games together, had a great time. Our predictions, obviously, as we get into more serious things, very serious things we're going to discuss here, that currently John Allen's winning.
Where's the baby Max, man? Come on.
Where's half of the points that Blank was supposed to give me?
He did promise you, though.
Yeah, I was promised for casting that game to get half of his points, so I should be way higher than that.
Can we get Blink's hair like that once again? That'd be fantastic.
I feel like you really wanted to go in.
Reining myself in.
Oh, nice.
Reining myself in, all right?
No, Zombie Laris would have went all in on that.
He would have, confirmed.
Yeah. Confirmed. All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule today, because this is our final day of PMPL EU Champs. And guess what? To no surprise, it's the same exact order as the last 3 days of play. Nothing changing. Except the final Miramar is going to be on Zombies Edge. No, I'm just kidding.
Can you imagine? Curveball.
And the Rage Berserker wins the chicken dinner. And they're going to PMGC.
The zombies in PMGC can't wait. Can Vampire deal with them?
I'm going to say, the way we deal with the Rage Berserker.
Empire versus the Rage Berserker.
No. The way we deal with the Rage Berserker, there's no way he's winning a chicken dinner.
He can't rotate, for
he
sure.
Can't do anything.
I can 1v1 him. There's no way he's winning, because I struggle to win. Let's take a look at the prize pool, though. Obviously, $150,000 on the line here for all these teams, but more importantly, the slots into PMGC. Now, things will get a little bit finicky, depending on who qualifies where, and we'll hope to break that down for you as the day goes on. But there is a chance right now for Fireflux to technically qualify. It's going to be a long shot, considering the place that OZAROX is currently sitting in. but it is possible.
That bit would be weird if you're Fireflux, you just wake up on an app, oh, we qualified to PMGC. Great.
What average points would OZAROX need to be able to make that occur? It's going to be very high throughout the day with a moving goalpost.
I already calculated for Gladiators, because OZAROX are below, they would need to average about 14, 15 points per
Gladiators?
game. No, OZAROX.
OZAROX, okay,
be able to compete up there, so
yeah.
it doesn't seem likely, but from what we saw from Nexus, who knows?
That's true. We'll actually check out that in a little bit of time, but before we can get there, Max, we got to take a look at our current race for the MVP, our top 5 MVPs so far in this event. And bada beep, bada boop, it's Z-Wolf in first place.
I was hoping you weren't going to do that.
Yeah, we wanted to do it.
You literally told me you got to do that on the show, Jason.
Did we? I thought we were just going to like steal it eventually, and he was going to be, it's my thing. But the Wolf has looked fantastic yesterday. Obviously, he did huge amounts of damage, even surpassing Kane, who was looking good for himself. But I didn't actually realize Becca had taken him over in damage as well. It's quite impressive.
It was a really good day for Becca.
Yeah.
KONINA Power as a whole, but Becca really was a standout player for KONINA Power, especially. We had some great moments, some great nades also for Agori. So I think Agori also is not too far away from this top 5 position. But overall, Z-Wolf has been doing fantastic with Docker Machine. It's still a very close race though. I think the actual points for the formula is down to 0.01, so it could be completely different by the end of the day. So this list might not be the same by even the halfway point of today.
Oh, true. And considering how good a day Nexus had yesterday, I would be interested to see how close some Nexus members may be to that, considering that they were able to pop off yesterday, but they've not had that first 2 days that was very good, right? So yeah, we'll see.
Just imagine we get the Warlord back.
Yes.
MVP. I hope you brought.
They're in my car.
They are.
No, they're not.
I was really excited for a second. Well, you got me.
Have we ever said what that is?
No.
Okay, and this was planned like 2 years ago.
Actually, no, I think one of the casters did one time, but nobody remembers. It's fine.
Go and listen to the casters.
No, no.
Yeah, let's take a look at our overalls, get an idea where the teams are currently standing here. And obviously, Nexus is going to be the big surprise here on the front page with 7th place, currently at 113 points. A phenomenal day out of them, to be perfectly honest. And S2G falling down to 8th, but we've also had, how many of those teams in the top 5 are EU, boys?
Well, yesterday coming in, it wasn't many. It was 1. But now at least we've got ourselves 3 who have been able to strike out against it. To be fair, though, with MUERTE and Nexus sat in 6th and 7th here as well. And look at how finite the points are up to that position. Yeah. Now that I look at that, they're probably just going to knock each other out of that top 5 because of where BRA and NEXUS are. But you never know. You never know.
I think we touched upon this yesterday on the end of show. It's NEXUS, Bright Esports. I think it's very, very unlikely to see them fall off of, maybe from their position, but outside of top 5.
Unlikely.
Seems very unlikely.
Yeah.
So right now, I'd say when it comes to their spot, top 3 other spots currently are going to be contested for those PMGC positions. So you're looking at Major Pride, looking at MADBULLS, looking at KONINA Power, and as you said, MUERTE and Nexus getting really close. It's going to be a European showdown happening on this top
Well, the
page.
thing is as well, right? You talk about how close this currently is, but keep in mind, since you have MADBULLS and RÜYA in the top 5, this means, if I'm not mistaken,
go down lower.
You would have 6th and 7th then qualify. So technically, right now, with how our standings currently stand, MUERTE and Nexus would be in the PMGC.
Exactly, but MADBULLS had a pretty rough day yesterday. They were not too present. They have fallen out a little bit, so the point gap currently is really small. One game, MADBULLS, they could be on the lower side of this page, almost out of the first page. So sure, if MADBULLS remain up there, that would be the case, but Nexus, I think that with how they played, they don't want to just hope MADBULLS do well. They should try and get the best performance possible to make it into PMGC. Of
course.
Just as a tangent, I will say NEXUS across the year has been phenomenally successful in terms of consistency. I mean, look at how many points they were able to accrue in a very, very strong region. Never mind being #1 here on the standings so far against 3 days compared to the 4 that we're finishing things up with. So it's been very, very impressive from them. I'm big thumbs up.
I remember during spring season, I was doing the social media also for Turkey. It was every time like, it's a player from this team. Next rare, always Docker Machine, MVP, Z-Wolf, MVP, every time from spring to fall season. So the fact they are doing so well this tournament doesn't really surprise me that much.
Don't brush over this as well, Max, because Kalaris, that's one of the first times I've ever heard him give the Kalaris thumbs up of approval.
Yeah, we should actually get like
from the zombie earlier, but not the real one.
Well, that's not human.
Not the real one. Yeah.
The last thing here, as we are going to be moving to the second page in a second, keep in mind where S2G are, because right now there is a world where OZAROX are currently sitting in 3rd place in PMGC points over in Turkey, can qualify for PMGC League stage if S2G can breach into top 7, or if they get through qualifying. So it depends on, like, obviously MADBULLS if they get knocked out of our top section or not. But there is a world right now where OZAROX currently sitting in 14th place, could do it.
Is it weird? I would love for... Okay, this maybe comes out weird. To see OZAROX in 16th position and they still make it into PMGC would be... That would be weird.
Honestly, I think for S2G, there's probably some regional pride in that, right? Like, of course, yeah, maybe sometimes if inter-team they don't quite get on, who knows? I don't know how they do, but like if for S2G to potentially push another Turkish team through could actually be a big deal. They might want to do it.
Think about Vampire, right? At PMWI, they got an extra slot for their region because they were able to win. So S2G, it's maybe their chance to show up and do so. As you look down the rest of the list, Gladiators, you pointed out, Max, man, 13th place, 81 points. There is a world where they qualify. It's just a very far out multiverse, Earth number 3,872 kind of world.
So I calculated the averages. Of course, it changes. It could be a top 6, it could be a top 7 situation to head into PMGC, but I calculated the averages. Right now, Gladiators, if they want to have even just a chance of reaching PMGC this year, they need to have an average on the day per game of between 11 to 13 points, which they could do it. Technically, it is doable, but we need to see pretty much similar things to what we saw from NEXUS yesterday. They need to have the best day they've ever had this year.
Did you calculate that by 6 maps or 5?
6.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, we got to throw Sanhok out the window, right? Because what's going to happen on Sanhok.
Okay.
So maybe that average is going to go up a bit here for them.
They need 17 points now.
There you go. Now we know. All right. Well, obviously, it's going to be tough here for them to do it. I would obviously love to see them make it yet again. But considering like the points they have and obviously the points above them and how they've been performing, not realistic. MELISE, there is a world where they qualify as well. Again, like they don't need that many points. Like if you have a decent day here as any of these teams maybe 10th or higher, you could see yourself getting into the biggest event of the year.
But have they proved that they're able to play edge and kind of sweep into some of these circles against what I would say is a stronger lobby than Turkey overall, where they were able to get the championship? I don't think they have proved that just yet, right? There have been moments where they've got themselves to like a second place, kind of south of Prison against MUERTE, who ended up taking the first place. But again, for MELISE to try and breach into that top 5, I do think they maybe need some compound luck here.
Yeah, they do have some decent elimination. They get themselves a few eliminations here and there, but you need to see more placement points. If they just get and bank on eliminations alone, unless you're a Brat Esport that's got a ton of eliminations, it is not going to cut it. But yeah, MELISE, there's still a chance. It's still, as you said, a very small point gap. So these teams on the second page still have a very high chance of being able to compete for one of those slots heading into PMGC.
Well, speaking of that in particular, one team who has really been able to rise up, and something that we always mention when it comes to tournaments is peaking at the right moment. One of these teams, as we're going to take a look at their performance over the last 3 days, is NEXUS. Yesterday, I don't know how to explain what kind of team they were yesterday. Maybe they were zombie NEXUS, and they were looking to eat the brains out of every team out there because they were a completely different team, slaughtering all their opponents and looking like the NEXUS you would think of going back to PMPL Europe.
They were Rage Berserker NEXUS on a maglev hoverboard. That's what they were doing.
Oh, that's scary.
That is what they were doing yesterday.
Doing kickflips on the mag hoverboard.
Yeah.
You don't even have to do it. I do it all the time. It's cool. But it's insane what NEXUS have been able to do. Whoa! Whoa!
You said to the moon, James.
The roller coaster to the moon is in full effect for NEXUS. I mean, this might not exactly be extremely accurate, but it's pretty accurate about how yesterday looked. It was insane, Max.
86 points to PMGC and beyond, clearly, with this kind of graphic. 86 points on the day, from 16th position to 7th, and now they're at less than 10-point difference to reach a position in top 5, where they should be really comfortable heading into PMGC. If they can just even slightly maintain this kind of average points per game, there is a high chance they could go into PMGC.
I think we found a realistic way to how to get to Alpha Centauri, is just let NEXUS play like this, and you're going to get there real fast, man. But obviously, like, we've talked a lot about this team, and I remember you guys were mentioning before coming into this event, EXO, and the impact on the team that he's been able to have, thinking about Phase 3 and PMPL. Funny enough, EXO hasn't been performing super well within the team. It's been like Kapahala, it's been Redux stepping up massively, it's been Doran as well, who's been really that like linchpin for the team.
I mean, just to frame how insane, aside from the 86 points that we just saw from them on the day, a third with 15 eliminations. Then they had a kind of mad game, then they got themselves a second, a first, a second, and then a third, with plenty of eliminations to boot across every single game. We said between days 1 and 2, they're a very capable team, but what's going on internally? Sometimes when the stars align for a NEXUS, it looks absolutely magical, and that's what we saw yesterday.
I think they understood we're in 15th position right now. We need to send everything we have in our arsenal if we want to have even just the slightest of chances of reaching the biggest event in the year. And right now, if they keep that mentality heading into today, which I am really hoping that is going to be the case, I'm telling you, they're going to go into PMGC. That's going to be tougher. Of course, the caliber of teams there is going to be pretty tough for them to deal with. But overall, I am so happy to see them being confident, rotating way faster too. But once again, yesterday was such a massive day. Can they replicate that today?
It's fine, because PMGC group stages will be totally okay for them. They'll do badly on the first day, badly on the second day, and then suddenly get 700 points on one day, and it'll be fine.
They're the new gladiators, right?
There you go.
They start slow in a tournament, and then they really push off towards the end.
They really go.
Yeah, well, another team, to be fair, as well, having that kind of similar roller coaster for them was KONINA Power, and we'll actually dive into something very similar for them. Not quite the 86-point day, but again, the fact that they had a solid enough day 1 and 2 compared to Nexus. 68 points is nothing to scoff at, and it's put them in a position right now to qualify for PMGC. But for them, it's about keeping steady, keeping that pace up here today, and that pressure. It's very tough. Like if you're like in MADBULLS, if you're next to not MADBULLS, if you're next to in first place or Brawl, you feel very comfortable today because you don't have too much pressure on you. But a team on that verge of qualifying for the biggest event, I wouldn't want to be in their position because that's tough to play from.
This will be an insane story for KONINA Power because let's not forget, to qualify in this event, they qualified in the last game thanks to Becca. 1v2 clutch versus to get 2 more points than Titan to actually qualify, and they could, if it continues like this, barely qualify into PMGC. That would be an insane story for them. We'll see if they can barely qualify in the grand finals after, we don't know. But so far, this is one of the most insane stories for them this season. And I'm really hyped to see how it's going to end in this event for them.
I have a few more question marks around KONINA Power's potential success in this tournament compared to Nexus, because for me, KONINA Power, they're less proven for me in my mind compared to some of the players on Nexus on a stage like this. So, I mean, we'll see throughout the day.
Okay, well, that day is going to kick off right here, right now. We're going to hop into our first match of the day, but not before I remind you again once about Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. You know, every team out there has been able to pick one up here and get ready for their games because we're ready to kick off that first match. And John and Blank, I hope you guys are ready as well.
And they absolutely will need to be as ready as possible for today's matches. Blank, it is the last chance to put in that entry. Can the Gladiators make that miracle run? We all have our doubts. It's looking more likely that the teams already hovering towards those top spots are going to be able to take it.
Yeah, it's a difficult run, but I think that Max highlighted it. It's not as difficult as maybe some people think it might be. 13th place looks absolutely horrific, right? But when you think about the fact that 7th place is the marker at this present moment, 113 points, you're looking around about 30 points profit you need to make. And we also have to highlight exactly what the desk said as well, which is, can Nexus and MUERTE, as well as KONINA Power, continue that kind of performance coming through from yesterday? Because that, in my mind, was sort of anomalous from at least 2 of those teams. MUERTE right now, I think it was anomalous that they didn't do so great yesterday. Maybe they'll speed things up today. But at this moment, they've also qualified into PMGC. If we ended things right here, right now.
Yeah, if we did shut all of that down, it would be all 8 of that front page going to PMGC in one form or another, obviously with S2G, that host nation invite, playing a little bit of havoc with who gets a qualification spot if they're able to get up higher. But if they don't make it into a spot, we can kind of just ignore all of that as well. Nexus out early over towards that western side. One of our teams that you've highlighted there, KONINA Power as well, just going back to Sosnovka. They've been there every single time on Erangel, and they won't change their tune just yet. The Gladiators dropping out across Gatka Field, which is where S2G like to land as well. So maybe a bit of a kerfuffle over there.
Yeah, possibly. I think Gladiator is going to try and go a little bit further, right, over towards South George. Currently S2G, they are the team that controls the majority of Gatka at the moment. They've got a lot on their minds right now for S2G, like Kale was saying. Is this a case of regional pride where they try and push themselves higher in the end of this tournament to potentially give a chance for OZAROX to make it in towards that PMGC? That remains to be seen, though.
What is going on with these circles, this tournament, Blank? It seems like every other Erangel, we're going to a military island sort of finish. We've seen this, I think, very, very similar circle, actually, 2 Erangels ago with this south shift. It ended up going back over to the north, and it was, I think it was KASIK team in the compound by the coastline that were able to just hold it down. But again, we're going to have this mad dash for the island.
Yeah, I think if you look at this as well, it does sort of branch back into why Gladiators maybe haven't had the best runs. I think you could definitely say that this team has been making a fair few mistakes here and there, right? Meku jumps out with the PP Bison, looks over towards Ray Z, tries to get the knife on him, but will just pick up that elimination. That's great news for teams in EU over towards those 6 and 7 places, and Nexus as well as MUERTE. You know, the more chance that S2G is put down early on in this tournament, the less likely it is for them to breach their way in towards that top 8. Also, great news for Gladiators that start there. They make their rotation down towards the southeast a little bit easier by taking out one of the players there from S2G.
It looks like they are going to loot up a lot of those compounds split to the northwest of Gatka, sending 2 players over towards Hospital. They should be fairly looted. The question is speed. Now, tempo for Gladiators. Do they want to get on their bike earlier? As you say, it's made a little bit easier by removing a sightline from S2G and forcing them to play at a disadvantage. Next, RÜYA, already on that west bridge. We know that the MADBULLS and S2G can scrap around this area, but as of late, Blank, the MADBULLS have been taking a little bit of a slower approach to rotating down south from Roshok on these south shift circles.
Yeah, a slightly slower approach, right? And I think that's worked out well for them. I think they understand that the south side towards Potato Hill, which is a bit of a roadblock, right? For a lot of teams, you go around it on either side. It's a bit more cramped than usual, so they're going to take their time with this one. Hasn't always played into their hands, so they will have to be a little bit more careful. For Nexus, over towards that western side, they've been having a great run of it. We saw that Nexus to the moon, which was beautiful to see. And I hope it does continue today. You know, I'm a big fan of the Nexus boys, and really yesterday, they definitely proved themselves, right? It looked very dire day 1 and day 2, yet day 3 really was just mad in terms of that point scoring potential. And there was a fair few games where they could have got a chicken dinner as well, right? Off the back of it. Not to say they already didn't get quite a few, but last game on Miramar, you know, our Sanhok as well. I think it was Sanhok that they won, and then an Erangel that they lost over towards KONINA Power. There was a lot of chances in those end games for Nexus to take a cheeky win, and even then, they still put up a ridiculous points count.
And you do sometimes, as you say, lose those chicken dinner scenarios, but it's that consistent point scoring. And a team that has, I would say, done that really quite well is BRA, right? This is a team that has currently the most eliminations in the tournament, 105, over 101 from next RÜYA, both of whom are pretty free and clear ahead of the next places. I think it's S2G actually with the next highest eliminations on 84. So there is very much a neck and neck duel between these two Turkish region teams for next RÜYA and BRA on that elimination count. But as it stands, the placement's just favoring next RÜYA enough to keep BRA at bay. But my point is that I feel like BRA are a team that just gets constant value out of these engagements, out of these scraps, and I think we might even see it here as REGNUM KARYA try and move south past KASIK.
Yeah, I think, you know, you talk about consistency for BRA, and it's weird because I'd agree with you, but I'd also disagree with you in the sense that they have a very inconsistent gameplay plan, right? Which is just to get as many eliminations as possible. They play a very scrappy game. You know, if they get themselves into the end game, that's great news for themselves. But a lot of times that comes off the back of them just absolutely overwhelming the opposition in front of them and pushing through areas that realistically they shouldn't be able to take. So I think for BRA, it is super interesting how they rely on their own gun skill to get them through a lot of these rotations that should not typically work for other teams. And you know, if that's your game plan, that's the way you like to play it, and it's successful. There's no reason to stop it now, but it does scare me at times. And I think that you are right. Right now, Turkey is definitely looking extremely good when it comes to those elimination counts. But placement points always just feel a little bit more safe.
Certainly, it's the less volatile option, right? And BRA certainly have embraced that variance, that volatility, and made it their own. So fantastic stuff coming through from them so far. Today's their last day to show us that it is very likely that they have already done enough, Blank, to secure themselves a spot. They just need to chug along at this point. They really want to just stay in that PMGC spot, and it looks like they will be afforded that opportunity. We're most likely going to be seeing them heading over to, well, I say heading over, staying in Turkey, right, for those PMGC League stages.
It's really quite impressive to me right now for next RÜYA, right at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. They have already technically qualified to PMGC via those PMGC points. They didn't come first. However, S2G already have that host invite right over towards Türkiye. So for next RÜYA, they'll be picking up I would say a gifted PMGC slot, but their team and region did extremely well over in the PMGC, so it's fair enough, it's fair play. But for them to be playing in this tournament, being first place as well, despite them being no real pressure to perform extremely well in this tournament, it's really nice to see. If we go a little bit further than that as well, I would say they're playing the play style that is the most difficult when we look at this lobby as well, which does really have a heavy focus towards that central side of the arena. I would say that Edge is much more difficult to play than going towards that central arena. If you're good at it though, it does afford you more options, and that has certainly been the thing that has given next RÜYA that little bit of edge in those end games, because even when it's a case of the circle shifts away from them, they do have options when they're sweeping that they can move over to a position they already know is clear, and they're not just sat in a compound all game. Doesn't always work out, but when it does, it looks extremely good and it gets them a lot of points in the process.
See if they can continue to make their mark. The shift doesn't fully cut out the mainland this time, and it looks like teams are going to make that break south. You can see, I mean, the number of teams that haven't crossed yet. This is once bitten, twice shy for a lot of these rosters, I'd imagine, because it was early on, we were seeing 3, 4, 5 teams trying to cross on that bridge in phase 1 on a circle like this. This time around, I think it's only MELISE who have moved down there, and I think they might have even been there early on blank. So now teams will start to look to get across. And it's a little bit later, that development in play style around this very specific rotation set that obviously teams will be familiar with, but it is interesting to see how it has changed from the start of this tournament.
You are crunching teams over towards that eastern side though, and that's the major scary point in this circle, because it does move a little bit further over towards the east and cuts out the western bridge in future circles now. So a lot of times teams are quite happy on this western side because the western bridge stays in for quite some time. The crossing over, yes, it can be gate kept, but you have to play quite split on that side of the map. So if you can get a quick raz through as 4 players, get towards the south side of the island, you can be fairly safe with it. The same can't really be said over towards the eastern side. Yes, there's chance to quickly send over towards the west and head towards the beachfront, but you can be quite easily held down on this eastern bridge and get yourself locked in combat that you might not want to be in for a long amount of time. Luckily for these teams on the eastern edge, the circle, with it moving up towards that northern side, does give them ample time to figure things out, right? To settle some disputes in this area.
KAOS maybe pulling up a little bit slowly, tentatively getting across there, but they will be making progress nonetheless. KASIK, who have managed to swim across, get Mandarin up into the land, might have a lot of pressure sent his way. Frozen with a DP, a lot of rounds being sent down range for Mandarin's jumping, he's ducking, he's diving into the water to try and stay safe. He gets away at the first, but they're going to have to make landfall at some point. Luckily, KASIK have got that outpost out to the east. There is a duo. You can just see them on the edge of the minimap on the east side of this frozen position. Reflect, Tenchik both have already managed to make landfall, and they might be able to give their teammates the chance to get back up.
Just about. I mean, for KASIK, this is their typical rotate. It's the one they like to go for. In the meantime, we're looking at NEXUS as well as MADBULLS. Currently taking gas station as well as the lighthouse too. So a nice 3-1 split for them, which is going to make things very awkward for NEXUS. And with KAOS on the other side of the bridge as well, holding things down, only gets a little bit more difficult. That's a great peek out from Doran. I hope that he would go for it, but you've got to be really quick on the trigger there. Now, we're losing 1 player as your outpost. You're sort of going to lose information off the back of this one as well, as I imagine that NEXUS is going to go for the flush after this. But we're heading into stage 3 now, so we certainly do need to start moving. With Frozen also going down. Goodness me, great start for NEXUS here.
Oh, but Doran gets pulled out by Fleek, and in the open as well. That's almost immediately flushed back. So sure, they're getting value, but they have already lost a player, which is not the greatest news. Gladiators have not opted to go for that west bridge, certainly not just yet. But Fleek is low. Is he going to go down to the zone here? He is. Goodness me. So Frozen up the top now for the MADBULLS. trying to keep them together. 3 players active for Nexus. And Zerich wants the angle onto Kapahala. Seems like he might be able to find it as well.
Yeah, right now, I think for Kapahala, his main role is to provide this off angle over towards the side. I don't know how likely it's going to be for him to regroup with the team, but I imagine for Nexus, this is sort of just about trying to get over towards this top edge of the lighthouse, clear out the remaining players here, and then you're likely going to be playing as 2 after that. But first, they have to live through these nades.
Right on top of him, Redox goes down there in a really unfortunate position. They can keep bombarding and Redox will fall. Nexus being taken down. 2 players now. MADBULLS are able to hold them out towards the bridge side, with the MADBULLS playing as 2 as well. It's really gone badly for both of these 2 rosters, and the Gladiators might make an appearance now. You can see them starting to encroach on this position. MUERTE have taken heavy casualties in the meantime, and Furia will have the last player remaining banner flying behind him as MUERTE try and survive. The Gladiators are all as 4, but we've seen them misstep before. Will it happen again?
Is one of the opportunities where they can actually third party onto this fight and get a real massive amount of value off the back of it. It's likely KAOS is going to move away from this position soon, with TixI already finding Kapahala, the off angle coming through from Nexus. This is great news for them. Obviously, it really depends how much utility they've already used, how much kits they have remaining to bump those health bars back up again.
Frozen. Getting taken down very, very low there. Exo with the UMP spray. Zerich behind the vehicle. Exo doesn't want to peek just yet. The Gladiators might just try and send off into the water, try and swim ahead of this one, but the MADBULLS find Nexus, and that is not a good start to what is a crucial day for this Nexus roster.
Yeah, Nexus going down here does make things a little bit more awkward in the future. It has been a lot of these Sosnovka finishes that have been making the game majorly awkward. It's sort of what's been giving KONINA Power quite a good time as well, because they're a team that starts over towards Sosnovka, so they've been having a lot of opportunity to play this side of the map and play down the hill up towards the beachfront. It's really nice. We have seen Nexus get towards this position before, but awkward the way that both these teams rocked up at the same time. Neither was able to find a foothold. Luckily, with that elevation, MADBULLS were able to hold things out. Gladiators are just going to send across the bridge, and KAOS haven't moved just yet. But imagine as we get into Zone 4, that's where you decide to get back together as a team.
The shift goes all the way over to next RÜYA's position. The Gladiators still making their dash. Can KAOS pull them down a peg or 2? They are still out in the blue for it. They've been there for a little bit now. So Gladiators slowing down. They will need some healing to get done. As the play zone takes care of Frozen, they will go for the push across the bridge. Now, can they break through? KAOS is there. They've been waiting for so long, and they finally are able to spring the trap, but Kitsune hops out. The Gladiators have their revenge on this forwards position. Can Lord Cedric get an answer? Kitsune and Meku both being lit up, but there is, again, another shot threaded through the trees as TixI keeps them alive, keeps them going. 2 players are there. They're late into this zone. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it. They have to crawl forwards.
Yeah, it's so unlikely you're going to get these players back up again unless they can get over that line, which I think they might just have done. TixI's going to try and confirm the remaining players. Effect will go down to OZAROX off in the distance, and next RÜYA gets involved. That's the players over the ridge. Demon looking to move away. The information is given back, but he should be able to get into the circle. Just fly as far forward as possible. Kitsune will be flushed out, sadly. The players just weren't able to get back to him in time. But 7 eliminations so far for Gladiators. It's close to that 11 that Max was talking about.
It's a good start, and with some placement points, if they play their cards right, it could go a little bit better, but they're in a tough spot. They've got all of KONINA Power to their southeast side. They've got a duo from MADBULLS still behind them as well, and the hills in front of them don't really give them the best of shots at getting across. They will be Sanctuary for the time being, Blank, but there are plenty of neighbors who are going to make that tough. And with Demon finding Meku, that is just going to make it all the harder.
Yeah, they played on a split here, and I'm not sure I agreed with it. TixI was going to look to head back up that way, but I think MADBULLS just swings by that position. Demon's the last one to get the shot in. OZAROX attempting to cross the water. Unlikely, honestly, for them to get through with next RÜYA and their watchful eyes over towards the coastline.
So far, MUERTE and Nexus have been shut out, as well as Major Pride. Teams that have had their little bit of a renaissance. S2G being slap bang in the middle, looking to try and chase and give OZAROX that chance at getting into the PMGC through their merit.
I mean, they are in that winning spot that we found major pride in a while ago, just a little bit over towards that western edge, actually. So just going to hold on towards one of the compounds. Very central for them. And either as 3, that's more than doable. I think for NEXUS, though, it looks like it's going to be a good game for them. BRA also trying to cross now. MELISE, can they live up to the expectation of Kale, right? Because he was asking, you know, they could make it in, but they have to be stronger on these edge plays that they're going for.
They will be set on the edge. They peeked their nose over towards KONINA Power, but they're going to have to turn that one back away. Not quite having the power to get up to the top of that hill on the south side. So far, we've still got 3 teams in the water. Actually, I guess if you count Mandarin, 4, as a player near MELISE does get dealt with, does get handled. GALATASARAY will be down now. And that shift goes over to NEXUS. I mean, they have a lot of positional area control over on those 2 mounds by which they find themselves. A lot of control over to the coastline. And everybody in the south side probably going to crash S2G first.
Yeah, I think as you head down towards that hillside, not only will we be crashing onto S2G first, S2G likely is creating a bit of a blockade between that south side and NEXUS. NEXUS, all they have to do now is pick up a huge amount of eliminations just over towards that northern edge. Tixi does go down 11th place, so 7 eliminations is all that they'll find on this game. Luckily for them, it's pretty much all profit over towards NEXUS and MUERTE, which is good news, and the catch-up.
But S2G still being in the central area means that that barrier is still in effect. And they will be looking for that. The MADBULLS as well, only 3 eliminations this match. If they drop out of the top 5, of course, that pushes the ceiling even higher for teams like Gladiators, right? Because we're sort of counting on NEXUS getting through, sure, and I feel like that's a fairly comfortable prediction to make. But if the MADBULLS also get through, of course, that pushes that boundary even further down the tables.
2 qualification spots already given over to both those teams, so we'd essentially be looking at top 7 to go through into PMGC, not including S2G if they finished in 8th place, in which case everyone from the front page would be going through towards PMGC, which is quite funny to think about. NEXUS right now. BRA is just playing the survival game. It's nice that Kakali as well as Kane is able to get on towards that beachhead, take down 1 player. That sets them up to a top 9 at the moment. KONINA Power really playing this game quite slowly. I think they understand that NEXUS is a bit of a problem. I mean, MELISE, sorry, is a bit of a problem over towards that eastern edge. They need to be careful of that.
Yakta gets spotted, takes a knock as well. OZAROX are trying to find their way up, and you can see the reposition coming through from NEXUS. These hills under their control still, but they've had to take 2 sightlines out of action for a good 20 to 30 seconds now for this res to be achievable. Ooh. Hopefully it doesn't weaken their position too much.
Toxic, I like this play from him. Storm's really struggling now because he has to sort of threaten the res, right? But Toxic can push out over towards the beachhead. Luckily, Falconist is playing that line for them. A similar vein, Corsair also looking at Falconist. So it is very much all over the place here. Chess pieces upon chess pieces holding each other in. MELISE go on to crash on KASIK, who are feeling rather ill right now. 2 players down already.
Reflect feeling the burn around the side, but challenges for 1. Fortunately, Lewis is there to step out. Poser may not have been able to win that duel. He looked like it could have been just on, but now it's all up to Tenchik for KASIK team to hold this eastern flank down, and he will not be able to do so. MELISE with a clean flush out towards that east side. They'll get that res through, and they'll be able to hold on the east.
Yeah, MELISE doing fairly decently on that crash. Obviously, it wasn't versus the most difficult of crashes on their side. Toxic will go down. But CEO later, I think he's really been the carry over towards MELISE Esports. He's done so well for the team throughout this entire tournament. Names always popping up when we talk about MELISE Esports. OZAROX make their way over towards the beachhead. BRA continue to lose players here. Luckily, they played this 2-2 split, so they have teams on either side, which is nice to see. So Kane as well as Kakali could maybe get in towards a circle, but right now it's looking very S2G and next RÜYA. Despite that, S2G's on 0 eliminations so far.
That is pretty good news as well for the chasing teams. They are very much in the mix of it. S2G, no eliminations. If they go down here, it's a very minimal point-scoring game. The Gladiators would make profit on them if they go down, but we'll have to wait for that. Off Hayes, making that first crash. Agori to follow it up as well. 2-2 split right now for KONINA Power as they're going to look to slinky back together, I'm sure. Becker and Palucci want to cross, but Zerich is going to harry them from the sidelines, as is Demon. But that nade from Becker looks like it might be just about on the money. No, it doesn't quite find the gap in the shack that we saw from Doran the other day. Not quite able to dunk that one down.
Not just yet. Becker's got 6 of them though, so there's still hope, still chance. And just jump out the door. Get away from the explosion as quick as possible. KONINA Power, they do get 2 players across, so there is an anchor point. With the amount of smokes that have gone down for Zerich, he's just as blind as the KONINA Power's looking over towards that shack is too. Next RÜYA, they regroup over towards this compound that's been held by Zwolf for a long, long time on the western edge. Becker gets taken out. That's by players from next RÜYA as well, currently up to fairly decent position on the map. Been playing this one safe. They've not been finding a huge amount of eliminations, but MADBULLS still going is fairly impressive.
It's now where this central position starts to come alive, and you can see they have felt that for next RÜYA. They have regrouped all 4 of them down to that southwest side. They had 3 players on the northeast before, and playing at that strong building on the west side, it does allow MELISE to get up to the hillside, to be fair, and that is a pretty solid spot, all things considered, but they're just looking to pick up the stragglers on this western edge. With the solo from MADBULLS, KONINA Power trying to move around this way as well. OZAROX, the remnants sit there. They are just wanting to clean through this.
It's really tough, and it's lucky that Palucci didn't go down there. Needs to get his teammate Becker back up again. That's the only one that can do it. Off Hayes on that northern edge, likely to be unable to assist.
Zephyr just getting tapped away. Tap, tap, tap. MELISE able to pick the point. KONINA Power very much in danger, but they get the res on the top of the hill. Kisyu has a direct sightline to their run out as well. It's going to be very, very tricky to make this one work. Maybe try and run around and flank for MELISE, but look at that. Poser moves down south. That's going to give them a lot of protection from their KONINA Power position. S2G are there, and it really funnels KONINA Power into a bad spot.
Absolutely. I think KONINA Power's not going to be too unhappy with this game though, right? They've done okay, 3 eliminations, top 5 finish. That looks good for them, and the story that Max was telling of the most unbelievable tournaments throughout so far. You know, a real Indiana Jones moment where they're sliding underneath the slowly falling door just to get in towards these next stages, towards the PMGC path. It's really nice to see, right? Just squeezing in right at the end.
Every single time. It's a crack in the door and they'll wedge their foot. Now, S2G have had a real big shift their way over to their building. Next RÜYA, they do still have some of their house in there, but they will very likely have to move, have to transition here from this area. Getting rid of KONINA Power is going to make that so much easier. You can see Becker's making the dash, but there's no way you get across here. And it's a flurry of bullets to handle him. It's frozen to be able to find the point. If they can find a knock over to S2G, all the better.
Yeah, I mean, S2G's really done out this game. They've been fairly quiet since picking up this spot. The circle continues to head their way every single time. This is a crashable location, though. You just need smokes to make it happen. That's the difficulty. But look at S2G. The amount of util they still have online for this team is pretty astonishing, because they haven't had to do anything. So 6 grenades, a couple of Molotovs, a load of smokes. That might just be the difference maker. So even though they haven't done a lot in this game, they could still close this out.
A quiet start for S2G, but they hunkered down, losing a player early to Gladiators. As 3, they moved across and have just stayed in this compound, to be fair. Not a lot of big strategic moves there for the S2G roster, but might be paying off now. Next RÜYA mounting up. They're going to wait for this next zone to push them into a specific location. That is probably one of the best zones for next RÜYA. It allows them a lot more time to figure out their path, to maybe handle some of MELISE, who are holding on a little bit higher of ground. And S2G are on the edge as well.
Yeah, for MELISE Esports, they sort of have to move back down south here with this circle. Players on that northern edge just aren't quite in yet, and if they wanted to push further towards that western side, they'd have to peek into next RÜYA. S2G have the best position here still because they've got the compound, and they'll have around about 10-15 seconds where they're not in the blue come stage 9.
Zone has less than 10 seconds now. Poser tries to get back across, and S2G can't light it up in time, allowing 4 players from MELISE to regroup now. Poser will look for the heal, but the zone is starting to close. It's a slow side that they're on, but it will be moving nonetheless.
I think for MELISE, the target really isn't S2G in this situation. It's very much over towards next RÜYA here. They can get rid of next RÜYA. It becomes a lot easier to play this tree line over towards S2G with some smokes available to them. Next RÜYA is pretty stalwart in their spot. Whamsy.
Some buggy, jiggery pokery there. Able to just about get away from it. From that spray down, that could have been a massive opening for MELISE. I mean, you said you want them to pay more attention to next RÜYA, but they will still eventually have to find S2G, and you get a knock early. That's going to be good. Gives you a little bit more to play with. MELISE having to reposition these vehicles slowly forward, slowly. As in 5 seconds, this zone will close to nothing. As the smokes start to get layered out, it's all 3 of these teams with it all to throw in.
I mean, for MELISE Esports, you should be focused on next RÜYA first, but when a player like that steps out onto a buggy for S2G, you're not going to say no. Silas opens up with the FAMAS down towards MELISE Esports. Will finish off Kiss You.
Ooh. And another knock being sent over towards next RÜYA. I don't know if they're going to have the time to get that player back up, but the smokes are still continuing to bloom. Lewis and CEO later both low in a nade. Over from S2G finds Token Machine and Frozen, both going down again. It's going to leave next RÜYA just on the 1 player now left standing, and Z-Wolf is going to get taken down next. A 3rd place finish for next RÜYA. MELISE now with the outside track. S2G penned in on the building. MELISE can flow out to the side.
Yeah, this is the tree line I was talking about. You move up towards it, get yourself a nice position. I think S2G was pretty much focused on getting those nades over towards next RÜYA, at least securing themselves a 2nd place spot. These nades are going to be dangerous. They don't really have to cook them at all. You just need to send them out on the outside, over towards the doorways. CEO later's playing a dangerous game, though.
Dashes behind the tree, gets away from the DP from Hamzy, but he steps out to the other side of it, and Hamzy's quick on the trigger. Kelsey has been taken down, has been flushed. Hamzy needs to keep this angle under control. A nade over to Poser does a lot of damage, and it's mostly up to Lewis at this stage. Poser needs to heal, but the nades over to the backline keep Silas low. Looking to try and burn it out, Hamzy goes down. A nade over towards Poser is found in the flush. Over to S2G, another nade over the top for Lewis. Looking to roll towards Silas, and it will do the trick. MELISE able to claim the chicken dinner here. A nice high elimination game for them as well, and they will start the day off quite nicely with that 11 elimination game coming on through, adding 21 points to their total and a chance to chase for those top spots.
Yeah, this is MELISE's chance now. It's a really good first game for them. I think they played around that tree line very, very well. The circle was not kind to a lot of teams there. S2G feeling the most of the warmth coming through from that location. But I do like the way MELISE finished out that end game. Again, like I said, you don't really have to cook these grenades too much. Just send them over towards the doorways, towards the exits. That's exactly what they do. CEO later plays quite the scary position on that top side, but it was pretty much over as soon as we saw that nade go over towards Silas. As soon as he started healing, it was just a case of putting that nade in the same position again, so pretty easy to clean that one out. But for MELISE Esports, very, very good start for them. For S2G, a much needed amount of points for themselves to keep themselves in the running, in the conversation, potentially getting some of their teammates over in Turkey into PMGC.
Yeah, if OZAROX want a spot, most likely it's going to come from S2G getting into those qualification spots here and then passing that torch down through the PMGC points tables. So if S2G do well, OZAROX do well, right? They're essentially playing as a placeholder team for OZAROX in this tournament at this stage. So looking to try and add those points on where they can. They will get some, but not quite as many as MELISE.
Well, you know, one of our analysts here has been very vocal about wanting to see more about a particular team. Not only be able to play when you do get the zone, but being able to play when you get the edges of the zone. And right now, MELISE, I have to go to you, Kolaris, to say, was that kind of convincing for you?
Me? Yeah, you.
It's you, Kolaris.
It's me. It's me, Kolaris. Yeah, no, I've got...
You have your own jingle?
I almost did my Pokemon, like, Kolaris. Anyway, no, never mind. We've got, MELISE. I've got to say, it was an excellent play from them. They played it kind of patient on that side. They were able to find themselves what is effectively one of the better hills on the north side of Sosnovka Island and, you know, play out from there. And holding out S2G the way that they were there, again, all you have to do is make sure that they don't have too much breathing room coming out of those buildings.
Yeah, especially very patient over to the eastern side. They saw NEXUS had a 2-2 split. Yeah. They saw them regroup. Okay, there's currently no one in that position. It is left vacant. Going to take that position and just wait it out. And compared to NEXUS, really not taking too many shots, so they still have resources to play with at the end. And especially holding on to those nades was so important to make sure the trees S2G transition to were not playable. So really smart from MELISE. And in terms of placement points, this is exactly what I wanted to see from them. And they capitalize on it with 11 eliminations on top. So this is the game that at the end of today might be the one to allow them to make it in PMGC.
Yeah, really important.
That 21 points has, I think, been able to push out KONINA Power potentially.
I think so. Yeah.
Push out MUERTE potentially. Like there is very good, or sorry, NEXUS, sorry. There is potential for them to have actually gotten top 7 with this one, but also S2G, they weren't too far behind top 7. They should have been able to breach, which then means OZAROX would be into PMGC if S2G can keep this pace up. So OZAROX, I mean, they get 11 points, but they're loving the fact that S2G was able to get 11 as well.
No, absolutely. Yeah, as John was mentioning, potentially a placeholder for OZAROX. Yeah, OZAROX, you might have got 11 points, but it's a little bit too late. So now all your hopes are sat with S2G. I will say for a circle like this, we've actually had, what, 3 circles like this in the tournament so far. It benefits the teams that move early and kind of make a decision early, maybe going down to that South Island early and finding yourself one of the compounds, one of the hillsides. These top teams, they were all able to do that very efficiently. Yeah. Some teams not moving that quickly here. They should be, because if you come to these circles late, you're going to be punished.
And actually one of those teams, Kolaris, is Gladiators. I don't want to touch upon it too much, but they were very slow on the rotation. And we talked about it at the start of the day, between 11 to 13 points average per game if they want to have a chance to reach PMGC. They got 7 here.
7 elims though. Like
7 elims, sure, but it's still not the average, which means the average they need to reach per game is increasing again. Right now, they're about 15 points per game they need to get. If they have one singular bad game today, it's done. Like the dream is over.
Well, on that note of having one singular bad game, NEXUS has that roller coaster come to a stop here. 1 point in this match. Unfortunate. Obviously have 5 more matches to go today, but I'm a little bit worried because if they want to qualify, they have to, well, not let those happen again.
Yeah. We finally reached the top.
Oh, they're about to go down.
I mean, I enjoy roller coasters. That's kind of fun, that downward.
It's fun,
for them in
Not
this
if you're
scenario.
NEXUS right now.
No.
All right, well, let's actually dive into MELISE's player stats here, just get an idea of who is really stepping up for the team as they got themselves a victory to start off the day and potentially enough points to get into PMGC later on. And we can see Lewis, 4 eliminations. CO later, 2 eliminations. Poser, 3. And Kiss you 2.
Oh, yes.
Good team effort.
That was the breakdown.
Yes, I was really waiting for Lewis to start popping off because I've seen him play in spring season in particular, in Championship. He was a standout player on its own. The team was not able to perform that well, but Lewis has always been, for me, one of the best contenders for this roster, and seeing him actually shine in this match, I'm really happy to see it happen. So, yeah, let's see if they're going to continue because, as we said, 21 points to kick off the day. They're going to be close to a position for PMGC if they see a continuation of this for the rest of the day.
I mean, and in the interview that we actually heard from Poser, he said that they were stunned that they'd won, you know, Türkiye and been able to take that top spot here. However, if they're able to kind of keep this up, there is a world where they can get to PMGC and they might be stunned again a little bit. They might be surpassing their own expectations. But this was a great example of the fact that they can effectively as you said, prove me wrong in that they can make these edge plays work a little bit better to their advantage here. I don't think they were rivaled with too many teams there, but...
And they got aggressive when they wanted to and needed to.
Yeah,
the end, the timing of that was perfect. They're just waiting for S2G to start leaving their buildings before they start to be aggressive. Good job. Love it.
We see a couple of final moments as it obviously looks to finish off. One thing I will say, though, about this Erangel, and not just this Erangel, to be fair, the last 2 days, including today, or 3 days, including today, of Erangels have been so rough. We've had these like southern, southeastern zones time and time again, and for a team like Gladiators, you gotta be kind of annoyed because you're not getting anything towards the middle of the map, you're not getting anything towards the north of the map, nothing that will facilitate the area that you're playing in.
No, exactly what you're saying. Like normally Erangel, when it gets rough in the sense that it's a field ending or it's an ending kind of southeast of Severny in the area where Junkyard is, which is kind of that bowl which has got really no terrain that you're going to work with. The endings that we've had in terms of the island, these 50-50 circles between South Africa and the mainland, that's a different kind of rough that, as you say, for those northern teams, it is difficult to adapt to, and you need to be moving earlier, 100%.
Well, they didn't, and they unfortunately paid the price. But Max, while we're watching the game, you pointed out something about next RÜYA in particular.
Yeah.
Very low on ammo.
Yeah, they were shooting actively when they were holding that 2-2 split, and which is good. You want to zone teams away, especially the teams coming out from the riverside. They're coming onto the beaches. If you don't clear those teams, snakes could be a major issue. So you want to take shots pretty actively throughout the entirety of this game. Though damage is a little bit on the lower side, it does seem for them, but not really too surprised. There was a lot of solos that they were trying to get.
They did like 1,500 damage, just quick
as a whole squad, yeah, but like
individual eliminations, right?
Yeah.
So they're able to put down a lot of damage, but obviously with the compound they have, they're not going to push out to confirm those either.
Yeah, it was not about mainly getting eliminations, just creating space, making sure those northern threats are not going to come and bite you in the back later on down the line. And you could see at one point, I think some of the players were down to single digits on their clips, especially on the mini 14s.
Yeah.
They started shooting early, calmed it down a bit because they knew they needed that ammo to try and fight for the late game, to try and get the win. Unfortunately, it's very nadeable position as you try and exit from that. I think that we had some double nades from S2G, but leaving that spot when you have 2 full teams looking at you, it's pretty much impossible.
I mean, you were talking about, Jason, whilst we were watching the game, right? That compound, the kind of terrain that is around that compound, it's kind of a blessing and a curse at the same time. Yes, you have a spot where, okay, maybe it's a little bit hard for people to push onto, but also your line of sight towards other teams isn't that great whilst everybody's kind of milling around, maybe over on the beach, maybe up on that hill, maybe down where S2G is. So there's not many shots to be taken, to be honest, in terms of like confirming eliminations and being able to constantly roll with it and get lots on the board.
Well, we don't have too much time here, as you can see on the top right-hand side of your screen, but I do want to get our overalls in. This is going to be very important throughout the entirety of today. And MELISE have been able to push themselves into top 5. MADBULLS and NEXUS is still top 5, which means S2G will technically be qualified through in the league stage, which means OZAROX right now are safe into PMGC. Whether it continues to be that is going to be another question. As you pointed out, Claris, only a 2-point difference right now between S2G and MUERTE.
I mean, I'm more looking at the kind of 4th, 5th, 6th, right? 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3. All of these teams here trying to fight for what effectively would kind of be, in inverted commas, their barrier to 5th. But as you say, with kind of MADBULLS there and RÜYA and all that stuff, it moves down a little bit.
Yeah, and NEXUS not having a great game here, down onto the 2nd page. They can still catch up, of course, but I have no idea who's going to be able to get in those 3rd, 4th, 5th position at the end of the day. It could be different, but there you go. It's tied up between 8th and 9th position right now.
There is a world where, for OZAROX, it kind of is in their hands as well, their own destiny, right? Like 88 points, if they were able to get, I don't know, 11 points every single game and try and bump up, and the other teams above them didn't do that well, like it's not completely out of the total realms of possibility.
I thought you were going to say REGNUM CARYA, because they're technically only like 20 points out from being into top 5.
I mean, technically, yeah, they're also one, but I don't want to
think about them, Max.
Exactly.
What team?
This is the problem, okay?
Unreal. REGNUM CARYA, I don't know who it is.
You see a team that starts with a little R, do you think rejects?
Yeah,
right here. That's entirely different.
They're on the other side of the world.
All right, well, I believe it is time to head into our 2nd match of the day over on Miramar. And honestly, right now, things are heating up quite drastically. And John Allen and Blank, you need to dive us into map 2 to see what's going to come out on the other side.
I'm glad it's getting chillier in England, Blank, because he's right. It is heating up in the PMPL European Championship. We are at a point where it is so volatile for those spots going over towards PMGC. And as they were highlighting, there is still a world where anybody down in 14th place with Dagestan on 87 points could basically make it. And that is a little bit of shade at Galatasaray and KAOS in 15th or 16th, but there is no way they make it.
Yeah, it's a little bit silly, right? And I think the big change for here is the fact that you have a point sponge at the top and then a points vacuum down at the bottom in terms of 52 points and 47. There really isn't a lot going on there. So you suddenly have this situation where up to 3rd place from 14th, it's very close. It's very close. And then you go and think about the fact that RÜYA has already qualified, MADBULLS have already qualified, that gets further down, so the barrier of entry is even closer for some of these teams lower on the tables. It's all up in the air, and we really are, you'll have to bear with us at home, we really are juggling a lot of different qualifiers in towards the PMGC right now. It's a little bit difficult. But we'll see what happens. Again, S2G get a little bit lucky on that last game. They lost a player right at the start. I don't particularly think that should have happened. It's a nice pickup from Gladiators. But they get a lot of points off the back of that compound pick where the circle kept centering over towards them. Same could be said for Nexus yesterday. It just is the way the game goes. I think Kale mentioned something quite interesting there as well, is like MADBULLS could drop out, but more than that, he was talking about circles on these maps, which do really play into these game modes massively. For the amount of Sosnovka finishes, island finishes we've had, it has been really out of the ordinary over Erangel, and it kind of makes the game really hard for Gladiators. And getting down there is tough. It's not somewhere they usually play, right? Over in the league phase for PMPL EU, I think we saw maybe 2 or 3 Sosnovka finishes. That was over the many weeks, right? Many weeks. So for Gladiators, this is just not something they typically go for. But there is a simple fix, and Kyle mentioned it. Just got to rotate quicker.
I mean, even then, it's easier said than done, right? Sure, you do need more pace, but if they're not used to it, that playstyle might end up being, on average, worse for them across this shorter form tournament. Maybe if it was a league stage, maybe they'd have a little bit more time to get to grips with it, but the lobby's running away from them. And I think that has been the story that we've told of the Gladiators so far over the last 3 days, and now coming into today as well with their first match, with their late tournament prowess, right? We talk about Gladiators as this late resurgence team a lot, but it just isn't here yet. And with that first match, sure, it was very tough. And that specific rotation, you know, why was KAOS there so late? Kind of unexpected and unfortunate, but still, they needed more than they got.
Yeah, a bunch of last-minute Andes, these guys. Curious what's going on here with Nexus. Already lost a player. So they're going in with 3. That's not good news at all for this team, considering they're one of the squads that desperately needs to pump up those points. So I am wondering what's happened behind the scenes there that leads them to having only just 3 players going into this match. But that's sad.
I don't know. I don't think anyone got picked off. I didn't catch it if they did. So it might, you're right, just be a 3-player drop for some reason.
Admins!
Take a look. I'm sure they're plenty on it. And we'll see in a moment, I'm sure. Plenty of other stuff you should go and check out, by the way, if you want to take a look, is Maxman's Meme Mansion. Make sure you scan that QR code. It's just gone away, but if you're watching, I'm sure there's plenty of platforms you could just rewind a little bit. Make sure you're scanning that QR code. Go to Esports PUBGM EU. Plenty of memes, all approved by Maxman. It's glorious, trust me.
Yeah, they just drop in with 3. Sad. Sad news for my boys. They're missing Kapahala as well, and he's the one that's been carrying the team. This is drastically bad. Do not like this. Hopefully it doesn't hurt the morale too much, and they can carry on. S2G, they got 2nd place with 3 players. Definitely possible.
They got a lot of points there. I think it was 11 points total in the end that they were able to get. on that last match, and Nexus would definitely be happy with that because, as we saw in that last game, they were pushed out of those top spots, but they are very much within striking distance, and they can still put up a 6-7 point game here, right? Not trivially, but they still very much can find that. If they get a favorable fight early on, maybe pick up 2 to 3 points on eliminations, still going in as 3, they can have an impact. We'll have to wait and see. But it's the same story for de Muerte, right? Currently in Monte Nuevo, playing on the northwest side of this circle, most likely to rotate a little bit further south, but those hills to the north of Chumacera, maybe not the best sanctuary. Could even see them rotate down towards the hills to the south of Chumacera, towards Minas de Valle.
Yeah, I mean, their typical rotation on this circle as well is just to head over the northern side of Chumacera, push through where BRA is currently playing. Gladiators did drop down towards the south side. Slightly fortuitous as well for them, but Kikali spots out Meku on his scout. The amount of HP he's got, wouldn't be surprised if he gets popped out the vehicle here.
Getting just behind the headland, he might be in Resable territory now, if he even goes down, that is. Somehow managing to escape the volley, loses a tire or two, but staying alive, far more important at this stage for the Gladiators. We know that they are prone to losing them early in this tournament so far. And being able to keep everyone together and alive, get out of dodge, way, way more valuable.
Absolutely. It's very, very important for the Gladiators here to keep up because they've been given a blessing, right? It's absolutely a blessing here. You drop on the south side with the playing path, you try and get out early and get looting early. Circle comes down towards the south. Suddenly you're set up now with a position that is definitely playable into the future, and they need points. You know, we were talking about the fact that, in fact, Jason actually brought up a really good point at the start of the day, which is a case of you could sort of scratch Sanhok off the playing card for Gladiators because we know what they do on that map, and it is very badly. That is something that absolutely needs to be looked at in the future, and we've been saying that for yonks now, really. A lot of times it's been band-aid fixes, but you know, you need to go to the GP, go to the doctors, get some Sanhok surgery done, get a bit of a facelift. That's what we need.
I mean, it might be time for them on Sanhok to change their drop location, right? Like, they've been on that Northwest Island now for coming up on 3 seasons, I think at least, if not more. And right now, it just is not working for them. I don't think we've seen, in recent memory, I don't think we've seen the Gladiators do well on Sanhok from that position. So maybe try and contest for a different spot, try and go somewhere else, maybe try and change it up going into the next season, because most likely that's where we're going to see them next.
Exactly. It's scary. It's scary. If things don't improve now, it's over. It's absolutely over. OZAROX are on our screen very briefly, like the boys on the list were saying, currently in to PMGC, surprisingly, with S2G being able to bump themselves up 1 spot, allowing that PMG slot to slowly trickle down to OZAROX.
Yeah, through that PMGC points table, OZAROX came 3rd on PMGC points over in the Türkiye region. And because next RÜYA take the points qualification spot as S2G were in 1st, it's all very convoluted. But S2G were 1st, it went down to next RÜYA, who are now guaranteed to qualify. And so, if S2G were getting that spot, it goes to OZAROX. And that is kind of a crazy turn of events when you consider that OZAROX right now is in a pretty low down position on the table, still within striking distance, but in 2 games time, if they are still there, it's just not going to be doable on their own merit. It will all be up to S2G.
Yeah, I mean, off that last game, it wasn't too bad for OZAROX. There certainly was a chance for them. Like, I think it was Max saying take their fate into their own hands now to maybe push themselves up towards the top 7. Who knows? Maybe. If that happens, I mean, I'm not sure I even want to talk about this, but if that happens and everything else stays the same, Fireflux game, they're not playing in this tournament.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if OZAROX get top 7, and I think REGNUM KARYA also would need to get top 7.
Yeah,
for that to happen, because REGNUM KARYA came in 4th back in the Turkish region, so it would need OZAROX and REGNUM KARYA to both finish in those qualification spots, and then Fireflux might make it, who didn't even make it to European Championship. So that would be quite a turn up for the books. The circle shifts a little bit further north, keeps Picardo in, keeps the north side of Los Leones, and we're playing in that open ground between the two.
At the moment, a little bit tough actually, because it does send a lot of teams away from, I would say, safer zones, safer waters over on that south side where you can kind of get yourself stuck in, find yourself a couple of defilades and play behind them. So you're forced to play further forward into some of these plateaus with a couple of buildings around them, work around that. KONINA Power over towards that eastern side. Not getting the same success we usually see from them on Sosnovka, but a fairly decent result regardless, considering the circle. And that'll keep them pretty happy. MELISE Esports, obviously you just saw it there between the games, get themselves a 5th place right now. Really, really good stuff. That was a massive game to bump up their point scoring.
I mean, it shows
now. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, it shows you just how volatile these tables are, because before at the start of today, I don't think anyone of us were super considering MELISE. We were aware of them, obviously. They're coming in as the top seed from Turkey into this tournament, right? They've won out against BRA, against S2G in a very close set of finals. Very interesting couple of final games, beating on the tiebreaker. But towards the start of today, before that last match, I don't think we were really considering them as a team that was super firm towards these top spots, but if they're able to get one more good game, that might just be enough to tip them over the edge.
Yeah, one more good game would be all it really takes, to be honest. And that would just settle themselves very nicely over towards a guaranteed position. S2G over on the western side, currently taking shots over towards MUERTE. They have leapfrogged them in this circle, so they're further towards their eastern edge. So right now S2G do have to fight inwards.
Not too far though, they are about 400, 500 meters from the dead center of the circle, but they have got MUERTE in their way. MUERTE on a 2-2 split in the midst of it. As we are over with BRA, playing right on the west buildings of Los Leones, just outside the city limits, and playing on the south of this next shift.
Next RÜYA down towards that southwest edge. Looking to push their way in. Obviously an edge team at their core. Circle heads north once again. So this has been like quite a difficult set of shifts. It hasn't looked like it, but you get a south shift on the circle. A lot of players tend to go down towards Chumacera, pick up some of the compounds down there because this is where it is most compound heavy. So you want to find yourself a decent positioning in the early game. But with 2 north shifts in a row, you're essentially setting yourself up now with just open area. So if you're one of the teams that didn't get down towards that south side quick enough, you're sort of happy with yourself, right? You've been fairly lucky. But if you're one of the teams that are already on the south, you picked up a strong compound, and now you're forced to head up towards that north side, there's not a lot of space left. So a lot of these teams are forced now to play edge. Gladiator is dangerously close to 2 of the strongest teams of the lobby in BRA as well as next RÜYA, and that is not a sandwich that I would like to be in the middle of.
But you know what? Gladiators are a fierce team. They have been a little bit muzzled in the last few days, but they still have got that potential. So hopefully they can win out of that fight. Certainly, hopefully for the Gladiators fans. Over towards the center of the circle, Blank, I'm looking at MELISE and thinking their position looks really, really solid. The ridgeline that the 3 of them are holding, as well as Poser on the outpost down towards the building that sits just southeast of Picardo, a really, really nice spot for them. They've got a lot of vision. It's going to force OZAROX to try and flank them all the way from the north. Nobody can really approach them from west or east. I really like MELISE's position right now.
Yeah, it gets tough later on if this moves over towards that eastern side. No one's really taken up that compound that sits dead center of that ditch. It is a really good compound, but you have to be certain the circle's ending up around that area before you try and take it, because leaving it is very difficult. Nice initial nade there coming through from Gladiators. Meku does go low, but starts off well.
as long as the Gladiators check their buildings, check their angles, because Tixi has a player underneath him that I don't know if he's spotted. Kakali could be a danger here if Tixi is caught unawares. I feel like he doesn't realize there's a player this close, but Kakali doesn't move. So as soon as he takes those footsteps, hopefully Tixi is able to get that catch, see if he can keep his wits about him. Meanwhile, MUERTE taking MADBULLS on in a fight, and it's not going well. MUERTE, this is the first knock that they've suffered, so they should be all right, but it is very, very split. The rest of MUERTE all the way off to the north. Tixi, I think that was a nade that did all that damage to him. And Kakali yet to strike.
Yeah, if this is another case of Gladiators going down to just not checking every single building, be very unfortunate. Tixi right now drops out. There's some good shots, but likely to be flushed away here. The rest of the team hasn't responded as of yet. Kakali almost goes down too. So for the Gladiators, for Tixi, there's some awesome reactions from him. Again, Kakali just had the drop on him, or at least Tixi did, but didn't go too well.
That's really unfortunate. You just don't want to bleed out players on this south side this early on. It's a real tough spot for them, but they're playing on as 3. They are now going to have to push in behind KONINA Power, and they're not in the zone. Did Meku just got taken down as well? Was that the zone, or was that a shot coming on through? Not entirely sure, but it's 2 players now, and this is real bad news. I feel like this might be burying the Gladiators right here and now.
Yeah, zone again hits Meku. Zone seems to be one of the biggest enemies of Gladiators at the moment. He's going to try and crawl his way in, but I think that might just be Dunzo for him. So Meku out. Yeah, I think that might just be the final foot in the grave for the Gladiators. Again, it's just not clearing their angles, honestly. And I think its confidence has been absolutely shot. Shred to pieces during this tournament. Salvage game, we know how good they are at it. That's not something you want to be good at, considering that's something that you do become proficient at by doing multiple times, and that's what has happened for this team. So they'll try and get themselves into a top 5, but in this lobby, it's just not as easy.
It's real tough stuff coming on through. Champions in their own right, the Gladiators, but not today, and not at this tournament. Not at this stage. S2G, speaking of champions, world champions right now, scrapping it out with MADBULLS. The shots over towards Fleeke. KAOS steps to the side of the buggy, but Fleeke hasn't gone down. Tuluka has, and he takes a second turn. How on earth did Fleeke just slowly turn around that rock and able to find that tire on? I have no idea how he was able to get away with that, but it looked pretty cool.
I mean, I respect the commit, right? I really do respect the commit. This could be an absolutely amazing grenade over the top side. And it is. Razy goes down. 2 more players to deal with. If he just throws it a little bit further,
might be able to find Silas as well. A nade in response from Silas could be all it's going to take, and it will find Fleeke on that west flank. But S2G, they've lost a player. They'll need to slow down for these reses, and Major Pride are in their way for their progress forwards. Speaking of progress forwards, Nexus trying to push across. Remember, this is a 3-player team. They only dropped in with 3, not fielding Kapahala this time around, which is unfortunate stuff, and they are jammed in on the edge here. There really is no good path for them. Look at that. They've got Galatasaray right next to them. KONINA Power on the south side. They are pincered.
Yeah, you're crunched. If you're Nexus, I think this is a case of just trying to send over towards somewhere else. But there really isn't anywhere else to go at this point in time, John. Palucci sending more grenades up towards that top side. Doesn't have any left remaining. So Nexus have weathered that for the time being. But the circle continues to push them further over towards Galatasaray. These nades have to be perfect from Nexus.
Comes Lovazin trying to get that side swipe, but Doran goes down. Exo is already low. And Nexus flagging. Last player now standing for them. They only have that 1 shot, and it's really difficult stuff, and will not be able to push through. Nexus again with an early fallout. MUERTE on that western side. Sure, they have 3 players still alive, but they have to get further forwards. S2G have lost a player as well. A lot of these teams in the central area are going down. This is qualification spots starting to open up for teams like REGNUM CARYA.
MELISE Esports dead in the center. So again, we talked about that one good game that could push them over the edge into a secured position, and this might just be it, right? If they set themselves up another 20-point match, it's around about 150 points towards that top side, and they'll just look absolutely clean. Gladiators go down, and I genuinely think that that is it. That is it for the Gladiators now.
There is very little in the barrel for them. A deep dig would be necessary, but we're talking about a miracle run here if the Gladiators want to make it. Less so for OZAROX. If they can find value on this northern side, if they can extract more points from this lobby, they are also with a shot, given the teams that have gone down so far.
Much less pressure on OZAROX, though, to get in towards that top side of the tables. KONINA Power looking over towards GALATASARAY off Hayes. Makes a bit of a mistake there. Peeks up for just too long. Tries to swing wide to get out of sightline, but not able to do it. Becker, who had a massive step up yesterday, looks to go for it again. That's a nice nade. Putting out early, has to switch round, but it's not enough.
Needed to get that nade to find the knocks and turn over to Loverzen. That was pretty much the only way he wins that scrap, and I think that was the right decision. However, it just wasn't quite enough, unfortunately, for KONINA Power. They have been slowly going along as well. In that first match, they were able to get in quite late to the circles. A good result from them. And again, they get 2 points on board. Survival now for Agori. Looking pretty shoddy, though, so 2 points so far is likely to be all that they find, as BRA are also eliminated towards the top spots. You can see just MELISE right in the middle of that compound. OZAROX to the hills to their north have got that angle down the hill. Zagori steps out near the fire, not getting burnt away, seemingly wearing those fireproof boots here, Blank, as round pushes forwards. That'll be it.
They had to clean him out eventually. 4 eliminations now found for the lads in GALATASARAY, but it's Dagestan who look to take the ridge side and take shots down towards them. REGNUM KARYA also looking for points here, but they are firmly out on the outer edges of the map. 2 MELISE picks, 2 OZAROX's picks, and the outlier, the next RÜYA.
You liked that position, that compound in the center of the ditch where next RÜYA currently sit. They can push up to the ridge to their southwest where Frozen currently sits, but OZAROX might give them a challenge there. GALATASARAY or Dagestan, depending on who wins on this southeast, might also be able to spot out that direction, but they're safe for the time being. REGNUM KARYA rolling up to KASIK, trying to make them feel unsafe as possible. And they will start to put the nades in towards the Sheepa and reflect the 2 players ready to face for KASIK team. They only have 3 alive, as Tenchik is all the way off on an off angle there. Maybe looking to regroup, but he's playing on that northwest building. The circle goes on top of MELISE.
REGNUM KARYA, troublesome team, honestly. Haven't got too far into a lot of these games, but they certainly are sticky when it gets into these situations where they're not 1v1. Their team versus another. Drag these kind of engagements out for a long time. I like that compound on the northeast side. If it went further towards the east, I am mainly picking next RÜYA just because it's next RÜYA, and I feel like maybe they can beat out versus OZAROX on that ridge line. They have been able to get Frozen up towards that southern edge. Potential. There's potential. But MELISE Esports with this circle, it's going to be a fun game. Let's put it that way for them.
It'll be interesting, and coming off of the back of that previous chicken dinner as well, putting 2 back-to-backs on at this stage could be great news. I mean, with BRA going down as early as they have, MELISE could really ladder up quite something here. 124 points at the start of the match to BRA's 150. That's 26 points behind. A massive dent could be felt in the lead at this stage, even this late in the tournament, Blank. On day 4, this spot is still being contested, and MUERTE just opening up with Furia, the last player to stand for them, over towards REGNUM KARYA. And now that forward position is lost, REGNUM KARYA going to have to play on us too.
Yeah, they'd have to run over to get it back up again, but I think Furia might be concerned with getting Corker back into the game. And MUERTE understands how important it is for them to get these placement points, to get these elimination points. And as too, there's a bit more chance to actually fight these engagements out, you know, because you can have that refrag potential. Only bandies here for Furia. That's not ideal.
Dagestan looking to try and leave their ridges, their hillsides on that south side, that they're really solid, Blank. They have got a lot of power in Dagestan's position, but having to leave it, it's a downhill struggle into a lot of established teams. Furia will be sprayed down. Tron and Azel able to just light up on a 2v1. It's a real tough time. MELISE have lost a player in the meantime. Hang on a minute. It could be pretty dangerous. It was just a knock over to CEO later. KASIK were able to put those nades in and find that opener. But they want that res, and it looks like MELISE will be allowed to do so.
Yeah, are able to get themselves underneath on this side. It was a two-man push-up, one in either vehicle. Getting a knock is nice, but not quite enough. And to take over Longhouse here, you'd need a lot more than just the two players. You have to get some really, really strong nades over towards this position. Next over coming in soon, that will be stage 7. 2 zones away from the closer. REGNUM KARYA still in the game, 5 eliminations, not doing too badly at all. This feels like a very Turkish-dominated day so far.
I mean, EU's day was yesterday, seemingly, with KONINA Power, with NEXUS, even Major Pride as well, stepping up quite significantly. Turkey had to have an answer. And so far in the first 2 matches, you're right, it has changed its tune. Shifu trying to take down the party bus. Symphony from Galatasaray trying to hold on as Dagestan are shimmying to that east side, but the descent from the ridge that I highlighted earlier is just so tough. And with this circle going slap bang on the MELISE compound yet again, Blank, I feel like it's only OZAROX really who can reasonably take this one away from them.
You know, there is potential for a crash here coming through from next RÜYA if they play their cards right. They know they need to deal with OZAROX first, though. It's kind of the same story for both teams. It's not as easy as it seems to hold on to this location that MELISE Esports currently have, right? I think a lot of times what you'll see is one of this team like giving up space on one side of the compound. You either give up space on the warehouse or you give up space on the longhouse, and you play as a 4-man either side. Most of the time it is the team giving up space on the warehouse. You play longhouse because it's so much more open in the warehouse itself. You allow teams to come in there and then you just take shots, you send grenades over. That's kind of like the win condition. Right now, MELISE Esports haven't opted for that. They've still got a lot of players just darted all around this location, which could open up some frags inwards, which is the only thing that worries me here.
KASIK team, the duo that has been sat there for a while, giving a bit of jip over towards MELISE, probably has only about 30 to 40 seconds before REGNUM KARYA crest this ridgeline or before those nades find them. Maybe even less than that, with Wild already as far forwards as he is. KAOS are looking to move now, and teams are starting to get shredded. That south side eliminated. Dagestan are away, so everybody now on the north side of that road crossing that sat in front of them. MELISE still spread on this 2-2 split across both sides of the compound. They haven't given up that ground that you said is a much more regular way of fighting, but both RÜYA and OZAROX are moving across these hills to clash with one another. REGNUM KARYA on the roll-up. Poser needs to spray it down, but another duo right up onto the ridge. Azel first down.
Tron's in, tries to get a spray, but the double peek there coming from MELISE Esports keeps them very, very safe. They still have a player over towards the warehouse, but they are looking to confirm further over towards Longhouse now. But another knock comes through over towards one of the players from MELISE Esports. There's a lot of players sending on this way now. Realistically, it's going to be hard for KISU to get across without being spotted at this point in time. So it is just the 3 players. They go for the res. They get one up. KAOS currently removing the final members from KASIK. Tenchik has a big task ahead of him.
Without KASIK there, it would have been KAOS rolling straight on into this compound, Blank, so they are going to thank KASIK for the hold on the south side. MELISE back to full force. And speaking of full force, a scrap on the northern mountains here as OZAROX and next RÜYA have still yet to fully commit to this engagement. I mean, fair enough. You don't really want to go for this just yet. You don't want to take that risk.
Storm for nade, though. You wait for them to get towards nade range first. Frozen tries to provide that information back across again. Some good loot here over on next RÜYA, actually. They've been waiting this game out fairly patiently. 2 eliminations, so not too many fights taken, which means that they are very kitted for this endgame.
I mean, Yekta, he seems very low on ammo there. Only 1 magazine at the back, only 1 first aid as well. As OZAROX clearing out their eastern side. KAOS take a casualty. Close to MELISE, and the spikes back and forth across these hills bring Swain so low. That is really unfortunate, but he isn't going to go down, not just yet.
Yeah, that could have been a really big opener. Getting rid of the backstop there for NEXUS would have been huge. Because then you know that there's nades just to be thrown towards the front there. MELISE Esports not doing a great job of holding this whole scene. Later goes down as another Matcap. Puts them to bed. And the last one goes down for MELISE Esports. Just 2 spread.
How on earth do they let that one slip away? A massive misstep for MELISE on the central area. They all get found, all get spotted. And now it's all the teams on the outside competing for this next spot. A crazy push-up for KAOS and a crazy spray down for Matcap. Able to do so much for KAOS.
Seriously well done. Luckily for NEXUS, they're able to get their player back up again before the next circle starts to push in. But this is zone 9 now. And a nice setup from OZAROX there will cause problems with the vehicles. That's the boon that it affords them, gives them that impromptu cover. But on the side, it's KAOS that does spot a couple of players. Going to keep them locked down. Maybe enough time for NEXUS to send down towards the south. They initiate, they open up. Frozen takes one of them out.
Now OZAROX looking to keep the pressure on, but they've only got Storm remaining. 3 players from NEXUS. Zebwolf with the challenge, but doesn't manage to find it. Zephyr getting burned away in the blue zone. Also will tick those health bars. Something awful. The final player falls, and it is just NEXUS now up against KAOS, who were able to do so much against MELISE. They'll pull up that mantle as well and be able to take the longhouse, move through this compound blank.
They might just be able to get this 1 or 2 reses. They know they need it. With Frozen going down there, that is a sideline that you desperately need to stay open. 3v1. How up on this location? Yeah, it's just not possible.
How on earth do KAOS make that one work? I think with those final 4 teams, all of us would have looked at that and said, okay, MELISE just hold KAOS out. Do they crash from the northern side and take it away from them? But in the end, KAOS just demolished that south hole for MELISE. And rightly getting the chicken dinner off the back of that play alone, it is very much deserved.
Yeah, I think you're just too greedy there as MELISE, honestly. You're trying to hold out towards that ridge side, and I think you've got to fully focus onto one location. You give up warehouse. You give up warehouse in that situation 100 times out of 100, essentially. And by the time they started setting up towards longhouse as well, getting Lewis on towards the high ground, KAOS had already got themselves into a really, really strong location. Yes, Matcap performed massively well there, but the setup on longhouse just came in way, way too late.
It's just so unfortunate. I mean, I had MELISE predicted. I felt like they were just getting shift after shift after shift. So even after that, it felt like, okay, yeah, I've got this in the bag. MELISE just are going to be able to hold this through. But you're right. They get way too bold. Putting a player on the roof, even, I feel like that was a step too far. I mean, you play up on those windows on that balcony.
It's fine. It had to come earlier, though.
I mean, sure. Yeah, and they had to regroup it in later on as well. And that just didn't happen like you highlighted. So, massive misstep for MELISE. The teams on those northern high grounds couldn't get past one another either. They couldn't navigate that treacherous terrain and get through to take on KAOS out full force. In the end, it was KAOS, who we've discounted for most of this tournament, able to take down everybody in their path.
A massive game from KAOS. The only question is, why couldn't they do this earlier? And maybe more consistently. Maybe they would have a chance for PMGC, but this team down towards the bottom of the table at least can keep their heads held high as they're able to get 1 chicken dinner here in this event. And not to mention some good experience going forward into next year as well, which is, I think, what this whole event for them was about.
Exactly. I think it's good for them to have a bit more experience to get the win, and he's gonna jump in.
It's manic. It's absolute pandemonium in the PUBG Mobile arena here, as KAOS has finally been able to get themselves a victory. And they did it pretty well as well here, being able to exploit MELISE on their movements around that compound. Good for them.
Yeah. I mean, you clear REGNUM KARYA, you clear KASIK team over to the west, you can play the ridge to enter the compound. It's a good approach to it. Yeah, they're pretty decent.
It's another Klar's thumbs up of approval.
That's right.
Wow. Take a look at their player sets here. Matcap, I believe he was their top fragger when it came to league stage too.
I'm here for KAOS.
They're your favorite team, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they've got orange on their jersey.
Team Falcons, I'm hearing, are watching this, and they're Give you some different.
Yeah. They're the best team in the world. Yeah, but I mean, look at that as well. Demon666 getting himself plenty of damage on the board. Again, in terms of like exploiting that compound, sometimes it can be difficult to push up to that.
Yeah.
But the fact that MELISE was a little bit disjointed over that compound does provide a vulnerability that they could exploit.
The thing is, early on in this compound, in this warehouse, you want to hold a 2-2 split between Longhouse and the warehouse. That's the best way to gather information and also to transition, depending on what position you want to defend. I think they did regroup so late that teams were actually able to punish them trying to regroup between the buildings, and because of that you lose players, you can't defend against KAOS anymore, and then you give KAOS not only Longhouse but also the rooftops, which in that position are so damn powerful. And off the back of that, 15 eliminations on board, so good for KAOS, and get himself a little bit of extra prize pool, which is still in play here for them.
Yeah, and looking down the rest of the list as well, obviously to focus on the teams who are still trying to fight for their chance to get into PMGC. MELISE, already in 5th place going into this match, have been able to get themselves another 8 points. Also, we're not seeing MADBULLS ahead of them. We're not seeing any of the teams that were in 4th, 3rd, I mean, 2nd place is a little bit of a stretch, be able to be ahead of them on points, even REGNUM CARYA. And I know when I say that, Max immediately like mutes out his headphones here because he doesn't hear their team name. 7 points. And they were on the cusp of getting into that front page as well, because we see S2G not going to be here. We see MUERTE not here as well on the front page. There's a very real possibility that REGNUM CARYA could sneak in just under the wire.
Also, we haven't seen...
Sorry, it's just like moved on teams.
Move on. I was like, moving on right now. Because I wanted to point about one of the teams in the top 5 that we saw at the start of the day. Is Esports has had 2 rough games. So second place could also be contested. There's a little bit of extra prize pool that could be won by some teams. And also, who knows, an extra spot for PMGC maybe opens up if they really struggle for the rest of the day. Yeah, otherwise, I'd like to see OZAROX getting points on board. I would have liked OZAROX, if I want to be hyper-critical of their play, breach the compound of MELISE a bit earlier, because they scouted out where RÜYA were playing. You know, a natural progression from their position is to play that eastern ridge, and they're going to be an issue on further crashes. I would like to have seen OZAROX just a bit earlier on that pivot, and if they do so, get access to the warehouse, share that position with MELISE, and who knows, off the back of that, maybe win the whole game.
We're talking a lot about who's going to go to PMGC and all this stuff and things like that. Of course, very, very important, right? But at present, I don't see anybody knocking RÜYA off #1 here.
No, they're not moving.
They are unbelievably consistent with their games. Another double-digit game on the board here, coming in from the east side, which actually the approach to this down the line gets a little bit kind of treacherous in itself. They are playing a fantastic tournament here, so kudos to them for what is sure to be their championship if they can keep this up.
I don't even need wins, they just need average points like this, and they're just constantly going to be remaining in first
Not even that, if can't step up and get some points on the board, right?
Yeah. That was the only challenge for them, potentially.
And they're looking like a very well-oiled CCT, more importantly. And
agreed.
On the opposite end of this, though, one team that we're talking about, the roller coaster they've been having, able to really go up to the moon. Well, one thing we forgot to tell you, Claris, is actually I've been playing Roller Coaster Tycoon, and I made one of those roller coasters where he does a loop-de-loop, and he goes a little too fast to come back and comes off the roller coaster into a crash. Because that's exactly what Nexus have done here today. 0 points yet again.
That's a dark ending.
That's the
never did that in Roller Coaster.
That's the only way I played Roller Coaster Tycoon back then. It was like,
I was taking care of my park. I was a good guy.
You're too young to have played Roller Coaster Tycoon. You're a liar.
I played it.
Played Roller Coaster
I played
Tycoon
it.
10, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. We'll take a look at the overalls now and see how things have adapted and changed here with this last match. And next RÜYA, 22-point lead over Bra. They're not going to be caught. There's almost no world they're going to be caught. And MELISE have pushed themselves up to 3rd. Major Pride have fallen to 4th.
Yeah. We've been saying it the entirety of yesterday and now today that point gap was so minimal that any team could breach into a top 3 position. I didn't expect it to be MELISE though. That really is a big surprise for today. Playing the edge on game 1, playing center on game 2 and getting as many points as they actually have. Good for them, so they might be reaching PMGC with these kind of results. But again, you look below, teams like KONINA Power, like S2G, MUERTE can also close that gap for the rest of the day.
The only stumbling block, I suppose, for MELISE is that I think they maybe could have got more points from this game, right? In theory, they could have. But yeah, 3rd is extremely respectable right now. If they are able to kind of continue down that warpath, maybe they could catch up with BRA, considering that they've had a little bit of a flub in the past 2 games. So yeah, still quite a bit to play for.
I mean, and the thing is for MELISE as well is that you're kind of comfortable where you are because, again, with NEXUS and MADBULLS still in our top 5, which you have to be careful of because if MADBULLS fall out of top 5, things get a little bit interesting. They have a decent buffer at the moment against like S2G or MUERTE. So as long as they just keep playing okay, not go out early, not look for any like early engagements and just play for the placements, they should be getting their sums through.
You can tell as well, though, for OZAROX, obviously, you know, they don't, as I said it in the previous standings when we looked at them, they don't entirely want their destiny to be in S2G's hands. You can see from the previous 2 games, there's been a little bit of a step up there. They've clearly gone away at the end of last night and thought to themselves, all right, how can we approach these games a little bit differently? We're seeing a bit more of a resilient OZAROX compared to the last 3 days.
Yeah. Well, you know what, gentlemen? You know what it's time for? It's match 2's over. And not after match 2, we head to a TDM.
Ooh,
the Repaga on Zombie Arena.
There we go. Zombie Arena coming on through with that RPG vending machine. I feel like getting an RPG out of a vending machine it's quite an interesting delivery method of getting those weaponries on board.
Yeah, you really are like, kind of pulling that thing out for quite some time, you know, reaching up and inside the vending machine. It's difficult. It is really difficult. Now, Galatasaray, the Repaga champions. See what happens here. Can Nexus take them down? I'd like to see it. I'd like to see an EU team make it all the way through. There's a lovely nade to start things off. 2 eliminations already. That'll open them up for some monies.
That's what you're looking for. Grabbing those RPGs as soon as possible. Cheeky on the outside. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. The final's yet to happen today, and it looks like it's going the way of Nexus so far, but oof. That was a little bit of an execution there from the top rope on Doran.
Bashed him there with the DBS. Galatasaray and Nexus going against one another. Don't worry about this when we're seeing both teams the same colour. That's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. It's confusing, but don't worry about it.
It is fine. That's the logos are some way around. I think from Galatasaray's perspective, it's fine. But when we're on board with Nexus, it gets a little bit funky. A little bit funky with it. Rauma's looking for these spots. To be honest, it's kind of not super impactful being able to get these early eliminations. 7-3, it's still a good start, but it's all about getting those RPGs on board, because immediately, as soon as you have that suppression, as soon as you have that angle control, you just dominate across all of these open spaces.
For Nexus, though, they're just using nades. The OG explosive working very well for them. Galatasaray keeps trying to get this RPG online, but Nexus is just flooding in towards their base.
But now, the tides may turn. Symphony wants the spray instead of the RPG, and actually gets taken down by a close-range shotgun. DBS is there for the spray down for the trade. Still 10-5. I'm surprised these RPGs aren't having more of an impact, because Nexus just aren't letting them get away with it. These DBSs are brutal.
I really like this from Nexus, actually. They're just like, right, we can't get close to you because you've got RPGs. Just gonna get towards that top side and use the DBS towards our advantage. You know, the RPG may be a one-shot, but the DBS in close range, far deadlier.
They are trading now, and Nexus have started to get the RPGs on board for themselves, but a direct hit comes through from Zafox. Galatasaray trying to keep themselves in. Kapahala trying to drop on through with the DBS, but will be shut down as Zafox trades to one of his own. 13-8, 14-8 now, as they are going back and forth. Both teams with the RPGs on board. Redox on the high ground, does take a tag, but nothing more than that.
Redox, I was looking for a bit more. Exo's also got one on board. Doran sidesteps it.
Ooh. Towards those backlines, they continue to ring through. A nade over, looks pretty well placed. You don't need a rocket on the back of that grenade to propel it. It's going to work wonders either way. Doran able to find another point for Nexus.
That's the cheeky move here coming through from Doran. I really like the way he's playing this now, and I think this is the counterplay. They have been workshopping this for quite a while, is that if you can't play from the other side because of the RPGs, you've got to get up close and personal, because there is a long reload time on that RPG, whereas the DBS is just going to keep pumping out the bullets.
Still 21-11 is first to 30 to decide third place in the TDM tournament. And 8 points needed for Nexus. They have been, you're right, kind of playing this hybrid RPG DBS style, with the backlines being held down by the rest of the roster, but this forwards aggression from Kapahala and Doran. They're making it work with these DBSs. And 24 points now on the board, only 6 needed.
That was very smart. I like it, you know. I wish they'd have this much strategy when it came to the actual tour.
Oh, why'd you have to do it to them? They got 2 points to win. And you've just put a downer on that. This whole affair. Doran jumps on out, giving a point over to Galatasaray. The shots from underneath blast up through the rafters. And Kapahara finds the final blow. Doran with 12 eliminations out of the 30 that Nexus were able to find there. A nice, swift victory. A hybrid RPG DBS playstyle coming through from Nexus to take that 3rd place position. But we still have yet to crown our champions. Blank, that'll happen later today after this next match.
Yeah, Galatasaray thought they had it in the bag there as soon as they got those RPGs online. However, Nexus, they've got a little trick up their sleeve, so I really like that from them. But we're heading back over towards their main tournament now. Back to what counts. But it's been an interesting run so far. You know, MELISE Esports, I think they definitely dropped the ball on that last game. Could definitely got a lot more points, as the boys were saying, and that could have really set themselves up for a very indomitable position towards the top side of the lobby. As it stands, you know, there still can be a jump up, a leap over MELISE by the end of the day, because we've still got 4 matches to play so far, which is quite a bit, right? That's 80 points, give or take, difference if you've got one team winning all of them. Unlikely to happen, but again, I think MELISE, they're not safe yet.
No, certainly not. But they have managed to get themselves a pretty decent chunk, and I think they are one of the teams that is least at risk, specifically 3rd least at risk, right? Because they're in 3rd place right now from dropping down out of those top spots. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to just get, you know, I would say if they can get 20 points in the rest of these 4 matches, it's gonna be fairly safe for them. If they can get more than that, it's gonna be a bonus. That is purely based off the vibe though right now, so I haven't actually run the numbers. But 20 points, it sounds nice. It sounds nice for them. And the number of teams beneath them that would need to gain in excess of that, I feel like there just isn't the potential there. So we'll see if they're able to hold on to that spot.
Yeah, I have a good feeling that Gladiators are gonna win this game.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Because a really good feeling, actually. You know, it's the vibe is right. You know, like you said, the vibe is not off.
Okay.
This is a Gladiators game. I think it's going to head up towards the northwest. There's only so many times it can head down towards the south.
Okay.
Gladiators are going to play it slow, and they're going to get themselves a win. And that win will bring them the confidence they need to perhaps push up to 9th place, but not make it into PMGC.
Oh, that would be unfortunate. That would be unfortunate. If they mount their resurgence now and they just fall short, it would be so devastating. I think for morale. For a roster that's been together for so long as well and hasn't been able to adapt to this lobby. That's real tough stuff. The plane path leans from Severny down towards Novo, so it cuts out that west side a little bit more than maybe a few of these teams are comfortable with. OZAROX over towards Stalba. Next, RÜYA dropping potentially over to Zaki or North George, depending on where they grab those vehicles. Who else drops in that area as well? Could potentially see some hot drops around that sunken area, around Rozhok. Looks like Major Pride are going to stay in Severny this time, so not going to split around sunken.
No, just chill on that area. They have lost a player, Naomi, on the drop, which is sort of interesting. They also did lose a player to a flush. That's from the Gladiators. Starting things off strong there. I feel it. Feel it in my bones.
They did it to S2G previously over a Gaka, and then got taken out by KAOS on a bridge crossing, but we don't have to talk about that. It's a hard southwest shift, Blank. It still cuts a bit of military base in. Of course, it's a circle on Erangel in the PUBG Mobile European Championships, Blank. Of course there has to be some military base in it.
Of course. But Primos, you know, technically open right now. Nexus is usually the team to drop there, so a team could wide wrap on the western roads, pick up that position for themselves. KAOS Esports, I think that's losing to S2G there around box compound. Gladiators still have to wrap on that northern side. I thought they found themselves another elimination, which would have been pretty insane. Next, RÜYA also on their northern edge. Ooh, interesting. A lot of crazy and weird little drops coming through from a lot of separate teams.
I mean, it is kind of a funky plane path, right? A lot of teams would like to be in that southwest area, but it weren't afforded it by the plane path. And Now we'll have to see how they coalesce, how they regroup towards these areas. S2G rotating very close to the Gladiators here. And could be a little bit dangerous, but the Gladiators loathed to step out of their vehicles. It feels like they have put themselves in these scenarios a few times and been pulled out of it. So hopefully this is a sign that they've adjusted to it. Are S2G going to chase this? No, they're just going to divert to the east side of Everest and swing down through Gatka, their normal drop spot.
Yeah, take the time with it. I mean, that's fair enough. You know this is open, so you may as well take somewhere in the circle that has decent rotational paths out of it that you know for sure is free at this point in time, that you can get yourself some decent loot off the back of it. South George for the Gladiators can start to move down towards on that west side, circumvent around Everest, eliminate some sightlines on their rotate. A lot of teams on the eastern edge will need to move. Demon, try to get up close and personal with a knife there, just not possible.
Yeah, when you have the vehicle pressuring you from that side of the tree, you have to peek into a scar. There's really nothing you can do about it. And that will be a pickup for S2G. A very important team in terms of those overall standings. As we've highlighted a few times, if we closed off the tournament right now, S2G's spot would be going over to OZAROX because they would qualify for that league stage, but they've already been invited. So that would drop down those PMGC points tables on Turkey to give OZAROX a chance in PMGC, which would be quite the turn-up for OZAROX, who have not been performing so far this tournament. They've had a good game today. They were able to get, obviously, very deep into that Miramar that we just saw from them, but weren't quite able to finish it out.
Dagestan just leaping over the top side of BRA at the moment. Dangerous team to be rotating alongside with. Very snappy, those guys, like an alligator. Can never be certain when they're going to bite. In the meantime, MELISE Esports went down towards Primos, you know. They saw Nexus dropping over towards that eastern side, towards Milta Power, so they're fairly certain they're one of the closest teams off towards that western edge of the circle, so they just decide, you know what, we're just going to send it past Ferry Pier, down towards Primos, get themselves a decent position. Lots of loot in this area as well. Not likely to run into any teams early on. You can also play around Quarry, towards Swamp side, potentially take some of the high ground that is on the higher end of things, over towards the center side of this circle. So for MELISE Esports, pretty decent path ahead of them right now. But a lot of other teams already making some quick rotations, and the majority of them are the Turkish members. Got REGNUM KARYA moving through with two players in the back there with Tron and Loxy, just lagging behind slightly.
Major Pride trying to get that cross done early from the north side, dropping out around Saverney. They're looking fairly healthy on the loot, so they will just be trekking their way down through past Everest. See if they can find some spots. The coastline, that west coast, is yet to be fully occupied. You talked about MELISE having a really strong chance here again after moving nice and quickly into this area. They also have control of a boat or two on those spawn locations down on that southwest side, which will, on the very slight chance that the circle shifts over to that military base, give them that extra opportunity to make points happen on their team. From that south side position. Dagestan moving past Quarry in the meantime, just to the north of MELISE, and will be taking up residence further to the west.
Yeah, they took a very fast rotate there. Nicely into position as well. They could hold out MELISE Esports on this spot. Honestly, they didn't have a huge amount of looting time for themselves. They might be trying to get some loot in towards Primos themselves. I don't think they were privy to the rotation that MELISE Esports made, though I think if you are Dagestan, the experience that they have into this game, they'll assume that someone's already made this rotate, someone's already around this area. With one player split off from the rest of MELISE Esports in Kissu, this is effectively a 4v3 if they run into this head first. But again, MELISE Esports, if Dagestan are unaware, have the drop.
This could be dangerous over towards Primos. This is an active fight to take for Dagestan over towards MELISE. Dagestan fairly low down on the tables right now, close to OZAROX, in between OZAROX and Gladiators on the tables. They would need a gangbusters game to be able to come out on top and to be able to get a qualification spot. So maybe they're just hunting for these eliminations, and they're pushing quite aggressively with Shifu in towards Primorsk. Potential to be a sneaky snake on the inside, but Shifu pulls back his influence, jumps back in the buggy, and will fold back into the team.
Yeah, Zadira actually took some shots early on, so I think we can be pretty much confident to say that MELISE Esports spotted these players as they made their approach in. I think they took the smart choice, though. You know, they headed up towards the hill on the northern side. Quick getaway if necessary. Major Pride very close to them, and Gladiators looking to shunt all these teams down towards that southern edge.
They'll attach the plow to the front and force all these fights to happen. They didn't really force that one, though, as Nomi sails straight on in. Dagestan were already there. A little bit of a lack of information for Major Pride, and they will fall prey to it. Deliver a buggy straight to Dagestan as well.
KASIK team and BRA. BRA has actually lost a player. You can never count this team out. They play these engagements phenomenally well. Fleck doesn't know there's a player above him. They like to be silent, these guys. It's sort of terrifying when you get an engagement with them because they are happy just to wait things out. And for KASIK team, I think they make the optimal move, which is just to send away, but Toxic does send out. We'll get the flush on him just as he flies over the top of the edge onto his knees. Luckily, he brought the knee pads with him.
We've just had a circle shift that keeps so much water. It's about 50% playable terrain. If you exclude the military island, it is about 50% playable terrain in this next circle, which shrinks it by half. A massive, massive difference. We're talking about a stage 4 circle, in effect, for stage 2. The hills that line just above Ferry Pier with those forests could be really important. BRA and KASIK, this fight guards one end of access to those hills, so being able to hold it down would be beautiful. And KASIK team able to just hop on through and find another player from BRA. Kane falls.
Coursera and Tospic. Last players up here and alive. Let's wait this one out. Kane providing that information back across. Tospic with a nade sends it over towards the top of the building. Won't find any damage though, so now it is just down to these two players.
KASIK, full control of the ground floor now. And an aid onto the outside, onto Tospic. Leaves Coursera, the last player to stand. He's got the PPP zone. Is he going to be able to find anyone on the ground floor? You like that rhyme? I think you do. He's only the last player to stand, though. And with that nade bouncing over on up to the top, the rest of KASIK will follow it up, but they are getting cut down, and the Bison is actually doing work. He swaps to the M4. A little bit of a misstep here for KASIK as two of their players fall. They don't get an answer. Reflect trying to regroup here, and he might just look for the drop down. Gets the reload on the Bison, drops through. Can he find an angle? Not quite, and it's going to allow Mandarin up to the top side. Coursera wants to take KASIK down all on his lonesome. Pushes in the staircase, a threat. They're looking for both the reses, the flush, the step out wide, a reflect in the challenge, and will be able to keep KASIK there. Both reses stuck, and KASIK will stay alive as 4.
Damn, that is absolutely crazy. They're able to get both of those back up again. Dagestan ripping Gladiators to shreds, just Matic. My prediction was wrong. This is...
Yeah, you didn't lock it in though, so...
I mean, honestly...
Probably why.
I just feel bad for the Gladiators at this point in time because...
Yeah.
These circles just haven't been kind to them whatsoever. And I think they tried to play the best game they could here, heading over on that western side, trying to hit up some of these compounds on the northern edge. It's just cruel circle after cruel circle for this team. On the rotation pass that they take, it sounds like an excuse. And I think that, you know what, they haven't played amazingly. But I do think when you get these kind of circles, a game after game after game after game, it really does start to play on the mental after a while.
It's got to. And I mean, they're making the right decisions, right? But the execution just isn't there. And as you say, it is that confidence. It is that mental game that keeps those executions together. And it has crumbled. The dynasty that Gladiators have built up over the last 3 years of being together as a roster, it seems to be falling short of the mark here this season. And that is a really unfortunate turn of events for them. A roster that has had such an impact across the global PUBG Mobile scene as well. To have this fall from grace, it's not great to watch. It's not that much fun, I'll tell you that, Blank.
Next on the event, though, coming in from that eastern side. Slowly pushing it in. It's the team that likes to play on the outside edge of the circle. interesting play style that they do have. Very brute force, I would say, from this squad. Some of the best nades in Europe on this team. EXO as well as Doran. Really hitting some crazy numbers. And EXO grab his first there drop as well. It is a slightly weird rotation on that western side as well, John, right? You know, with Gladiators heading down that western side, Dagestan getting pushed away from where currently MELISE was playing in Primorsk. Major Pride getting caught up in that too. Doesn't make much sense.
There is a lot of chaos being thrown around in this lobby. KAOS themselves might be getting thrown around by next RÜYA on this hilltop. On the east of Quarry. Madcap, Slay, both in a position to challenge Frozen. But they've already lost Demon, so they're playing on as 3. Next RÜYA, they have that line, but it's west to east as opposed to lining up against KAOS. So baseline of fire not quite as efficacious as maybe it could be, but Frozen will crawl forwards nonetheless. 5 nades in his pocket to send over towards Madcap, or maybe even Slay on the long shot. Lord Cedric further south on the off angle there, but he's over the ridgeline and doesn't quite have an angle on that approach from Frozen, not just yet.
Cedric just creeping his way over the top side. Falconis will go down to Dagestan. Just been sweeping really on this western edge. Keep stays out of the action. He just wants to regroup the rest of his team, try and get ahead. Let's pick up some of these eliminations. At stage 3, heading into stage 4, you don't really want to be out in the blue for much longer. Nexus understand that. Dagestan understand that too. Galatasaray pushed all the way down towards the edge of Ferry Pier. Awkward position, that I'd say. That is a proper awkward position to be in.
They are right on the end there. The next circle just about to pop, and to be fair, they'll still be in it, but this is brutal. A circle that keeps so much water in at this stage, Blank, leaving Ferry Pier all the way through, and most likely you're going to be able to put 3 teams in there, maybe 4 if you're super careful, but it's going to be really, really tense. It's the teams on the outside that are going to have to duke it out with one another. I'm looking at KAOS, looking at next RÜYA, REGNUM, KARYA, S2G, all of these teams going to have to move from the north.
Yeah, Ferry Pier is one of the most difficult positions on the map to play in. Like, the topography of that area is really unenjoyable. A lot of situations where you're running from circle to circle across the edge. There's wide gaps in between Ferry Pier itself. So just wide dead zones where you move from one building to the next. In that moment, there's a lot of sight lines available because of the differing elevation in that area. It's not fun, I'd say, to be playing in here. I think if anyone can do it, though, probably would be to MUERTE. I think they really do enjoy these types of chaotic endings.
Oh, a straight up rundown coming on through towards OZAROX, but there is a trade, and Dagestan are losing as many players as they're throwing at this situation. OZAROX able to keep a hold of some of this beach at least. They might even be able to get this res, but Zadira pops the nade over the top. It looks like it could be on the money. Did that res come through? No, it's Swain to go very low, but Sefir can still stick this res. Zadira, 2 more nades, and that one will be on the target that he was looking for. Gets the flush, gets the knock. KAOS now going to try and assault onto the beach here from the western point. Storm for OZAROX, holding it down on the flank though, forcing them to hit the deck, forcing them to cower under his rain of bullets. And Zadira on the outside. That backplate upon which Storm will keep that crunch pressing.
It's really well done, actually. I didn't think Dagestan would live this long, but I think it's the amount of sightlines around this area which is causing problems. REGNUM, KARYA try and make their way in to pick off a cheeky position to play alongside some of the teams that is within Ferry Pier itself. But Galatasaray just having a great time with this at the moment. You know, sending these nades across, Loxy likely to go down. MADBULLS also suffering here on the southern side, but it's Nexus, which might be the interesting pick here to look at right now. Slowly making their way across to one of the buildings that I find some of the most interesting areas of Ferry Pier. Unfortunately, MUERTE do spot out Doran there.
Furia up on that small bit of elevation there, kind of opposed to Redox right now for Nexus. Nexus being on the inside of these buildings, can just look for these reses if MUERTE don't go for that full push. And most likely MUERTE wouldn't want to push out this far. They just want to stop NEXUS from moving on in. So getting these picks, just reducing that armor value, reducing the meds available to NEXUS is still a good turn up, but they shouldn't be able to get these flushes unless NEXUS get a little bit of a misstep going into their gate. And they will hope to keep that one going forwards. S2G on the northern side. In the meantime, with next RÜYA, their neighbors, KASIK Team Beyond.
Indeed, KASIK Team over towards that northern edge. As well as S2G and next RÜYA. Real slobber knocker and engagement on this top side at the moment. Really one team's getting away from it, John.
A crossfire from over the top of next RÜYA, but two of them are going to get out. Doka Machine left a little bit high and dry, but to be fair, KASIK and S2G are suppressing one another. 2 knocks over to S2G, and the cross is necessary. With the shift as it sits, they will need to get away from this one. A real tough circle for, I think, everyone involved. To call this one, I think this is probably one of the tougher predictions we're going to have to make here, Blank. It is really tricky stuff, and this tournament in general has been full of just crazy circles in these final stages. We've had a Central Island finish over on the river. We've had that the Sanhok Island finish with the MADBULLS. We've had military islands. We've had so many coastal positions. It has been nasty for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. I think that this is a little bit easier to call though, right? Because I think some of the teams that we should at least be focusing on are MUERTE, NEXUS, MADBULLS, as well as GALATASARAY. Because even if this does move away from this area, it's likely that a lot of these teams on the outside edge are going to be starting to take many shots against one another. Gladiators, it's Matic all on his own, so might be able to take down S2G here. It'd be lovely if he's able to claim himself a couple more points in the process, but even so, just being able to hold on to this position is absolutely massive.
Could be able to find control of this crossing that he's looking for. See if he can stay on that eastern side. Sorry, on that northern side, in that shack. For S2G not to be able to cross here, they were in such a solid position, but they are being cut on this movement. KASIK have managed to get through and onto the northern side of MUERTE. A really nice maneuver. Obviously, KASIK were engaged before on that scrap on the north side with next RÜYA, so to be able to extricate themselves, highly valuable.
MUERTE making the right choice here. Pushing out just a little bit. You know, if KASIK get a little bit too close, they understand that NEXUS is over towards that eastern side. They can't really allow KASIK to start being a bit of that probing presence on the northern edge that allows NEXUS to sneak up, cause a bit of pandemonium in that area. So smart from MUERTE to push out like this. It is aggressive, it is a bit greedy, but it's necessary to keep KASIK under tabs.
The exodus from Ferry Pier is going to be really, really tough. Only one of us, I think, has gone for a prediction. No, there's two. So Kale's gone for MELISE over on the western side. Max has gone for next RÜYA in the center of all of this on the beachhead. So they predict on the outside of Ferry Pier. The rest of us have gone on the inside. MUERTE feeling the pressure from KASIK, who have been sweeping through fairly effectively from this north. And now 2 players remain, Malloy and Milky Way.
Yeah, only down to 2 players now. It's not good at all. And NEXUS might be able to take advantage of this going forward. MADBULLS also very pleased. I mean, it's been a bit of a difficult turn of events for the MADBULLS, holding on that south side because they've been taking shots from many different teams. But as this slowly gets closer and closer towards the end of the game, you know, MADBULLS are kept safe now because KASIK is pushing into MUERTE. NEXUS pushing over towards KASIK and MUERTE too. A lot of these teams on the outer edges starting to take shots at one another. So MADBULLS have had to weather the storm quite a bit in this early game, John, but have managed to be able to keep themselves going. REGNUM, KARYA also just chilling in their little spot. And it's funny to me that Gladiators still have Matic in this game. 9 teams remaining, John, and he's still going, but he needs way, way more than this to actually get this done at this point in time. MELISE Esports also on that western edge. I mean, that's tough. That's tough. But if we know anything, MELISE Esports could get this done.
4 players alive on the outside. Redox gets spotted on the move forwards. Malloy able to hold down the angle. Unfortunate. That's going to leave NEXUS at 2 as well on the east side. KASIK have managed to navigate through along these ridges that sit on the north. You can see them playing terrain on the outside, but they are going to have to swing through. Matic potentially a problem for them in this area. MELISE on the outside too. Could be a difficulty that they shall face, but MUERTE try and run out, and they are straight into the firing line of KASIK. That is going to go fairly poorly for them, but now KASIK can try and push through Ferry Pier itself, maybe take a front-to-back fight with the MADBULLS, giving KaPaHALA and EXO a chance to move in as well.
For NEXUS, it's looking a little bit more difficult, but they understand more than anyone that they need points today. And despite them losing a couple of players, they have to go a little bit further here. Getting across to the next building, like I said, the problem with Ferry Pier is the wide gaps that happen between the buildings and the rough terrain that you have to pass through. KaPaHALA peeks out the side. They were missing him on that last game, but provides a little bit of support here on Erangel. That nade's going to be nasty, though. KASIK also getting involved. And MADBULLS remain at 4.
That's true, actually, yeah. Türkiye does go down, but that should be resable. Next, RÜYA in this bunker position. I mean, they have been here for quite a while. MELISE are now having to push in from the west side. The teams around Ferry Pier unlikely to push out, but they will have sight lines over this way. So next, RÜYA just needing to keep their heads down. This is a prediction coming through from Max, so he might be on the money with this one. That bunker position gives a lot of cover from teams trying to peek you.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, for MADBULLS in particular, this is where things start to get a little bit more tricky. They really do now have to deal with KASIK team, who have played a pretty decent game, honestly, from that northern edge. It's not easy getting down from that tree line towards this position, but they managed to do it. Tenshik, one of their more aggressive players on the team, will be sending grenades out over towards MADBULLS now, hoping to get a pick off.
We haven't spoken about them a lot. We said a little bit earlier it was awkward, their position, but GALATASARAY on Ferry Pier, on the west line, they've got a pretty decent set of cover from a lot of these teams looking to try and hold from the main settlements, and they have a chance to push in and stop anyone from moving out. It's actually not a terrible position for them, but they're going to have to really struggle once they have to regroup along this pier. You can see just the openness of that aggression. Poser spotted in the meantime, and that actually comes from Graxy across the way.
Graxy getting a decent shot in. MADBULLS, though, knows a lot of players on the outside edge. Zerich has to go big mode now. Looks out the doorway. Zashipa hits a good shot over towards him, but he'll still continue to peek off the back of it. Maybe looks for a flush, gets some more information through, but Türkiye unable to support now. Fleeke hits a healing, requests a little bit more damage coming through from Zerich, provides them more time. 2 players down for KASIK, but the same could be said for MADBULLS. And just reflect, left remaining.
Türkiye keeping his hopes up there, and Zerich steps out for a spray down. KASIK team dispatched. They could not push in on the north. Türkiye can get rezzed up again, and the MADBULLS with 6 have got a brilliant position. Next, RÜYA finally going to have to leave.
That was a fantastic play from Zerich as well. The quick sidestep on the initial spray into the next just caught Reflect lacking. In the meantime, though, Matic, 5th place in terms of placements. It's not bad, and he's crawling his way in. There's plenty of 2-player, 1-player teams remaining here in this lobby that he could maybe steal a couple more points away from. There is potential. Wonder if he's got any nades left remaining as well, because next RÜYA's position, easily nadeable, but it would reveal his spot.
At this point, I would say that GALATASARAY might have the best time of it, but Gladiator's run is drawn to a close. Next, RÜYA going to have to figure out how to move. But Lovazin has such a dominant angle over towards this area. Kisyu getting pushed in by the blue zone, having to dip up for a little bit of breath, and will not be able to go any further there for MELISE. A real tough time for them. They had a really good spot, but the shifts just didn't go their way. And now GALATASARAY can move up the west side of this pier. And what a shot from Yekta to find Zerich.
Mate, this guy's just flying in. Micro Uzi all over the place. Leaving MADBULLS feeling fairly glum. They're going to have to get that little hoof, stick it on the chin, think about that one, try and get themselves back into this game just a little bit. And GALATASARAY takes that as the sounding signal of the start of the race here, with a circle moving down towards them from Ferry Pier himself. Is GALATASARAY going to win this game?
Yeah, that little brown fedora on the top of it. It's Ferry Pier. What a finish it would be for Galatasaray to be able to take this one home. I mean, we saw KAOS take a chicken dinner and Galatasaray in a position where they could very much do the same. The teams at the bottom of these tables, Blank, starting to come alive in the final moments of this tournament, but it is too little too late. It's more important for the MADBULLS getting points here. Next, RÜYA able to accrue a lot of points, but they're already fairly firm at the top of these tables. And at this point, I feel like they've done enough. BRA not able to get any points this match. The fact that next RÜYA have 2 points, they're going to be able to get, what, 8 points probably established on this match at that top spot on the tables.
This is essentially about supporting their EU brethren within this region, right? If they can secure their spot in the top 5, they're allowing teams that are pretty close towards that top 7, right, to potentially get in. Obviously, with S2G playing the way they are right now, it would be OZAROX taking that 7th place position, but MADBULLS have to hang on to this in the eventuality that that spot opens up for EU. So right now, MADBULLS playing for glory. They're playing for prize money, but they're also playing for the rest of their teammates in their region. And by God, do they have to play it hard. Without Zerich left remaining on the team, the MVP from PMPL EU, Fleeke, Frozen, Tulika, all have to stand up versus this hellish squad of next RÜYA. But Tulika with the double over towards the rocks leaves them looking unsteady.
Standing tall indeed, a giant amongst the MADBULLS as Zedwolf tries to cross over towards Symphony, and they hold the middle position here, but Graxi has the backline. A really solid spread right now for Galatasaray, but the MADBULLS are still here, and they are still in the match. Frozen over towards that ferry pier, the closest to the angle. They're going to be worried about this high ground. You could see the repositions coming on through for Galatasaray. They know that the MADBULLS are trapped here. They know the line that they have to take. Lovazin given the opportunity to swim back to the rest of the team. But Frozen has the MG3, has got that position. If he hops up, if he gets a good side swipe across this ferry pier, he might be able to find something. He might be able to do it for the MADBULLS.
The naughty angle Frozen currently got, but there's a nade coming over the top side. It bursts too early, but he's got 2 more in the back pocket. Frozen holds the angle. Another, yet again. Too close, too far. His 3rd time the charm.
I don't know which side the circle centers up on, Blank. It feels like it's towards the Galatasaray side, which will favor them microscopically in these moments to come, but Symphony takes too much damage there, has to use some of that healing, has to expend some of that utility. The MADBULLS maybe looking to summit there. The MG3 has been unleashed. That's what did the majority of the damage over to Symphony. 12 eliminations already for Galatasaray. They've been picking people off for a long time, but they're grouped up. Could a nade from the MADBULLS find a cheeky little triple over the top? Graxi.
Oh, they have the advantage.
Moving on in.
This was so smart from the MADBULLS to completely take control over this area. Play this out slow because it's going to force them out into the water. This has been a perfect guard out from them. I'm surprised I didn't see this one coming sooner.
And into the water they go, forced to dip their toes. And it's more than water they'll find. It's a hail of bullets flying on through. The DBS unleashing its power, but Lovazin answers from the depths. Digs deep and finds the knock onto Frozen. There's the blue zone taking its toll, and the blue zone will continue to close, but the spray down is there. They just need to find one more. Symphony is in the water, and they are opening the cannons now from that top rope, from that top bar. Graxi goes down next. Tulika just needs to stay alive, just needs to heal a little bit more, but they're stepping out. If Fleeke drops down and Symphony has the stims to go for it, they might go down, but the MADBULLS are in the middle. Let Fleeke live. Symphony falls, and it is MADBULLS to be able to take the chicken dinner.
It's a really smart game plan as well, because no matter what happened there, MADBULLS shouldn't lose that game. I think it was really, really well done. They had to play a pretty dangerous 1-1 split, right, across the edge of those rocks to prevent Galatasaray from pushing up. It's just a lack of aggressiveness from Galatasaray until it was too late, right? And the second part of that game plan is keeping Fleeke at full HP. So they
put some meds towards him. They gave him the stims. He sat way back on the edge and only started getting involved towards that end game because both Frozen and Tulika, they were both 70% HP. So they were kind of relying on that end game, going over towards the top side of the bridge, spraying as much down into the water, allowing Felique to win out the game based on HP alone. So they had sort of 2 safety guards against that game. But the holdout over towards the rocky edge is just so well played. I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't spot it sooner. But again, very proud of my boys from EU on MADBULLS. And there you go. It's the hoof on the chin because they're thinkers. They are having a real ponder about that one because they have put up some fairly decent numbers on that game. So did Galatasaray. And again, it's like KAOS did previously. Sure, we don't get to see them get the chicken dinner, but they got a lot of eliminations there. I think they were up to 12 towards the end. So a really decent chunk of points. But again, it's just not going to be enough. They are still going to be right towards the bottom of the tables, which is unfortunate. But the MADBULLS, they've climbed a little bit closer towards the top.
No, production, no. Get the camera off me. Give me a solo shot of Kalaris because I think he's got a couple of words to say here about this last match.
Galatasaray, why? I am... Where do we begin? They had it in the back. All right, firstly, I've never ever seen a Ferry Pier ending, and then Galatasaray was there the whole game. All right? And they didn't win.
All the teams are coming their way too. It's like we're just waiting for them to arrive. And then they don't even go on top and they just get in the water.
The funniest part is, like, while we're watching this, before it centers up over there, you guys were both saying, like, Galatasaray, they're dead. Like, how are they to get away from Pier?
Well, they were...
And then the circle comes to them.
Like, aren't freest to wins.
They got to a late game.
Yeah, that is true. That is the farthest
they
they've
are.
got in a match.
I'll put my glasses back on so I can read.
Lavison and Graxi able to get themselves to 12 eliminations. RÜYA unfortunately going down early before they did swim over to the pier.
But yeah, it's the bottom of the leaderboards day. We got a KAOS win, we got a Galatasaray win.
Well, Galatasaray didn't win. I mean, they got to win for themselves. But
it's so improbable. I'm thinking, like, in my head, oh yeah, they should have won it.
Yeah.
All right.
It's how weird it was.
I was baited. They were baited. We were all baited, right? Here's what happened. I thought, all right, we're done. They're trying to seize control of the central position in the circle. But no, because they'd gone over to the rock, over towards the beach. I was like, oh yeah, cool. But no, that was...
Match rankings. Let's just see him here. MADBULLS 21 points, and obviously we're having a laugh here, but very important for MADBULLS actually, not for them, but for the teams around them in 6th and 7th place for them to get this, because it also means that it extends down into 6th, 7th place for other teams to qualify for PMGC. MELISE as well getting themselves 9 points, so getting themselves more secure in our top 5.
And MELISE have really changed their approach from the start of the tournament to now. They center up so quickly. They sent it to Primorsk on phase 1.
They get aggressive when they want to, and they realize we want to earlier.
Yeah, and they go for the swim when they want to also. Just send it solo in the water, which they got top 4 off the back of that. It's really tough when you have these circles on the beaches. You can't transition. If you can't play it, go in the water, survive for as long as you can. You get 4 placement points, 5 elims. That's enough to currently remain in a PMGC slot right now.
I mean, honestly, we sit on the desk multiple times. The casters have said it as well. The last day and a half of circles have been, well, I mean, the last 2 days. So. Yeah. It has been unbelievably brutal, like in terms of circles. I can't remember a time where we've seen back-to-back constant problematic
We were like,
circles.
finally a normal Erangel.
No. Which,
ridiculous.
To be honest, makes me want to praise NEXUS even more. The fact that they've been able to be consistent despite...
They solve the problems.
God-awful circles, it's fair to say. It's very impressive. They've been terrible, okay? And the fact that they've been able to find some semblance of consistency shows to me that NEXUS have what it takes to perform on a PMGC level. So I'm stoked with it right now. Are we going to get normal circles to wrap up the day? No, I don't think so. I've given up.
Maybe. Who knows? One thing we do know is we're going to take a look here at MADBULLS player stats this last match to see who was really standing out for them here. And Felique, you know, he was on the opposite side of the pier. We were wondering, is he going to be able to get towards center early enough? And he takes the position out completely away from Galatasaray.
Yeah.
Gets himself the win.
Honestly, I think MADBULLS is as surprised as we are that they were able to seize Pier and win the game the way they did. Like... Galatasaray had it go lockdown for the majority of the game. I get, actually, to be fair, like, to play devil's advocate for a second, I get why Galatasaray wanted to move towards the beach, because honestly, a finish like this is absolutely so rare. They want to try and seize that position, that control on the beach, because they're expecting the circle to kind of conclude, not the circle to conclude there, but the fight to eventually conclude there for them to have control of it, but that's not to be the case.
Also, when you're thinking about it, we were also thinking that the center was on the beach side, not on the pier itself. I think if they understood that, maybe they would have changed the approach of how they wrapped up that game, maybe apply more pressure onto MADBULLS, but the fact is on the pier itself, like the dot of the center of the circle on the pier makes it a lot tougher, so you need to try and get control and seize control first, otherwise MADBULLS will snatch it away.
Honestly, on the map for us, it's actually hard to see where the last exact point is. Like, so I can understand kind of the annoyance that does occur from that from maybe Galatasaray.
I do want to praise MADBULLS for something that was happening before. They saw the circle where it was going. They leapfrog all of the 3 teams in Ferry Pier itself. We're talking Nexus, we're talking KASIK team, we're talking MUERTE. Leapfrog those teams, and as the circle shifts away from the city, you're going to pick up 3 eliminations back and forth as the teams try to exit that position. So really good setup and good cosplay from Frozen as seaweed on the rocks. Very cool.
That was cool, yeah.
I was actually kind of hoping our entire highlight package was just going to be Galatasaray on the pier and then Galatasaray in the water.
I mean, honestly, I think for probably half of that game, they were probably as stunned as we were that the pier was still in for as long as it was. I was totally expecting a shift away from it eventually, and it just never came.
We're 20 minutes in the game, we're still alive. What's good?
Well, you know what? It is becoming crunch time, right? Because we're halfway through our final day, and it's time to take a look once again here at our overall standings to see where the teams currently stand. And MUERTE is still going to be out of reach at 8th place. Major Pride is slowly falling out of top 5 here. And BRA, they had another, I think, 0-point game here. So that lead is just continuing to extend here for RÜYA, as they're looking to pretty much lock in and secure their 26,000 bucks.
Considering the average that BRA brought in the past couple of days, I don't think any of us would have realistically thought that second place could have been under threat.
Yeah.
But now, that's a very real possibility here, as, again, nothing's really materialized from them in the past couple of games. BRA needs to have that kick back into action that we saw from them in the past couple of days, because honestly, I've been really entertained watching BRA in the past couple of days, just not today.
The Sunken Town, like not finish, but play we
the fight against Gladiators in Dagestan, that was the peak of Brat Esports in my opinion. That was their best.
That made us all say, bruh.
Yeah. Bruh, that was really good,
Well, look at here. I mean, MUERTE, 8th place at 119, S2G at 7th at 120. So again, right now, because of the way that these rankings are set, this means OZAROX would get into PMGC. However, if we do see MUERTE leapfrog S2G, there's a possibility they take that away from OZAROX and take the place for themselves. So there's a lot of tension here as we look down towards the second page. And Galatasaray able to move off the bottom of the leaderboards here, able to get up to 15th place. Nexus, where have they been, man? We were so excited. I know we've been talking about it every single match, but there was a real possibility we would have seen this team in PMGC, but they have only 3 matches left to step up and show what they've got.
The roller coaster has been going up, a little bit down. It's going to go back up again. Maybe at the end of the day, we'll see, but it's still a very small gap, but we're getting to the point where we're cutting off teams. I would say if you're beneath 12th position, you're out. PMGC out of the question.
All right, well, it is time to head into our final TDM here of our PMPL EU Champs. It's going to be in the room. We're going to be able to finally crown our champion of TDM here with John and Blake.
That's right. It's what you've all been waiting for. I'm fairly certain of it. The finals of the TDM bracket between OZAROX and the MUERTE. OZAROX able to go through on that top side of the bracket. We've seen a lot of them over in that zombie stadium. They did a lot with the RPGs, but this time they're going to have to take those open, longer range fights with the MUERTE in the room.
There's no way.
What?
There's no way they're playing with 3 players.
Wait, what? What?
Hey, all right.
Oh no, there's 4. There's 4.
Oh, okay, they're in. All right, they just started with. Okay. That was spooky. That was very spooky. He just DC'd. He disconnected.
Okay, so maybe they... Okay, there he is. Okay, there's definitely 4 of them. We've checked. We double-checked. They are all in. But still a little bit of an early lead, but back and forth between these 2 teams. This is first to 40. It's back to that standard set where the first minute is through. 6 eliminations have been found. Blank, we're looking for those pillow high ground spots.
We are indeed looking for those pillow high ground spots. Right now, over on the overall rankings, though, kind of curious about that. 180 points for NEXUS. I mean, they're certainly secured now, but they've taken so many points away from so many teams. We are looking at MUERTE right now on our screens. Currently losing, now tying, but 119 points. You know, just 1 point behind S2G in 7th place. They knock them out. They secure themselves a spot. So that's a really important amount of points they need to get, John.
Absolutely. They need to find S2G. I mean, it's a similar story for both NEXUS and REGNUM KARYA. And to be fair, kind of KASIK and Dagestan as well, with that chance to have a big game to put them back up. And the fact that we have 3 matches left to play, Blank, we have so very few matches left in this tournament, and it is still such an open ground. If people have these big pop of performances, it can really, really change things up. I mean, I know we've spoken so ill of the Gladiators, but
25 points. Yeah.
It's doable in 3 matches. It's right points, there. Right? It's within their grasp. Yeah, exactly. So all they need to do is get 25 points more than that 7th place bubble at this stage. But it's just so crazy. And also, speaking of teams that could qualify, MUERTE on that chase, S2G being what is essentially a placeholder for OZAROX, who's the other team in this TDM, right? They are right now in a spot where OZAROX would qualify if S2G stay where they are.
For sure. So it's so interesting at the moment. KONINA Power, you gotta praise them as well because they've done such a good job at trying to keep themselves in. But even them, 126 points, it doesn't feel all that sturdy, right? It's the real scary thing. I really do hope, you know, if anything, the one team that I really just do hope that makes it into a qualification spot is definitely Major Pride. I think they've done fairly well during this tournament, even despite like quite a difficult start for themselves to get into that top 5. They spent both spring and fall really putting up numbers, and I think it would be a shame not to see them over in PMGC.
Would be real tough stuff. Certainly a treat if we're afforded it, but they've got a challenge ahead of them. 18-17 on this current scrap, maybe. The winner of this will be a little bit of an indication as to who's going to be able to take that qualification spot into PMGC. And as I say that, MUERTE have just opened a 4-point lead on these trades against OZAROX.
Yeah, it's not looking too bad for themselves. I mean, if they can take this final TDM, a little bit of glory in their back pockets, which would be nice. Oh, NEXUS. NEXUS, please. 9th place, 116 points. I believe this could be a big difference changer as well. On Miramar, they didn't have 3 players. You know, that could have all changed.
True. Yeah, maybe. They could have had a better time of it. MUERTE having a pretty rough time there, but still a 4-point lead for MUERTE. On this scrap, it's first to 40, so still 14 points needed for MUERTE to take home the title of the TDM champions of the championship. Have to wait and see if they're able to do so. But it would be ash to the mouth, I believe, as if they aren't able to qualify. Being TDM champions means nothing when you don't get that qualification spot you are so doggedly chasing.
Yeah, TDM champions, PMPL EU champions. Got many accolades, but the only badge that they want to wear is the one that lets them into the PMGC stadium.
Malloy clipping the kneecap there from Storm, but he is traded off. 32 points now on the cards for MUERTE, and a nice little hop out wide for Milky Way with the UMP. Gets the spray down. There's no answer either, so 7 points now needed. Alchemist moves forwards, hops high. Milky Way doesn't spot him before it's too late. The auto shotgun shot down, and there's a teammate there ready for the trade. 6 eliminations needed now.
Yeah, pretty much just going to be trades now coming through from MUERTE. Over and over. They initiate with the nades, see if they can find themselves a pick-off. Over towards his high ground positions. Swain's able to get a good shot off, but Cortex falls to the nades. That's what I'm talking about.
With 4 points necessary, Corker and Furia both line up for Storm. They pull him back, they bait him in, take him down when they need to. And OZAROX now holding out right back at their spawn. The shots from Milky Way can spray on through, but the nade was cooked to perfection there. 39 points, however, and these trades are all it's going to take. It is MUERTE in the end to be our TDM champions. Will that give them the power they need? Will it spur them on to be able to take a spot in the PMGC qualification?
Yeah, it's a question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be able to push them any further, but there's the bracket as it ends. All tidied up. All loose ends in a little ribbon, in a little bow. There we go. We get back to the championship now.
As Max would say, ça c'est suffit. We are all done. That is sufficient. That's all we need. We're going onwards now.
You do realize Max also speaks English, right?
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Take your word for it.
Yeah.
I'll have to double check on that one. Can we get a fact check, please? But we are going.
Absolutely. After this game ends.
He might say it. He speaks French sometimes. I've heard him.
Can't believe you stereotype him like that. It's just rude.
What do you mean, stereotype?
Because he's French.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've heard that.
You're saying he speaks French because he's French. But he's also half English.
That's true. Yeah. That's so, oh man. No idea what you're getting at here. But having a terrible time. But stop that. Stop that. Bantai
as Napoleon would say, c'est la vie.
As Joan of Arc would say, ferme ta bouche. We are going to be going over to Sanhok this time around. From the south to the north, fairly easy cut along the plane path.
Gladiators! You can win one Sanhok. Please! I'm not allowed to be biased, but I am!
We really want you just this one time. You can do it. Oh, we believe so much. Batik, Kasune, Tixi, and Baku.
I'll put it this way, I don't think they deserve it at this point. I think they have been extremely unlucky. That sounds mean, I'm not trying to be harsh, but there have been some careless mistakes in the past. I'd like to see them pop off though. We always do call them the last minute Andes. So, I don't know, 3 matches. It's tough, but we were saying during that TDM, 25 points currently sits between them and 7th place. It's not that far away. It is sort of crazy. And you love to see it. It is a real tight standings at the moment in terms of point scoring from every single one of these teams. Super interesting though. It really does lead me to believe that we just have such an amazing ecosystem here in PUBG Mobile, including all you guys at home, the community in general. You guys are super cool. But also in terms of just the way that every single region has developed over time, is getting so hard to make to the big leagues unless you are one of the best players in the world now. And PMGC is just no wash anymore. Ever since Nova lost the title, they lost the defending championship, it's just been a different game here in PUBG Mobile.
It has been really tough. And today's matches will decide the final qualification spots for PMGC League stages as well, Blank. Everybody else, every other region has been decided. Those group draws that happened earlier have been locked in as well. So Seed 1 from Europe from this qualification spot and Seed 3 will go into that group green, which by most accounts is the group of death this season in PMGC. So whilst you might win in this tournament here, going in as first seed could cause you to be in one of the hardest groups in the league stage for PMGC.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm those teams from Group Green, I'm also scared of the teams coming in from the PMPL EU Championships. True. They are unbelievably good. So you're just adding insult to injury over on that group. And if anything, it's less of a case of being sad you're in Group Green, and being sad that you have to play alongside Group Green. Because every time that they hit on the match, one of those teams is more than likely going to do very well and push a lot of those other teams in PMGC aside. That remains to be seen though, and that'll be in the future. Hopefully not too far away for everyone at home that's waiting. I can assure you it's going to be a mega PMGC this year.
Certainly is. I mean, if these circles are going to be replicated, it will be absolutely insane because we've spoken about this. It is crazy circles we are seeing so far. And I said before this match, Blank, you know what I'd like? A cave finish. And you know what's in the circle? It's cave, right down towards the south side. BRA, and it looks like MUERTE are close to it, and KASIK team as well, with Mandarin sat right on top of it. You can see that on the minimap. With REGNUM KARYA holding out in the hills to the northwest. Major Pride aren't too far flung from it either. But this general center of the circle sits around Quarry. Nomi gets the spray down onto one for MUERTE, and REGNUM KARYA might take up the mantle of slowing this rotation down, but Tron gets spotted and rattled a little bit. However, there is an answer, and the rest of REGNUM KARYA will keep Tron safe for the time being and actually turn their attention over towards Major Pride.
Get him on that side. Major Pride looking up towards REGNUM KARYA. Effect takes down Corker, but they are stuck between a pretty rough scenario right now. Holding out versus two teams, all looking their way.
And everybody slows down a little bit. Major Pride are currently, Blank, in a qualification spot. They are in 5th place as it stands. They are holding on to it. They can fall down. I think they can afford to fall down 1 position before they get... Oh, no, 2 positions, I suppose, before they get pushed out of the running. But if they go below S2G by dropping those 2 positions, they would actually be taken out, and that spot would be given to OZAROX from S2G's position. So they really can't afford too much of a misstep here. So keeping all 4 players alive for Major Pride, very important.
Very, very important indeed. Because they know that they do need to do a little bit more into this tournament, right? You know, 131 points. It's not exactly in the best position. You're ahead of a few other teams, but only by a touch, right? So it is a little bit touch and go for this team at the moment. Just trying to rotate through as smartly as they can, heading down towards Quarry. REGNUM KARYA once again being a thorn in their side. They were yesterday at Erangel, and they're here again on Sanhok.
Playing on the walled compound to the west of Quarry. Should have a fairly solid hold for the time being, unless REGNUM KARYA can sneak a couple of shots through. S2G have left Paradise Resort fairly early. Looks like Nexus are starting to move south from Cow towards Tapmok and through even further south. Blank, I like what Tixi has done. They've done it again. They've put him back on that scout towards the Trifecta compound. My qualm with the rest of the team is that they are so far west on the island. If he gets spotted, if the MADBULLS have decided to go further north, that's curtains for Tixi, and the Gladiators' rotation path is cut off. Their info gathering is removed.
Yeah, for Gladiators, it's bit tough for them in terms of trying to get over towards that position. I like where Tixi's moved across to, right? Heading over towards Trifecta. And I mean, that position there is going to afford them a little bit more info that they might want. I think a lot of times that they've got up towards this position a bit too late. A team's maybe taking control of it early. For a lot of teams with this type of circle, more preoccupied with trying to get towards these compounds around Quarry. Gives you a little bit better of it in terms of rotational path. But again, I don't mind this from Tixi. He is usually playing down towards that southeast side anyway.
Just trying to control that compound. It's actually, I think it's MUERTE, right, who normally drop split on that eastern side of the Northwest Island, and they dropped over on a split down towards Cave and Docks this time around for some reason. The playing path would have allowed them to go for that usual drop spot, but this is actually probably what has allowed Gladiators to do what they've done. This circle is a little bit treacherous now, though. Our team's going to go to the south side here. A lot of ground is taken up by Quarry on the northern side of this river, but it's likely to end up on the north shore. It still keeps caving.
Yeah, it could be anywhere, honestly. Tudika getting knocked out and flushed by REGNUM KARYA. MUERTE have dropped here in the past quite a few times, not at least in this tournament, but also over in PMPL League stage. They also dropped down towards Camp Bravo, or at least tried to a lot. And I think this is them figuring things out. MELISE Esports versus OZAROX. And for OZAROX, this is bad news.
Ooh, there's the shots they're finding. Although Falconist and Swain might be resable here. I mean, Zephyr close enough to Falconist to just look for this res. I don't think they'll be able to get Swain back up. He is far too far away. But playing on his 3, might be able to hold on to it. MELISE seemingly done just about enough to have about 4 or 5 point gains from this stage on to secure their spot qualifying into PMGC, but they still do need to find those points because it is a risky position we find ourselves. Next, RÜYA and REGNUM KARYA both taking their pound of flesh from S2G on this push.
This is great news for some of the EU teams. S2G going down early here with little to no points. Similarly with our last game, once again out in 16th. Next, RÜYA definitely not doing their brothers any favors here.
Certainly not. It's not going to return the favor of giving them the PMGC point spot qualification to those league stages that S2G gave over to next RÜYA, given their hosted country invite spot. As you say, that favor not repaid in kind. Brutal. It's very cutthroat here in PUBG Mobile, and that's what we love to see. REGNUM KARYA turning their attention to the MADBULLS. This is closer to Painan than the scrap with S2G.
Yeah, MADBULLS starting out there, actually, quite early on. That's a lovely lineup of vehicles, well parked. Good job. REGNUM KARYA certainly giving them a bit of trouble. Gladiators hear this, though, and they've got the high ground. Currently, Wild and Azel fairly exposed to that angle. You've got to be worried about this.
There's
Never mind.
Let's just get spotted, pulled off the ridge. I mean, this divot gives a nice bit of cover for them to hold angles towards the MADBULLS. The fact that Tron was able to get the knock onto Matic, really, really useful. You can see the rest of the Gladiators just holding face, wait for these peaks to come through. They don't need to move too dramatically, but they've got NEXUS and KAOS both to their north side, who might give them trouble in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, for Gladiators, it'd be lovely to get further down towards this compound, but either way, to take down REGNUM KARYA, they have to push through another team in MADBULLS. But this is sort of a case just waiting for the next circle, figuring out what to do after that. I hope they're watching up towards that northwest side. I haven't confirmed that it's cleared as of yet. There's still those northern teams that can come in, including NEXUS and KAOS, as we were talking about before. But next circle, we'll be shifting. Oh, and it is a cave finish.
I've called it right from the start. I was like, oh, could it be a cave finish? Looks like we might be going. And that is a really tricky spot. Obviously, Blank, there's 2 elevations, which could cause an isolation between 2 final circle teams. A team could also just slide into cave and play low down and survive very, very late, which for teams around that bubble position could be a very viable strategy.
It's a grim position to make your way towards as well. For NEXUS, I think they're the luckiest team in this location because they get to swing on that northern edge pretty quickly. Most of the time, because this circuit wouldn't allow you to do something like this, because they're right on the edge there, they do get the time to do it. Fantastic. And they might be able to get some to the high ground that sits just the eastern side of Quarry. In the meantime, Kitsune has to hit these shots.
This is a little bold for my liking for Kitsune. Meku needs to find this answer. We'll be able to get that first knock. There's a second player, and the nades come back on through. Kitsune peaked without the backup. It was just a straight-up fight. The MADBULLS capitalize. They resurge from the compound and push up, crushing REGNUM KARYA in the process. But Gladiators have lost Kitsune. Meki is irretrievable, and the MADBULLS somehow come out at the better end of all of this fighting.
Yeah, I think you've got to assume that there is 2 teams in this location. Again, that's just a nice play coming from MADBULLS as they just instantly go for this play. Fleek has to now deal with KAOS, and they're doing a great job at holding down on this compound.
The MADBULLS made us sterner stuff today. Able to take down GALATASARAY over on Perry Pier. In a spot where they really shouldn't have been allowed to. And now they're going to move in from this west side, sweeping through. KAOS, their next hurdle. Lord Cedric wants to try and shut them down, but they are just rolling forwards, and they're going to take a little bit more than that to pump the brakes.
Some nice shots from him. He's just holding the angle right now.
And there's Loxy. Actually, it's BRA with these shots out towards MADBULLS, and they will take another MADBULL head. That's going to mean they are down on 2, but they've got 6 points on the match blank, and for the MADBULLS, in the position that they sit, that might be enough to secure them. If they can just keep up these averages, that's what they'll be looking for. They are currently in 3rd place, a similar sort of spot to MELISE, where they just need middling games, and they have already been able to achieve that on this match.
You'd be so frustrated if you're Gladiators here, though. Leaving that engagement with 0 eliminations after you put in so much hard work to push down towards REGNUM KARYA, and you lose a player in the process. That is a horrible experience to move into. RÜYA also in front of them over the ridge.
Really rough on the mental. They did manage to get Meku back up, actually, for the Gladiators. I thought they were going to be irretrievable there, but I guess with REGNUM KARYA getting out as fast as possible with Loxy and MADBULLS absconding along the riverside, they are going to have a little bit easier time getting back to him. The circle shifts out east, though, and all of these teams out on the west side going to really struggle now. Major Pride up north towards Quarry. Next, RÜYA in their way a little bit further south. BRA, Galatasaray, Dagestan all down towards that southwest side. And you can see BRA just looking to control this crossing. Galatasaray leave Realm way exposed and way isolated from the rest of them. Dagestan yet to cross.
A lot of teams just aren't putting a lot of emphasis towards the compound at the top side of cave. I mean, next RÜYA is now finally moving that way, but the fact that no one's taken it does leave an opening for one of these teams on the outside edge. You know, Major Pride could even go for this if they set themselves up ready to go. There was a vehicle in the hands of Gladiators that might be their last resort, but it being the pickup truck, that thing explodes extremely quickly.
Real dangerous position to be in. Dagestan enveloped by the blue. Major Pride to fend off the Gladiators. Or rather, the other way around, as the Gladiators are going to have to move past them, but already Tixi down to a nade. Matic cooking one up of his own. Dino spotted on that headland, repositions towards Effect. Can the nades find? They're just not landing on the mark blank. Here's the shutdown for Effect, potentially. He knows there's a player behind this rock. The Gladiators continue to pour the ordnance down, but that's a missed nade there for Matic. Is that the smoke, just to try and give him a little bit of cover? I think it is, yeah, it will give the bloom around the edge, and Matic will have to hold as 2. With the remaining player, Meku, a swing down wide, and Matic shut down. Dino with the first spray, Meku spotted, and this should be it for the Gladiators. Wants an answer to Effect, will not be able to find it, and there's the shutdown they were looking for.
And that's Gladiators leaving that game with 0 points.
Oh, that is unfortunate for them. And we've been putting nail after nail in their coffin blank, but that might be the final one for the Gladiators. 2 matches, just not enough to do it. Not this time around, unfortunately. Major Pride rolling up onto the MADBULLS. A strong, stalwart team sweeping down that west coast, but Major Pride roll in and take one down. Zerich, the last to stand, with a nade in hand, tries to cook it, pop it through that window, post it home, but Major Pride avoid the damage for the time being. And they will have to try and stay alive on this northwest side. Zerich does have another nade, but I don't think he's going to put it in just yet.
KASIK team doing a good job down towards Galatasaray, who seem to love their coastal areas. Over towards the pier side, Keep goes down, but it's Nexus on this north side, which is kind of the outlier here. It's difficult to get across this road, to have a shout into this match, but they absolutely need to now because they've had a pretty shocking day so far. The points need to start being accrued at this point.
A split decision.
3 picks.
Yeah, a split decision on the predictions here. KONINA Power, you agree with Max and Kale? On that east side, they are going to have to move a little bit closer, leave those Sanctuary of the Walls. This was predicted before this circle popped, though, so potentially maybe a little bit of a change-up, but me and Jason, we've gone for next RÜYA. We like their crossing, we like their spot on the north, and to be fair, it's next RÜYA. They really just do bloody well every time.
Yeah, they've got an okay spot down towards the low ground. I think the thing about KONINA Power is regardless of where the circle went, they were always going to have some kind of high ground elevation to play off the back of it. So I do like this still from KONINA Power. It does continue to work Some hell of a Raz there from Nexus, but I think that's as far as they go. MADBULLS, 6 eliminations. They've got 1 player left remaining in Zerich. I think they've had a pretty good game despite finding themselves in some very awkward situations.
It is rough stuff around the bubble. With S2G going down with 0, MELISE going down with 1, Dagestan with 1, they were on the chase. REGNUM, KARYA getting a couple of points. MUERTE need to survive as long as possible here. And to be fair, I think Milky Way is in probably one of the better spots to do it. Just try and stay alive down in the cave. Hunker down, and the circle shifts out that way as well. It's going to keep him in this zone. I could give MUERTE some incredibly important points here, Blank. It could all come down to Milky Way's survival in this one Sanhok.
The funny thing for me is that, again, it's just going to be NEXUS as well as BRA sucking up those points towards that top side. And we haven't had too much of a change, honestly, at this point in time. For Major Pride, it's been an important match for them. 8 eliminations, making it to the top 7. Still a chance to get at least 2 reses off the back of this, but lovely sprays from Topspic.
Doesn't have a nade, so can't lob one down. He's very low on armor, look at that. The level 1 helmet, the only thing protecting him, and that is very, very shabby at this point. Next, RÜYA trying to extend their influence. Frozen, creeping his way on the underbelly of this rock. Making his way around, trying to establish some control over the summit towards the top of cave. I don't know if anybody else has joined Milky Way in cave. Yeah, there we go. You can see Graxi from Galatasaray in that cave with him. So potentially a duel in the middle. Milky Way draws first blood, finds a second shot as well, and those shots will be heard. So teams will know that there's some players in here, and Graxi will be spotted from the skylight. Topspic able to get the shutdown there and keep MUERTE safe.
Yeah, Milky Way will just be happy with that one. There is potential he lives in here for a very long time. And what it looked like to me is that BRA just had no meds and no nades either. Kane does go down. Becker, as well as KONINA Power, sweeping in from that eastern side. Like we said before, they had a great ridge line to play alongside with to move towards this circle. They get another shifting their way, looking to confirm onto Z-Wolf here, down the bottom side. Perfect nade. They have to be careful about the south side, though. It looks like Palucci continues to look that way as Kazakh teams start to make their way across.
The fact that this cave entrance is here actually gives Milky Way a pretty decent spot to maybe even pick up a point or 2 later into this game for MUERTE. In a pretty crucial point for him. Next, RÜYA spent a little bit too long down low. Kazakh team getting shot out across the way by BRA, who are going to have to flow around the side of this, skirt the skylight, and get around the edge. Yekta getting flanked on now by Major Pride, but Dino goes down next. The backlines are being lit up. The next RÜYA trying to hold on. Frozen with the Molotovs, with the burn, and Major Pride is taking shots from the top rope as well. It's KONINA Power, it's BRA, all looking out this way. Naomi is the last there, but a nade across seals the deal. That will be next RÜYA down, and KONINA Power with it all to play.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic game from KONINA Power, and I think that they picked their moment and their spot very smartly in this match. I think a lot of teams would quickly send up towards the top side of cave and not really pay too much attention towards the checkpointed gameplay that we've seen from KONINA Power. I think that when you say that like NEXUS spent too much time on that low ground, realistically that was the only place they could have gone from their spot, and you just have to sort of play it out from there. I think they did great to hold on to it as long as they did, because you've got BRA bearing down on you from the top side of cave. You've got KONINA Power moving across, and Major Pride, who made a very good run that you just can't really see with the sightlines you're given for next RÜYA. But last circle now, let's see if KONINA Power can close this out. You know, it is BRA, so there's a chance that KONINA Power don't win this game.
And you've also got Milky Way from MUERTE. I question how many meds does this guy have, right? Because if it comes down to it, if it's a top and bottom finish with the blue zone just closing, could potentially be a tricky spot. You need to make sure you got those meds on board. If KONINA Power have taken these fights, they're going to be a little bit lower on it. maybe a little bit less healthy. KASIK team crawling across. KONINA Power eat one too many bullets from Mandarin, and Palucci does go down. A jump, a strafe of Hayes goes down next, and Mandarin looking to try and shut it down. Here's Zashipa with a nade on through. 2 players alive for KONINA Power, and a flush to center their backline. It's just Becca in the back, needs to clutch it out here, but he has BRA bearing down upon him, and they will fall in 4th place. Blank. All 4 players dismantled. A good opener for KASIK, and now it's the top spot battle. Zashipa out into the blue, and MUERTE, Blank, through it all, have weathered the storm. Milky Way down below in the depths of the cave to keep MUERTE's dreams alive of getting to PMGC.
You'll take a 2nd place here, honestly. Kakali goes down. I think Milky Way realizes now is his chance. He has to play this one out from underneath.
This is it. They're low on HP.
I think he actually
gets
wins.
it.
I think he actually wins here.
It could be a full pacifist run here, Blank. No eliminations for MUERTE. How many meds do these guys have? Can they start the heal before as well? Because remember, you need to get tagged by the blue zone, and he's done just that. So he knows what this heal's all about. Does he have a med kit? That's the question. If he's been able to find it, get closer to the center here. A nade drops down, might find something, but it's all up to the heal. They have traded it over. Milky Way starts. Tospic is down, but that's not what we're looking at. It's Coursera to fail the burn. And there it is. It's Milky Way from MUERTE. A full pacifist run, and such a crucial bubble team to find 10 points where it matters. You cannot make this up. A cave finish, a top to bottom, a heal off on Sanhok. We haven't seen it for years, but it goes on through.
I mean, honestly, Milky Way almost throws that game. Right, he almost throws that game. I don't know why he got tagged by the blue there on his way in. Oh yeah, I guess so. He has to be at least 70%, right? So, in fact, it was a giga play coming through from Milky Way. But he's done this over in the league play as well, where they have to have this case where Milky Way was the one to clutch out a game 1v3 versus KONINA Power, I believe it was. But what a match from him. I mean, he didn't have to do too much, but he certainly weathered the storm from underneath and kept himself in the play, and also limited sightlines from a lot of teams on that top side. Again, BRA, fantastic job versus KONINA Power. I do think it's slightly unlucky for KONINA Power, though, as KASIK comes over the top side. Mandarin just makes the wildest of UMP sprays. He hits 2 headshots, 2 body shots, and I think that leaves a lot of the team pretty low at that point in time to just one of these. Through the smoke.
I have absolutely no idea. I think this might be the first ever full pacifist run of a chicken dinner in pro play, certainly in a European Championship, certainly at this level of gameplay. What a way to close it down, and some incredibly important points for MUERTE.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo, or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Who says you need to get any eliminations to win a chicken dinner here in PUBG Mobile? Well, probably a lot of people said it's possible, but probable? Probably not likely, especially when you get to this stage of play here. But my God, MUERTE have been able to do so, and more importantly, potentially get themselves back into the running here, back into the top 7 for a chance to get into PMGC. Just imagine a world where we end off the entire day And that play right there on the top stick is what got them into PMGC.
Yeah. How did you qualify in PMGC? Oh, I got a 0 elimination chicken dinner. It was great times. That was our ticket to glory here, to the biggest event of the year. But it's insane how we had an on-pier finish. We had now a finish on cave down to the heel-off.
Yeah, and as you can say here, look, this is super important. Blank identified it just at the final moments, but it's super important that down on the bottom side of this here, Milky Way takes a tick of blue damage. You cannot start that first aid kit without being underneath 75% health.
See? He runs out.
Walking in, it's essential. If he doesn't do this, he likely doesn't win. Or, I mean, in theory, the guy upstairs might have not, you know, he might have not been able to do that as well, and then that's how it all works out. But that won him the game, walking into the blue and then walking back in, because then he can start it before. If you get ticked down by the blue and then eventually start your first aid kit as the blue's ticking on you, it won't finish in time. So it buys you those crucial seconds.
And I do also want to talk about Bra, because I thought they were also really smart in how they played it. Sure, the timing of the meds were not enough. They had 2 players. One of the players ran out in the blue to die. If you have 2 players, they're going to take blue zone damage earlier. So you have to have 1 player that's in that singular spot where you don't take damage. So it didn't quite work out, but it was also the right approach for Bra to hopefully go for the win.
I find it ridiculous, this tournament. We have had the most insane circles. We just had a pier finish in Fairy Pier, and now we're in a cave heal situation. This is the only heal off on Sanhok I like. This situation...
I think in the entire game, this is really one I like. It's fun, yeah. Like, this is the first 0 elimination chicken dinner I've ever seen.
Same.
It's an exact situation. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the stats here.
Yes, look at those numbers.
Those are championship numbers right there.
Sick.
Milky Way.
He looks unscathed by the intensity of that last match as well here for Milky Way. 50 damage done, no damage received, no eliminations, no knockouts, but 1 chicken dinner.
Coca got a knock. Kalaris approved.
We can see here, obviously not going to be on the top of the table, but they still get themselves forward.
That's so strange to see, man. But yeah, BRA.
I have to search for them. Like, where are they? Oh, they're there. They're in the middle of the pack.
Hey, BRA is back, right? We wanted that before this game. Obviously, they've been a little bit, I'm going to call it vacant in the first 3 games. But now being able to get these points on the board, because I was concerned for them for their 2nd place, but looks like they'll be able to defend it here so far.
Yeah, we still have 2 games to go, so it's not like 100% safe, but it's at least keeping them in a position to contest for that 2nd spot. And I'm surprised they took as good a fight as they did against KONINA Power. I do have to echo Blank's point, though. There was KASIK team that was causing a lot of issues for KONINA Power, so Brass saw that opportunity to backstab on KONINA Power, and then I was going to say get the win, but no, get the 2nd place. It's still hard to realize this just happened, but yeah, 13 elims, 6 placement points. This 2nd place is going to be tough to take away from Bra.
Well, don't forget about Major Pride, too. They were one of the teams having a really suboptimal performance today, potentially being knocked out of top 7, so nice to see them get some points for themselves. And S2G getting 0. OZAROX are watching this like, S2G, please just do something. Just get a couple more points. Get us qualified into PMGC.
Yeah, it's like a little bit sad, actually, for GALATASARAY, who were in 10th in this game, who actually had the right idea. They actually swam into cave, a play that you just don't see in professional play. And that fight of Milky Way going up against GALATASARAY, very important in this game.
Well, it was Bra upstairs that actually got the elimination onto him.
They were searching for one another, and then Bra like, hey, you stop that right now. Get out of here. I actually got it, but actually Bra, really good fight early on too. They were playing north side of cave on that open area, negating all of those teams trying to cross over the roadside to then make that transition a little bit smoother to the east towards KONINA Power. So initial really good setup, but I still can't believe this game happened. This is a first. Have we ever had a 0 elimination win in all of the PMPL regions? Probably someone's going to say, yes, we have.
Oh, yeah.
Like 2019.
How dare you not know that, Max? Come on, how dare you not know which match that was?
Oh, yeah, what was it, Jason?
It happened back in 2019.
Oh,
come on.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, oh, yeah.
I mean, for sure, though, this tournament has done nothing but surprise and kind of subvert the expectations of what I was expecting, because circles for the last 3 days have been ridiculous. We get a cave after that Fairy Pier. There is cave, as you can see there. And again, as these circles are narrowing down, we're talking about it halfway through this game. This could occur, a heal-off could occur, and we actually see it happen.
Yeah, and we just saw NEXUS actually make it relatively fun, the game that once again echoes that we had a bloody cave finish, and yet they're still surviving, they're still getting some points on board, and that makes it so hard to catch up to that 1st place. So they're always in the conversation, it seems.
Even though NEXUS are so far ahead, you don't stop till the job's done. You don't stop till you got that trophy in your hand and that 26,000 bucks in your pocket, and they're looking like they're going to be able to pull it off here as well with only 2 matches left to go. But let's maybe dive into our overalls, I believe. Because I want to see if things have shifted up again. Major Pride, okay, 4 still. Demorte have passed S2G. So the fact is, there's 9 points that 10 points that separates OZAROX qualifying and not qualifying for PMGC at the moment. And Demorte are just clinging on with their fingernails, trying to hold on to this position.
Yeah, I'm hyped to see how it's going to end.
And as you say, in terms of 10, you say 10 points because of the way in which placement points would work for that tiebreaker. S2G, in terms of placement, since day one, obviously they started off with a victory, but since then, it's all been a limb focused for S2G. Again, there's really not that much pressure on them, but as a region, you know, maybe they want S2G to do a little bit better.
And I've been watching throughout day 2 and day 3 and a little bit of today too. They've been going for those central 2-2 splits, just like REGNUM KARYA, central 2-2 splits. But these circles are awful. So their playstyle is just not working because it is so tough to make it actually work out.
Yeah, these circles are unprecedented, and I do feel for this lobby in terms of trying to solve the puzzle. As we say, RÜYA clearly is able to solve these puzzles pretty well, but you have got to be a virtuoso of PUBG Mobile to constantly have to tax your brain to deal with all of these circles that are being thrown their way.
In-game leaders are earning their salaries.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely say.
Playing Edge is the new center zone now.
I'm actually hearing from production that they've read the script of the next match, and we're gonna have a Zarky finish.
What
does that sound?
I was gonna say, where's Imperium when we need him? He loves Zarky.
Well, before we head to the last match, or not the last match, penultimate match. Once again, Monster Energy, our official engineering partner here at PMPL. You guys can pick one up and potentially pour it on Maxman's head if you can't get in the bottom of the prediction game.
Ooh, I'm
supposed to do it to 7.
I'm not winning this.
Okay, well, you know what? Maybe I'll save it for 7 for another time. But let's head over to our commentators as we're into our last Erangel here at PMPL EU Champs. So take it away.
The last Erangel indeed. And Jason, I'm sorry, but there was actually a correction. We are going to finish on Georgia Pole Bridge on the long stretch there. That's where the circle's going to finish. That's where the script has been written for, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, look, that last game was absolutely silly. I'm so surprised today. It's like the last day of championships, and it has to be the most difficult circles time and time again. KAOS said it like perfectly. You know, you have to be a virtuoso of PUBG Mobile to play this game right. I think KONINA Power took one of the best rotates, the best compound, the best late game micro adjustments, and still lost on a crazy circle. For Demorte, they're absolutely laughing their heads off. Second time Milky Ways pulled a crazy win out the bag as well for this team when they needed it most. So they'll be pleased with him, despite his kind of lackluster performance throughout the entirety of this championships. But you know that this has been a weird day, just because we all have basically 1 or 2 points each in terms of predictions. The person that's got the most amount of predictions right so far is Maxman.
What?
Now that's weird.
That's weird. You can't. How is that? Surely you can't be. You are right. How has that happened? Goodness me. We're gonna have to step it up in these last 2 games, Blank. It has been a crazy day for sure. A crazy tournament. But through the chaos, RÜYA has reigned so strong, so frequently in these maps. I've just been told we are going to have a bit of a rehost here, Blank, so this north side playing path will not be our setup for this match. We are going to have another bit of a re-go there to try and make sure that everything is fair. And to be fair, we haven't seen the circle on this. I'm going to see where it pops because I've still got the map feed on my other screen. But it could have been a crazy circle. So maybe it is if, in fact, Jason might have been reading ahead and get the finish that he was after.
So the thing is with this is that, oh no.
It was a hard north circle.
It's a northern circle. It's a circle that so many of these teams have been waiting for the longest time.
It's true.
Oh, I'm so sad for some of these lads because they see this, then they'll hear it's a rehost, be so frustrated off the back of this one. But yeah, we'll be heading back into the game shortly. No doubt it's going to be a Sosnovka finish at this point in time. But I'm very interested to see what happens going forward because there's a lot riding on this for S2G, for at least OZAROX. I mean, OZAROX are basically right now, we're good.
Oh,
they get the northern one. They get the northern circle. This is perfect. What a wild turn of events. My heart can't take it.
Goodness me, this is far too much excitement for the... Wait, no, it isn't. It's the final day. There's more excitement, please, for this day as we go back into this game. Whatever problems have been rectified, which is good to hear. Out we go into this spot. By the looks of it, Blank, I would hazard a guess that there was an issue with KONINA Power, and I'll tell you for why. Look where the three players are down on the southwest side. You've got Agori, off Hayes and Palucci over in Primorsk. Becca's over on the east side of Yasnaya.
This is sad, because if Becca is going to try and escape, I think he's looting right now, probably will regroup with the team later, hopefully, but playing as a solo in quite a contested area of the map on this northeast side. That's tough. It's not easy. Also, Becca currently is their player who is doing the most on that team. He is absolutely pumping numbers. He looks so strong. So for them not having Becca at this point in the game, I would be feeling quite dismayed about this. And with them like being very close right now to the border, you know, 6th place at the moment, 136 points. They are technically into PMGC at this point in time, but, you know, it's not by a landslide. Not like NEXUS or BRA, 170 points for BRA and 187 for NEXUS. So having Becca up here on Erangel, one of the maps that they find a lot of success on, that is tough.
It certainly is, but he'll just need to keep his head down, try and find that regroup avenue. It's not out of the question, but they'll need a little bit more. Major Pride, they were able to get fairly far into that previous match, and with the result that they were able to achieve, they're now on 143 points, which puts them in 4th place currently, 1 point ahead of MELISE. Lovely nade from Nomi over onto Kane. Might be able to pick that point up, but he breaks out wide and straight into Kakali's sightlines. And that's an easy spray down. Should be a flush as well. Nothing really you can do about that. Naomi maybe looking for some revenge, but Coursera puts him over the coals and fries him up for the point for BRA. They are on the chase for NEXUS' top spot.
That they are. They're looking for a bit more here. And I think this is like probably the 3rd or 4th time in a row that Major Pride has lost a player here to BRA. I think you could have seen this one coming, because the amount of times that Major Pride has run into BRA, because they rotate quite quickly. It's one of the first times we see a northern circle like this. I think you could safely assume that BRA would make a mad dash up towards that top side, because they have a very good read on Major Pride's position. They know they go for a split in this early game, so they quickly pick up towards Nomi. So I think that's extremely targeted coming through from BRA. This moment, Gladiators, they know how to play a circle. They know exactly what they need to do. They're comfortable with this one for the first time in a long time. They're within the circle at the start of the game. They make a rotate up towards shooting range. I don't mind this. It's a good choice. See what they can get done off the back of it.
But it's too late, Blank. For my money, it is just too late. They are too far behind to make this happen in 2 matches. I just don't see it being reasonable. He's already got the knock. And with insult to injury, of course it has to be the pan. With Blank on the sound effects, that was crisp.
That wasn't me. That was Inga.
Oh, sorry. I thought, you know, I just thought you were that talented.
No, it's not worries. Gladiators, though, you know, 2 chicken dinners.
you predict them right now, and I'll accept that point for both of the matches.
2 chicken dinners, man. Sure. Why not?
You don't have to. You are quite close. You could overtake me. Okay,
it's
all right.
Fake internet points. I will happily predict Gladiators
They're very
twice.
important, and you take that back.
Ah, I've done it.
Oh, wait, have you? Oh, you have as well. There you go. We'll see if the Gladiators are able to make something happen. They move up to the compound that sits to the west of Severny. We've seen them move there before. We've seen them win games from here. Is it to happen? Is it to be for the Gladiators? I'm hesitant to make that call. Matic rolling over the hillsides, close to Tixie, and the MADBULLS might spot them out.
It's a nice position, actually, from Matic behind the rock. A little bit difficult to spot out from, but at least they get a good read on the rotation coming through. Ooh, S2G, they're out for blood. Oh my days, I thought it was a goner.
Slay's too quick with it, too slick with it. But unfortunately, Silas able to slide on through and find a second. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Takes down KAOS, and S2G keep their points in tow. 4 points found for S2G blank, so that is the first 4 of the 9 they are behind MUERTE to give OZAROX that shot at the PMGC.
This is my impression of OZAROX right now. Please, Mr. S2G, please, can we go please to a PMGC?
And S2G sitting there, if you don't be quiet, I'll turn this car right around and you're not going to PMGC.
I'm going to go out in 16th place again, lad.
You take that back, or I'm going down right here, right now, right in Cube Compound.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. They've had a weird time of it, have S2G. Like the boys and nurse were saying, very, very much eliminations orientated. Next RÜYA, Z-Wolf just about gets behind that rock. I think if Meku didn't hit the windowsill there, it might have been a knock. That's classic PUBG Mobile for you, right? You know, you get right up against the windowsill. It looks like your crosshairs over the top side, and you drop an entire mag into the drywall.
There's splinters of wood flying up in your face to add to your humiliation. This is a pretty hard southwest shift, and a lot of teams got to break down towards shooting range hills here. You've got to imagine a lot of influence needs to be exerted over this. S2G's position, really nice.
I think Gladiators are going to try and take box. I think they might just try to take box here, but S2G's also on the run out.
Ooh.
Be a dangerous team to go up against. Meku, as well as I think that's Kitsune, are far behind on the rotate, and S2G are already there, so you've left Sanctuary. The Gladiators, this is a bit of a turn tail. Try and find somewhere that's viable to play.
Graxi goes down for Galatasaray. Across the way in the meantime, closer to Rozhok, and BRA going to scrap it on out. They're able to find that flush. Loversin pumping shells through the window, but not able to connect onto Kakali. As Coursera plays on the upstairs. Realm is low already, and a nade around the side could find something if Symphony steps out, but it's not going to be there long enough. The rest of BRA are in for the backup. A nade in, putting it through the window towards that staircase. Cooked it nicely, but not really going to find anything. Coursera's still isolated for BRA.
Kakali on the outside. Kane has been an absolute monster. That nade is a bit of a nasty bouncer. Nade around the side. Doesn't get much damage done whatsoever. Coursera's still just hanging around over by the water tank.
With the bombardment that BRA is sending in, Galatasaray can't really afford to step out far enough to get those nades up high, which puts Coursera a lot safer on this position. The smoke starting to bloom might give them that freedom to move through and isolate that position, but BRA are similarly using that to their advantage as well. Another bouncer in through the window. Looks for one deep as well from Kane. The breakout wide comes through from Kakali as he pops it right the way to the back, and Symphony doesn't quite eat enough damage to go down, but half HP might take another one to the face as well. A high burst towards Realm, and Coursera takes some as well as Lovers and finds the staircase.
That door, MVP in this scenario. Meku knocked by the MADBULLS, should be resable, technically. Depends how far out he is.
They have that chance. See if the Gladiators can keep the dream alive. Kane cooks one more. Tospic out to the coastline here. He's gone really far away for the off angle to stay in this one. PP Bison, I think that's the M249 as well on his back. Wanting to move closer by, and Loversin has the challenge, but caught stepping up there, and Kane shuts him down. 2 players now for Galatasaray. The upstairs will be isolated and dispatched. Coursera potentially flushed, but Kane is there again, ready to make his mark, and Galatasaray will fall in the face of it. Coursera the only casualty, and that is an easy res. The circle, however, shifts up to the north side.
Yeah, Kane's just an unbelievable player, man. That is the type of guy that you find knocking around in the closet. Scary dude.
Terrifying. A terrible presence felt by Galatasaray in the garage, and they will be cowered down by it. A really nice turn up for BRA. Heavy on the early eliminations again. 5 have been found for them. And And they're looking to close this tournament the way they started it, Blank, with some high-impact games. And they are still chasing next RÜYA. They were 17 points behind at the start of this one. That's now shrunk down to 12.
Yeah, next RÜYA in that top spot, looking for the glory, for the pride of taking over the championship. In the meantime, there's some pretty dodgy scouting going on from Gladiators. Trying to get the lay of the land so far. Matic, there's a couple of pot shots up towards the MADBULLS. S2G off in the distance. You know, I think Gladiators are fairly pleased that they got sent back away from box compound, because this is starting to be a really strong position. I think the difficulty for you in this spot on the map is just that because there is a fair few ridges around this compound, you do have sight lines out towards the eastern side, but you constantly have to be scouting up towards the western edge until it's outside the circle. And it's a good thing that they are, because MUERTE, OZAROX are over the horizon in that location.
They do have that hillside, that ridge that sits around the compound as well under their control. NEXUS taking a couple of shots here from Dagestan, and their luck might have run dry here in this tournament. They fell down to 10th after the last match. And they need to pick up points here with a chance to be able to make it to PMGC, because MELISE have taken that spot that they weren't in at the start of the day and forced it to be a choice between MUERTE and what was NEXUS, and now is more likely to be between S2G and KASIK.
Yeah, scary stuff. I mean, for S2G, they are essentially OZAROX. They're cosplaying OZAROX at this point in time. They're in their face like it was Halloween.
Ooh, well. 'Tis the season, I suppose. Doran. Behind the rock. For NEXUS, they're out in the blue, being trapped by Dagestan. Kapahala's already out. And this is rough stuff again for NEXUS. They haven't been able to make their way through on this circle. Dagestan are going to have to leave at some point, though, so maybe they can bide their time if they have enough meds, but it's getting pretty late in the day, Blank.
It is indeed. And I think for Dagestan needs to start thinking about moving across, but S2G set up a really nice line of defense around box compound. They've got a player up in front to provide information as teams cross the bridge. They know this is one of the only ways in now from that southern side, so I like this setup coming through from S2G.
There we go, EXO gets pulled out the back of the buggy. Redox the last to stand for NEXUS. We've seen solos do it before, Blank. We've seen it last match. But I feel like it might be too tall of an order. And for the first time, for the first time in what feels like quite a while, are we going to see a fairly normal circle here on in the European Championships? REGNUM KARYA trying to push up towards that plane crash, but next RÜYA are here, and they are not going to go down without a fight, let me tell you.
I mean, for most teams on this western edge, you're really safe, honestly. You don't really need to stick your toes in too often to a lot of the action that's going to occur over towards that eastern side, but there's going to be a big amount of teams all grouping up. Matic, as well as Kitsune, making some wild scouts once again. Ooh. And Kitsune gets blown up. I mean, I don't know what they expected from that, honestly. Sort of deserved.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. At this point, it feels like Kitsune is just getting into these positions where he doesn't have the backup, doesn't have the cover, and is almost entirely unnecessary.
Just hold the compound.
You've got an incredible ridge line that snakes north, on the north side of that compound. You can play those hills if you don't want to play on the inside, but even just holding those buildings would be better. MUERTE picking up points, good news for their gap hold against S2G. They want to get a little bit further though, see if they could stop S2G from taking that spot away from them. It's BRA getting peppered down by KASIK team on the east side.
Oh, some nice shots from Mandarin, actually. Hit some good ones over towards KONINA Power on that last match, too, on Sanhok. Dagestan swing down towards the south, and OZAROX look to follow. S2G up to 5 eliminations now. Looking pretty damn good playing from this south side. They do have to head further upwards. Razy just runs down Coursera.
As you do. Now it's just Kakali for BRA on the south side. And KASIK team need to move past the MADBULLS. Reflect high up, but hasn't been spotted yet. There he is in the scope. You're not going to last long when Kakali's on the deck with that 4X. with the M4, if you're not moving, you are toast. That's exactly how Reflect feels. The question is, can KASIK team get up and get that res over on the north side of their position? They have 3 players alive once they get Reflect back up. So we'll see what more they can do. Shots over from S2G towards Dagestan. They've been guarding out on the south side for a long time, Blank.
A long time. Dagestan and OZAROX both holding this ridge side. S2G fly in towards Dagestan's position and immediately take an aggressive approach here.
Very close position. And look at that, Dagestan finding shots, and S2G maybe biting off a little bit too much, more than they can chew perhaps. So the circle shifts away from them. A lot of casualties on that south side. Both, it looks like OZAROX are going to take that opportunity to move up towards the Gladiators in the meantime as well, Blank. The nade over to Kelsey, and that's S2G down. Great news for MUERTE, who are still alive, still close to that north side. Next RÜYA, with the circle shift up towards plane, they will be able to hold as well in a central position.
Yeah, 7 eliminations for S2G is not too bad, but MUERTE just need to get a little bit further into this match. Find themselves something decent. Matic rolls on over towards Major Pride's position. Dino definitely spotted that, but decides to move away. OZAROX finds Meku.
I'll allow you
to vacate.
I'll allow you to adjust your prediction. We're still on phase 5, Blank, so you can go for this one. I feel like it's unlikely that the Gladiators get much more done here.
No. Gladiators all the way.
Okay, fair enough. Matic wins it solo. Major Pride on the northeast side still up against MELISE. Effect down first. Naomi brought to his knees too. A spray down from Lewis, and there's the backline found. Really handily taken by MELISE. Sure, there's a knock sent back, but they have enough time, as long as KONINA Power don't roll this one straight on down, to be able to take this through. But Tulika regrouping towards the middle, just setting themselves up for this launch, and KONINA Power are going to take this opportunity to third party. Off-Haze careens forwards, and Poser will not be able to hold him off. KONINA Power sweep through, and MELISE obliterated.
It's a really nice pickup for KONINA Power over towards MELISE as well. You know, keeping that team dragged down over towards that top side of the lobby allows KONINA Power a bit more freedom to catch up, especially on that last game of the day. MADBULLS out, 3 eliminations, 7th place. These games are really starting to heat up now. Stage 5, and already we have only 6 teams remaining. That is nuts.
It's quite the thing. MUERTE branching down towards the south, trying to control OZAROX here, but they turn around. Falconis might have a back spray here on the moving vehicle, but the smoke gives him cover. Milky Way may be able to suppress the line from on high, but he's not turning his attention that way. The rest of OZAROX not able to find it either. I think the vehicle might have lost a tire just there on the spin out, but there's a divot, and MUERTE can hide for a little while longer.
Great news for MUERTE. You know, getting this far, this quickly, as well up to a 6th place. It's so important for MUERTE. Especially with this kind of circle that it's just so awkward to play in as well. No compounds, really, whatsoever. You're just forced to play out this endgame in some really tricky spots. At this point in time, likely teams aren't going to engage against one another for another, like, 1 or 2 circles, probably, depending on how egregious the next shift is on the circle. OZAROX do lose 1, but should be rezzed up fairly quickly.
On that backside, they're trying to extend their line. You can see them branching towards that Dagestan position. MUERTE currently just trying to find some cover that they can play around those ditches. They were close to that ascending ridgeline that's going to allow them potentially a path up towards that crash plane. The next circle shift, all important for the dynamic. That keeps MUERTE on the northwest side, and their chances of holding on to that PMGC spot got a little bit brighter.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous hillside for MUERTE to hold here, but KONINA Power comes in thick and fast with Becca leading the charge. You know what's the most surprising thing is that KONINA Power is here. Considering Becca was on the other side of Narnia at the start of this game, they've been able to regroup. They're playing as a 4. We're over towards the crashed plane, which Next RÜYA is currently taking full advantage of at the moment.
Next RÜYA holding that firm. It looks like KONINA Power deciding where they want to go. At the moment, they're more staged for Next RÜYA's position, but potential that they do just continue to swing and try and sweep through MUERTE on that northwestern side. A tricky hold for either of these two teams. The pace of KONINA Power has really stepped up. They are also in a qualification spot right now. They've already got 4 eliminations, and they are bidding to hold onto this one. A real turn-up here in the European Championships for KONINA Power, coming through as last seed from the EU tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it really does go to show like what a couple of good games can do for a team, right? Because at the moment, KONINA Power is extremely warm coming into this last day. They look so good. Very impressive on a lot of their rotates. Yeah, their gun skill doesn't really match up to a lot of the other teams in this lobby, but I think it's just that confidence to make the moves at the right time, alongside with the fact that Palucci, we know, is an extremely good player from back in the day. Of Hayes has proved himself, and now even Becker, technically being one of the best players in the lobby right now, it is astonishing, because I think Phase 2 for KONINA Power and PMPL EU, that's where they looked at their brightest and at their best, and then things went downhill, and we just didn't expect much from KONINA Power going forward. They squeezed their way over towards the championships, and now they're demanding respect from a lot of these other teams.
Nade sent back over towards OZAROX. They hop out near Shifu. Falcon is taken low by the burst there, but it is only Shifu left remaining. He gets the knock, but Storm strikes back. Actually, it's KASIK team with the down shots towards it. That's Dagestan eliminated. OZAROX still laid quite low from this south side. MUERTE extend into the middle of this next circle blank, and they have a lot of terrain control. OZAROX waning as well allows such more mobility on that south flank. You can see Malloy looking to try and hold that one out. Furia further forwards as well.
It's one of the few times we've seen MUERTE as a full 4-man squad towards the end game, and this is where their power really starts to show itself. And it's a strong location that they currently hold, with 2 players on the forefront, 2 players in the back, on high ground, elevated upwards, be able to take some decent shots. And they're just attempting to pen a lot of these teams in, preparing themselves for the next circle. Overall, this should be a fairly easy win. Off the back of a chicken dinner, this would be the back-to-back if they get it. That would be the confirming play for them. Yes, it's last minute. Yes, it's right at the end of the day, but MUERTE would be going to PMGC if they're able to put a good point scoring up here and then just ride things out in that next game on Miramar.
Shots over towards KASIK team from OZAROX. He hits the deck and Storm stays up. KASIK now 1 player left standing. Zashipa trying to stay alive, and there's the nade to move Storm off the angle to allow this res to facilitate a chance to play on as a duo. With Storm isolated, this greatly slows OZAROX down as well. They have to not only reposition, but stick that res, get some healing done before they can even start to establish their movement. They have to push up further north, and they've got a tall order to fill.
NEXUS almost just lock themselves in a cage here over towards the strip. Here comes KONINA Power. Becker first to face, and it's Milky Way trying to prove himself once again, but he does go down. Malloy finds Palucci, so it's 1-1 right now.
Can RÜYA capitalize and third party this, because the nades from MUERTE are looking good. You've got Furia on the other side, and that arm is dangerous, Blank. It's bursting right in the face of KONINA Power. 2 of their players are down, but RÜYA hear this. They extend, they crest the ridge, and they have the side swipe onto MUERTE. They find 1, they find 2, and MUERTE are down to just the solo player. Malloy needs to hold his nerve, needs to hold strong, and it's a solo for MUERTE yet again. The nades over to KONINA Power. Sure, they were good, but RÜYA just demolish them, sweep them aside, and now from the plane, it's all theirs to play for.
An incredible move from RÜYA. You can't understate how good RÜYA has been in this tournament. I think we've talked about many different teams, but RÜYA is always the final boss in most of these circles that you've got to get through. A lot of times they win, a lot of times other teams have to reload the level time and time again before they even come close to removing the health bar from RÜYA. And sure, sometimes they lose, but they're always at that end gate, waiting for you to see if you can beat them. RÜYA has just been on a next level during this tournament.
Dread them, run from them. All they need is time. The face of death stares back at you as you look onto this team. KONINA Power feel that fear right now in the ditch that they have. Sure, they survived against MUERTE's onslaught. But that backstop, that final challenge. OZAROX have the circle. RÜYA will need to push out their way, but with 6 eliminations already found, KONINA Power looking to try and take that high ground from them. A nade over to them does take a knock over to Dokkan Machine, but they should be able to get this res before the circle closes. Agori with the challenge, with the chance, but not going to be able to win that one out. It's Yekta spraying it down. Dokkan was flushed, and it's a 3 versus 3.
OZAROX currently at 8 eliminations. Not doing too badly for themselves, honestly.
Hey.
I would like to finish this game out, but next RÜYA, 3v3. I think I know where I put my chips in this engagement, especially with the cover they currently hold. But the circle heading back down towards that southwest side does sort of give the advantage back over to OZAROX. The difference maker, I think, is the majority of death crates that have been left behind on this side. Scratch that. It is just the sights coming through from Z-Wolf. This guy knows.
If OZAROX are able to clutch this back blank, they would be within striking distance in the final game. That Miramar would be all important for them on their own merit, not even off the back of S2G. But against next RÜYA, you've got to think your time is limited here.
Yeah, here's my new impression of OZAROX. Oh. You're rubbish, S2G. I'll do it myself.
Oh, dear. They put that Infinity Gauntlet on. They will try and do it themselves. They do have the center of the circle here. Lacking a bit in nades. Next RÜYA wanting the trades. I wonder if they have any ordnance of their own. You can see the smokes now being equipped. Pulled out of the bags. Swain close by. Drops a smoke out wide.
I like that.
Could bait things away.
Yeah, it's a smart move, but this smoke train is really silly. Frozen just peeking over the top. This is probably one of the only locations that you could realistically be. Ooh. And he's revealed himself. Z-Wolf survives. Frozen moves out. That's Swain down. One final player to deal with, but MG3, it's dangerous.
He's got the open ground in front of him. Frozen trying to find the shot, and he will find one, but that's it. Excellent pair play coming through as Yekta deals the final blow. It is next RÜYA to put another chicken dinner on the board, to put more points away, to take it away from that bubble. And into the final game we go with an all-important match. MUERTE get a lot done this game, but maybe not as much as they would have liked. It looked like they had it under control, but they stepped too far into the fire, and they get burned.
It feels like, if anything, next RÜYA is just sort of trying to make this championship as entertaining as possible, all the while just absolutely dunking on everyone in the lobby, because the more points they take away at the top, the more volatile it's getting towards those middle stages of the leaderboard. It's seriously crazy stuff. Storm from OZAROX, we know this guy is good. 1,000 damage total is lovely. MUERTE could have probably squeezed a little bit more out of that game, but it's an awkward engagement for them to take between KONINA Power and themselves. I think that's likely a situation where you really would like to try and back that one up a bit, but you don't have much choice in that situation. It's either KONINA Power crashes onto next RÜYA, or they crash down over towards MUERTE. And I think KONINA Power decided that that was the highest points potential for themselves. Remember, at the end of the day, both those teams just want to secure a better position up the top of the leaderboard.
You've also got OZAROX putting in a bid to try and clamber their way up last minute, but it's a very tall order indeed. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to take this all the way home. But for that, we need the ultimate match, and for that, we need to head back over to the desk first.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
I swear next RÜYA just make this look too easy, man. Another chicken dinner added to their tally, and they should almost be, if not 100% locked in as our champions of PMPL EU champs, but obviously not going to call it just yet. No confetti coming out of the air for now. But gentlemen, I mean, it just looks all too good. And Max, you were talking about, you were watching the match. Z-Wolf is just on another level right now.
Yeah, they're like, oh, Z-Wolf, you're going to hold a full team by yourself because you're just that good. He's just keeping away the entirety of OZAROX while the three other players are taking care of MUERTE, taking care of KONINA Power, and he's just holding the ridgeline the entire time. It just goes to show not only that they're good on an individual level, the amount of trust also to pull off splits like that, and it works the way it does, is just so impressive. Like, again,
what double sound. Wow.
Didn't even do on purpose.
There you go. I mean, honestly, though, again, just great understanding of circles, right? We end up in another, notorious landmark in the kind of downed plane that is there. And next RÜYA instantaneously like, yep, we'll have that. Have it for breakfast, we will. So, yeah, just great stuff by them already starting things off for this game.
Yeah, they heard Jason talk about Zaki, like, we're going to drop in Zaki, and we're going to move from there.
I mean, it did start off in that direction.
Yeah, it kind of did. And also, one very important about that spot is that it's very nadeable. Your game plan is once you go there, zone teams away as far as you possibly can. If a team gets in a 15-meter, 75-meter radius, you're pretty much dead. And
today? This is stats on the day.
Today?
Yeah. 3,000 damage, 10 eliminations on the day.
He's got what?
He's pretty good at the video game.
3.1k damage on the day. Okay, we still have one game to go too.
On the day, you say?
On the day.
Oh, wow. He just started.
Shut up.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I think we're all pretty convinced as well that Z-Wolf's probably going to be the MVP as well of this whole event because, if I'm not mistaken, James, you were looking at his damage before. He's got like 2,000 or 3,000 damage more than anyone else in this
Yeah, correct.
lobby.
He was #1 ahead of Becker quite considerably here. Becker's had a great tournament. And look at that. KONINA Power with more points on the board, but yeah, nobody's standing up to Z-Wolf here.
This is good stuff, Max.
Just calculating, but it's taking a while, as you would expect.
Yeah, well, S2G gave themselves 7 points. MUERTE, 6. So S2G claw back the lead, or claw it back by 1 point, but it's still going to come down to this final game between these two teams and OZAROX. I mean, yeah, they're starting to perform here on the final day.
Yeah.
Well, for OZAROX, it's too late to get in, at least through their own volition.
Yeah.
However, S2G could still make that dream come true.
Ross still got 6 eliminations this game, so that's, again, with the previous game they just had over on the K finish. This is keeping them relevant for that second place. I'm intrigued to see the leaderboards, if it's possible to catch up to Bra. I think one really good game from a team in 3rd or 4th could make it happen, but I think top 2 might just be locked in here.
Yeah, well, let's actually take a look here. If you're talking about top 2, let's talk about the bottom of the table, right? Because that's where my focus is. We pretty much know... What's wrong with the bottom of the table?
That's a rough topic.
I'm talking about 7th, 8th place.
Oh, okay.
Take a look.
Oh, bottom of 1st.
Take a look at the stats here on the day. And obviously, MUERTE not with too many eliminations. However, MUERTE getting the placement points, thinking back to Sanhok with a 10-point chicken dinner with 0 eliminations, whereas S2G got 16 elims on the day so far. So it's tough. S2G have every opportunity right now to pull it back here for Türkiye, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, S2G able to get himself a few decent points this game because we had a normal circle somewhat, not in a really weird location. So they were able to play himself a cube location, gatekeeping teams like NEXUS, etc. So off the back of that, get themselves decent eliminations. But from that point onwards, going uphill against teams that are already on location, on site, is always going to be tough. So they made the most out of it while they could, and then outside of that rotation was always going to be tough to go.
Yeah, KAOS came in and tried to cause some chaos here for S2G, but they did all right for themselves as they moved on up. And again, BRA, a few moments here and there, but it's not been quite the amazing day for them as it was in the past couple of days. So, but it can be forgiven. I mean, obviously they're still up towards the top of these tables.
Just watching Razy just run over that player, just like he really wanted to slow down, try to get the correct angle, pushed him up against the car to really make sure he's eliminated. You see Kalsi here. I think I actually kind of would say Kalsi's been a little bit underwhelming, but then again, S2's been a little bit underwhelming this whole event because we know how strong they can be. They were 2nd place in PMPL, but obviously coming in with a completely different mentality than every other team who wasn't qualified for PMGC.
I think we were talking about the circles being really tough for central split teams like REGNUM, KARYA, and then S2G is, of course, one of the teams in that situation. But next RÜYA is the living proof, the embodiment of the fact that you can have awful circles and make it work somewhat. So here, they just get themselves a clean finish, and you were talking about it at the end of that game. Next RÜYA, not doing that typical mistake, going 1 by 1, getting multiple angles around the tree. You're making 100% sure you're locking down that game.
Yeah, they're making plays look pretty simple on their side of things. Again, they're winning games that are edge plays, they're winning games that are compound plays, and as you say, with that situation, there has been actually many times where a solo has beaten out a 3-man because they've given them constant 1v1s, 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 especially with an MG3, which can make it happen. But here, they're like, absolutely not. We'll take every angle around that tree. It doesn't matter which angle you hide on that tree, you're always going to be vulnerable from one, and we will take you down.
Well, don't forget about the nice smoke wall they put down as well before they even did push out of their position.
Good move, yeah.
No gaps in it.
Chef's kiss from Max.
It was beautiful. I love that. Oh, thank you so much. And able to get himself the buggy kick-started too.
Not quite patchy as Bra was. For,
this is how you do a smoke, bro. This is how you don't do
exactly. Let's take a look at our overalls here for, well, our guess technically the second to last time of the day of the event. Next, RÜYA, 33 points ahead. Bra going to be sitting at about 15. Yes, 15, 17.
17 points, yeah.
You know what? It's late.
I mean, they win the tiebreaker too right now, MADBULLS, with 4 chicken dinners. So 17 on the dot. If Brad don't have a good game, it could happen. But Brad, we've seen it many times throughout today. They're going to get a few eliminations. So you really want a big win with at least 20, 25 points if you want to have a chance for MADBULLS to maybe snatch away that second spot.
Well, it's still the battle of 7th place right now for DeMuerte and S2G. It is going to be an 8-point difference, technically 9 for S2G since they lose on the chicken dinner head-to-head. It is 100% doable for S2G. It's going to be a Miramar, of course, but Cloris, I'm a little bit scared. I'm looking at you, and you're giving me a look like...
S2G could do this. In theory, could do this. It's kind of close, eh?
Yeah, I'm liking it that it's this close for spot into PMGC. Like, sometimes, you know, a few games in advance, it's down to the last game, it's down to the wire for these guys. And yeah, I'm really hyped to see if they can make it happen, because OZAROX are close too.
Yeah, look how technically close OZAROX ended up to striking distance. It's too late now for them to do it again of their own volition. It's up to S2G to make something happen here for them.
Please, S2G, qualifiers.
There you go, please.
Well, let's find out if they will indeed make it happen here with our final match of PMPL EU Champs over on Miramar.
With one more chance, one last ride over Miramar, every single team around that bubble is looking for that opportunity. They said it was too late for OZAROX to do it on their own. I mean, it's unlikely, sure, but they're only 19 points behind Blank. They're only 19 points behind that bubble. With a big game, who knows? Anything could happen.
It would definitely require both KASIK team and DeMuerte to really do not so great here to get in. Also, S2G would have to do pretty poorly as well. There is a world though, John, there is a world where S2G moves up into 7th, right?
Yeah.
OZAROX moves up into 8th.
Okay.
REGNUM KARYA gets in?
Wait a minute, hang on a minute. No. OZAROX get in. And REGNUM KARYA don't. Because... Wait, yeah, no, 7th place is a qualification spot to the league stage, right?
Yeah.
So if S2G are in 7th place, 8th place doesn't qualify. No, 8th place doesn't qualify.
Okay.
S2G get the spot, but OZAROX get it because of the rules.
Right, okie dokie. So that would be the most legitimate win for OZAROX.
Well,
not the most legitimate, but if them to get ahead, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The least illegitimate.
Something like that. Let's go with that. I feel like the best way for them to do it would just be to have a massive game here, right, and qualify on their own merit. That would be the best way for them to qualify, in my mind. The most worthy. Let's put it that way. Yeah, so but if S2G get up into 7th, that puts OZAROX essentially in that 7th place. Because remember, S2G are OZAROX cosplayers in this tournament right now.
That's correct. They're wearing the costume. It is sort of crazy to me that we're looking at S2G with 27 placement points, 100 eliminations in 8th place. It kind of eclipses everyone else's eliminations on this leaderboard. Leads me to think that maybe S2G just have got a little bit unlucky on their circles, despite that still performing extremely well in the gunfights. Circle heads down towards the southwest, giving DeMuerte a great chance.
Giving them certainly that shot at greatness to hold on to their bubble position in that 7th place, fending off against the reigning champions of the world. S2G, but Tixi might be able to do their job for them. He steps out, and Silas cut down in his prime. The fists are out, and it's the Gladiators. They're here to play still.
Oh, it's EU Pride. It's EU Pride on the line. They drop onto one of S2G's players. This is very much out of the way from a normal drop for the Gladiators. S2G may have qualified to PMGC, but even with Gladiators, nothing left to give to get into PMGC. They still find a way to gift back to the EU region.
And they have been such a force across this region for so long. Their dynasty might be over here, though, even if they're able to pick up all these points. Blank, they currently sit on 97 points. It's 7th place right now, assuming nobody above them gets any points. It's 135 is the bubble. That puts them at a massive 38-point deficit. They would need a 29 elimination game, Blank, to be able to get ahead by 1 point, which they would need to be able to beat MUERTE. It's not happening. It's definitely not going to be able to happen here. There is no chance for them, but it's all for pride here on Miramar.
It is all for pride here on Miramar going forward. Not an easy run for a lot of teams. For MUERTE, a stressful run at that. I'm curious to see exactly what they can get done here, John. I'm excited as well, being our final match of the day.
And that's how it's so close for these crucial spots. On the 24th match of this 4-day tournament, these teams around the bubble still sit in danger. We talk a lot about that 7th place right now, about MUERTE in this spot, but Major Pride, MELISE, KONINA Power, all of whom are not safe. If there are strong games coming through from MUERTE, from S2G, even from KASIK, there is a chance that these teams fall out of grace, fall out of those top spots. So as time goes on during this match, we'll try and keep you updated as to which teams become less and less vulnerable. But right now, the major chase is S2G to MUERTE. KASIK off on that backside as well, just behind them. They will look for that chase. 126 points for KASIK team, 127 for S2G, 135 for MUERTE. REGNUM KARYA, they've had glimmers of hope. They are a strong team. We've seen their roster perform, but just not here, not when it's mattered. 115 points, 12th place right now for REGNUM KARYA. And they are going to send over towards Chimasera. Major Pride currently in that location. And they will look to try and hold it out. Major Pride, again, a team that just wants to hold on to their top spot.
Look, during this entire tournament, try and keep themselves in with a chance here. And I would be so sad to see them go out at this stage. But I think they might have done enough with this circle as well. It's that extra little bit of luck that they were looking for. KASIK team and KONINA Power equally close towards this circle to be able to get in.
It's all on S2G. Can they chase? They are close to MELISE right now. They will look to try and keep Kalsi at bay for MELISE. OZAROX. Potential shots over to Graxi. He's waiting for that team shot by the looks of it. They're getting into position, and there's the go scene. Immediately, as soon as they have that shot, they call it. That's one dead Galatasaray player. They've already lost one to the Gladiators, who've managed to find 2 points so far, and Symphony might be burning up next. He's on that top spot. Laid open here and still upstairs with the double barrel. It's Tixi with the 2-shot. He's going to descend, though, get back in with the rest of the team as Symphony puts a nade out through the window. They don't think he's got any more, and out wide he goes. Again, Tixi with that challenge, with the success, but Loversin's there to maybe get an answer. The last player for Galatasaray might have found a player from Gladiators, but they should be able to survive here. The question is, OZAROX, they have moved now into that position to the south flank.
They have. And honestly, the way that Gladiators are currently rotating, it looks to be cutting off some of the players from OZAROX anyway. Symphony, final one to go down, and Gladiators are on a warpath to secure the place here for EU. I'm loving it.
They're getting rid of Galatasaray. Deny OZAROX the chance to earn some points as well. If they swing wide on this one, they are doggedly in their pursuit. Meku leading that charge in the buggy. Lovazin running for his life. Desperately trying to crash into a building, but he draws short. He hasn't got that healing going through, but he takes one with him. The buggy slams straight back into him, and the play zone takes him down. This is Resable for the Gladiators. OZAROX are chasing this as well. It's chaos over in the water treatment.
It absolutely is. 3 eliminations right now for Gladiators. But I mean, for OZAROX, this has sort of delayed them a little bit, right? S2G also losing a player to Gladiators. This is the Protectors. The Angels of Justice coming through from the Gladiators.
It is rough stuff here. The next RÜYA, they are smiling right now. With such a lead, Blank, that they have 33 points ahead. It is nigh on unbeatable. BRA would need magnificence to shine from every single place to be able to blind the rest of the lobby, to get these frags that they need to do it, and they've already taken a knock. That's to S2G, though, over on that northeast side, with the circle going over towards the Chumasara Hills. S2G may be able to pick up a point or two, but Kalsi goes down, and it's Kane on the inside. You do not want to face this man in the ring. He is terrifying. He will burst through the door with Hamzy G on the burn, and the knock on the backline for BRA can get rezzed.
Nade looks to try and bounce it off the window, but little bit too hectic there. Kalsi still down on bended knee. Nice nade that comes through. Razy takes a huge amount of damage there.
A self-nade flush, and BRA are taking S2G down. Blank.
My.
This could be it. This could be the chance for MUERTE to hold on. One player on the inside, and S2G fall early. 1 point earned. They have not crossed that threshold. Blank, it's up to KASIK team. It's up to OZAROX themselves if they want this challenge, but they've just taken a knock on the north, and it's the Gladiators, the defenders of Europe, to take that first blood.
Oh my days, BRA from Turkey takes down their brethren, does not allow another one in. They are cutthroat, but EU, they've got each other's backs right now. Falconist knocked, flushed. OZAROX wanted to go further. Gladiators realize they've got nothing left to lose.
And they will start the afterburn now. Swain, though, wants to slow it down, finds a nade knock, and Meku caught on the cross. It's sloppy again from the Gladiators. We've known it for a while. It has not been them that has been playing. It is a different team. They have not performed to the standard that we've wanted, and now it's just Tixi left alone, left destitute in sorrow for the Gladiators, who will not be able to make it. OZAROX, though, have been taken for one of their players. Falconist is down. They have a long road ahead of them if they want to make this qualification spot, but Blank, KASIK is the outside chance here to chase for MUERTE.
Chaos take down Tixi, and we bid farewell to Gladiators for eliminations, but they have slowed OZAROX down. They weakened S2G enough to be taken down by BRA. And if OZAROX go down in the next 3 to 5 minutes, we can safely say that is due to Gladiators putting up one final hurrah.
A monument to their own suffering. Facing the way of Europe, holding their nerve for them. That line shall not be crossed, not by a Turkish team this time. And MUERTE able to be on that vanguard, on that bubble. And Blank, the only other team that's realistically within striking distance outside of OZAROX are EU teams. KASIK, the closer of the two. They started 126 to the 135 of MUERTE. And below that, it's NEXUS, 116 to the 135 of MUERTE. Two strong teams in their own right. We've seen a lot from KASIK team playing under that alpha banner over in the European stage, coming through, developing, improving, showing a lot of talent, a lot of prospect. But they might have too long of a road ahead of them here. Still doable. but a challenge as MUERTE are still alive themselves.
I think right now, if we close things down, I would be pleased with the players that we're sending from EU through to the PMGC. A total of 4 teams to the measly 3 from Turkey.
All right, okay, fair enough. And they got the home country invite as well. So, so there you go. That's quite the turn up. We'll take the victory there. We're saying Turkey looked pretty difficult to handle, but it seems like EU has found a way. Of Hayes finds Nexus, south side of the Çimşehir Hills near Miramar. And remember, Nexus with a long chase to go, but still doable with the 19-point gap that they could find. A little bit of chaos for KONINA Power as Redox capitalizes. Ross straight on up, finds one, doesn't go down just yet. Another knock over to the KONINA Power backlines, and Palucci and Becker against Nexus are the only 2 to hold strong. Palucci behind the vehicle, Kapahala in the backlines fades away, and there's the turn. Doran dominates over KONINA Power on the south side. 4 points for Nexus. Are they on the road to that bubble spot?
The roller coaster went up, but at some point it had to come down. But is this the incline once again as we slowly rat-tat-tat up that roller coaster for Nexus? They're on the south side. It's not easy for them. OZAROX still have a chance here. Obviously, 4 eliminations. It's a good start to their elimination count, but they're all the way on the northwest side with just 3 players looking to move through some of the more dangerous ground around Çimşehir.
MADBULLS spot Demon from KAOS. This is on the southwest side. They'll look to push through Major Pride after this one. Well, maybe not through them, but certainly have to navigate them. Next, RÜYA have spotted a player from Nexus, and that's EXO to fall. So Nexus with 3 now on their bid for the bubble. But through it all, MUERTE holding some hills on the northwest side. Relatively uncontested.
BRA. The executioners from Turkey looking to move up towards OZAROX's position, and Swain is dangerously close. Storm moves in. One of the greatest players on this team looks to try and hold it down, but there's shots coming from all over the place. I think that might be a knock over towards BRA. Tospic still in the back there, yet Kakali is down. That's Coursera. Up close versus these players. There's some nice shots from the backstop. The UMP is pumping, but it's not enough.
Tospic on the reload.
Are desperate for it.
6 eliminations now, Blank. BRA, they're trying to take out all of OZAROX's path to victory here. They took out S2G, and now they're trying to take OZAROX out, but the order just too tall. And Tospic sends away 3 players from OZAROX, enough to handle business against BRA. Are REGNUM KARYA, another Turkish team, going to extend their way out and try and control OZAROX themselves? Is anybody going to be able to get out of the way of this team other than the Gladiators?
KAOS not looking in the greatest position, and Milky Way would love to pick himself a couple of eliminations for himself from this spot. Matcap and Slay not in an ideal position. Party bus basically been the only thing between them and death. Major Pride also looking to get involved.
A real rough circle, Blank. We know how treacherous these hills to the southwest of Çimşehir are. MUERTE trying to slowly move across them, but dealing with chaos will allow them to move forwards a little bit safer. Major Pride in a really strong high ground position in Minas Gerais. Such a difficult position to move around as well. The high ground that they possess. So much control of the southwest side.
Storm got taken down there by Azel. Died to the play zone. 2 players now on the low ground with MELISE Esports as well as REGNUM KARYA looking over towards that spot. Eventually, they'll have to push further in. You can see them now. The spray comes through. One's out. It's Sephir. He's down. The buggy moves up towards the top side. Last chance saloon right now. But as one player, it is so unlikely to happen. He's barreling his way through. Corker's got a sightline as well.
Only the 1 player on MUERTE there, but it might just be enough. Swain, a hail of bullets to end the run for OZAROX. They will not be able to make it here, and we have reduced the number of teams that can make it. MUERTE defending now against KASIK. the only chasers left in the running here. Nexus with an outside chance, but it is very, very unlikely. RÜYA in the meantime handling Dagestan on the cliffside. This is the champions. These are the players that will be leading the charge. They've already qualified on PMGC points blank, but they wanted more, and they have achieved it here. RÜYA on the southeast side. Nobody can catch them up at this stage. There is no one left. BRA are out, and nobody can find that in the back pocket. It's just not going to happen. RÜYA will be taking this.
And what a wonderful game that they've played this entire tournament. Nexus looking to take some more shots that way. They're currently sat at 3 players, 5 eliminations, but you're right. RÜYA, it's just impossible to topple them at this point in time. But the Gladiators, I mean, it's so bittersweet, honestly. I thought it would be sad saying goodbye to this team, but even at the end, they still maintain a little bit of character versus a lot of these teams, basically condemning OZAROX to an unsatisfying defeat alongside with the 1-0 over towards S2G, which makes it all the easier for BRA to remove those final players, allowing more EU teams to get through towards PMGC.
They're in with that chance. Nexus taking a couple of nades though, and Doran is low. 2 players for RÜYA, but they're backed off. Kapahala being a long-range backstop, keeping Frozen away at arm's distance from Doran. They can keep that ping going on through. The hills shrinking on towards MUERTE with the west side of it, moving on this undulating terrain. Now they have a decent counterpoint to that Minas de Valle position for Major Pride. They have cover from that direction. They're onto some high ground. And Major Pride going to have to leave a little bit closer to them. They'll like this valley. They lose a bit of sightline down to that south, but Major Pride should be able to cover that off.
It's a nice, strong spot here for MUERTE right now. And Corker, honestly, one of the players on this team that I didn't think I'd be talking too much about, but his long-range engagements are absolutely phenomenal. Seriously scary to come up against. Doran looks down towards RÜYA. The boys are in a ditch. It's unlikely they're getting out. And versus Doran, one of our primo players from EU, unlikely they're getting away from this one.
Discipline from Doran as well. He steps back. Tap, tap. And Frozen's down. That's RÜYA out. 7 eliminations for Nexus. This is strong, but blank. MUERTE's still alive. And they are extending that lead with 2 points. It would need a 21-point game to draw level, 22 to exceed. And MUERTE have the chicken dinner tiebreaker, so they would need 22 points. That's 12 eliminations and a chicken dinner. To be fair, Nexus probably in one of the better spots to be able to find it, but MUERTE need to go down now.
I think for Nexus, honestly, this position they're currently in, fighting uphill like this is going to be hell for them. So for Nexus, although they have had one of the most astonishing breakout performances over in day 3, I think this might just be where their journey ends. But I think it's been a fantastic journey to follow from Nexus, from start to finish, from roster change to secret sub, EXO coming in, showing the world what he's made of. I think next year is going to be a very, very bright year for Nexus in general.
I think for EU in general as well, the talent that's developed there this year has really started to shine. And I'm hoping it's only uphill from this point, but Turkey as well. What an incredible set of teams they've sent to this tournament. We've seen such powerful play coming through from this region, commanding in the form of RÜYA, BRA dominating across the battlefield, S2G as well. I mean, sure, they lack the placements, but they take a fight like very few other teams. Circle, Central, MUERTE cut in with a slice of it again, and they have been given that opportunity to hold once more on that bubble line.
It's such a tough circle to play on this one, actually, just because you sort of want to take center here, but you can't really do it considering the teams on the outside still have a bit of high ground to work around with. KASIK still have sight lines through down towards that south side, but for MUERTE, they are the most likely to be able to hit up a position in the center. Milky Way's already scout it out, but they can't leave until Major Pride is done. They can't leave until these fights on the northern side have concluded. Right now, REGNUM KARYA currently going up against MELISE.
Looking pretty good for a 1-for-1, but REGNUM KARYA losing a player, 3 eliminations. MELISE, again, they came through as surprise champions from Turkey. And it looks like they're on track to claim a spot in PMGC League stages as well, Blank. A very strong showing from this roster that I don't think too many people would have expected much from coming into that league stage, especially after what we saw over in PMWI, a little bit lackluster. This season has been great to them.
MUERTE makes the run. CEO later gets taken down by a nade, a great one over the top there. Major Pride off in the distance. Right now for the guys on MUERTE, they just have to keep their heads down. Wild spots a wild vehicle careening off to the left-hand side. If he just didn't have the nade out in hand, maybe he would have gone for the spray down. Currently still outside the circle here, John.
He's going to have to move forward, you're right. The res can come through onto CEO later. You've got Lewis there for it. They can enact that res. In the meantime, MUERTE have gone central. You said it was a risk, but they've decided to take it. And hopefully it'll pay off for them. With NEXUS still on that chase, the placement points are going to start to add up at this stage. I think it needs 23 point match for NEXUS if MUERTE go down right now. As this northwest side concludes, a nade from Major Pride, who have waded straight into this fight. And they will be able to take down quite a few, but at the cost of Naomi getting a knock, and MELISE might be able to hold them here.
This might just be the chance that MELISE was waiting for to get back into the engagement. They take a higher position, try and aggress with this one. CEO later and Kiss You with nades over towards the vehicle. Naomi just has to back off, not likely be able to help out. Lewis gets rammed by the vehicle there. Effect taking no prisoners.
Just rolling straight on through the ranks. As Dino goes down and CEO later with the DBS on the hillside. Doesn't fall prey to the bumper as his teammate did. Maybe his teammates will get flushed away, and 2 players from Major Pride now flushed back. It's 2 versus 2, but Kiss You spotted. An off angle from KASIK. A nade over the top from CEO later. An effect might go down, but no, they can control him. UMP this range, good for 1 and good for the spray. KASIK are looking to third party. In the meantime, Blank, MUERTE have lost a player. KASIK are looking to move out from their location and could prove to be a problem as NEXUS look for the crunch. Placement points will start to increase now, and every time it does, every team that falls, NEXUS need more and more and more.
Such a confusing situation as well as Redox and Doran head up towards the top side. They take down one of the players from MUERTE, look for a bit more. They might be able to leapfrog this position. This has not been easy for them whatsoever. Redox is down. They desperately need to get him back up again if they want to win this game. It's impossible without more than 3 players.
With Zashipa on the angle that he is, they can go for the res on NEXUS. Malloy and Corker have Reflect to handle. If MUERTE fall down here, Blank, if they go down in the midst of it all, with NEXUS pushing in from the south, with the MADBULLS further on that southwest flank, there is a chance that NEXUS take that spot away from them right at the last. They just need a few more points to be able to do it, and NEXUS will need the chicken dinner. They would need to win through it all to be able to take this one home.
Such an interesting turn of events here for MUERTE. Right now, currently at 135 points. They need to leapfrog ahead of Major Pride. That's not likely. Or at least get ahead of MELISE Esports, but also unlikely. They need more elimination points. But there's a lot that can change, and I think that the desk is going to have a real fun time breaking this one down after this game concludes, because we have some of the heaviest of hitters here in this final match. And I can hear the clinking away of the roller coaster as it goes higher right now, as NEXUS, in their final throws of this tournament, are pushing themselves to the absolute limit.
But not only that, KASIK team, remember, still on the chase as well on this north side. They have 1 elimination now, but they're into the top 4. They started this match, Blank, sat 9 points behind MUERTE. This is looking pretty solid for them. And with NEXUS still going, 11 eliminations, there are 2 teams now that could take this away from MUERTE. They are hiding for their lives for the tournament here. And MUERTE up into 4th, looking to get these placements to fend this off. The saving grace is that KASIK only have 1 point so far in eliminations. They would have loved to pick up those. Dorin again, an aggressive maneuver over towards MUERTE. Just Corker left remaining. He's done so much this tournament. Redox reveals the position. He gets knocked and flushed. Terrible news. The nade comes in. Up to 13 elims now. 2 players left remaining. It's Kapahala and Dorin. Some of the best players over on this team. Look to finish this one out, but it's a 2v4. And an initial knock comes through from Dorin. The Grenadier pulls out the nade. He's clutched before. Can he do it again? For Dorin, it is all now. It needs to all be thrown into the middle. Kitchen sink and all, and a nade over the top finds Reflect. KASIK team looking to chase. 14 eliminations for Nexus. MUERTE finish with 7 points on the match though, Blank, and that will put them up at 142 points. MUERTE looking to try and hold that line. Nexus started on 116. They need a massive game here. And it's a tall order, but they've started well. 3 teams remain, and 2 of them can take this all away from MUERTE in the blink of an eye.
8 eliminations so far for an absolute godly player like Dorin. He wraps around, tries to get some information, but they know that Tenchik has to get off this hillside eventually with the way the circle goes in. They're going to wait for it. They wonder how many more smokes they have remaining. One goes down to deny the sightline.
Major Pride trying to roll on forwards with their last player. A thorn in the side of this fight, but seemingly nothing more. Potential to make a lot of trouble, though, for Nexus. You could see the suppression that Nomi has on this angle, Blank.
Smokes are so important there for Nexus, and it's only a matter of time before they start to disappear, but it's a question of which team does Nomi cause the most problems for here.
Who does he strike onto first? Kapahala may be at risk here with Nomi on the angle. The smoke rebloomed, and that is very important, like you were saying, Blank. These smokes, so crucial to control the terrain.
And this all kind of coerces Nomi into maybe peeking over towards KASIK team. The blue consistently pushes Kapahala and Dorin up this hill.
I don't know, Blank, if...
That's gorgeous from Zashipa.
Well, that takes care of Nomi. I don't know if there are enough points left in the lobby for KASIK team to overtake here. They needed to profit 9 points over MUERTE. And right now there's 7 points in the MUERTE bank. They need to get 16 on the match. Nexus have a better chance here. Dorin goes low. If they take this home, I think they're in. They are fighting for their spot in PMGC against 3 players from KASIK. Kapahala also eats a nade, and the health bars just look too strong. Nexus falling, waning, but Dorin steps forward. His last shot at glory, his last chance to make it work, and it will be the challenge that is just too much to make. KASIK take it down, but have they done enough? I don't know. Next, RÜYA, however, through it all, maintain consistency. Time and time again, the Turkish team to take the tournament at the top. KASIK win the match, but next, RÜYA win the war.
What an unbelievable win from next RÜYA. It has been just so silly throughout this entire tournament in terms of the amount of points that they've accrued, how consistently they've been in towards these end games. They let some of the other lads have a bit of fun in this last match, and it has definitely changed up the way these leaderboards will look at the end of the day. And I'm not even going to begin to guess. I can't wait to see what the guys on the desk have to say about it. But Nexus, what a run towards the end. I just wonder if the roller coaster went high enough.
They gave it everything. Nexus tried throughout it all, throwing everything at the wall. It looked like maybe right at the end they had a chance, but KASIK team as well, they needed maybe just a little bit more on that match to be able to find that bubble spot. It is so close, Blank, on that bubble spot to see who gets the PMGC points necessary to get over to that league stage. It is so down to the wire. S2G go down early. They are out of the running. OZAROX fall flat. But who from EU will take that last spot? We'll head over to the desk to celebrate the next RÜYA chicken dinner, the top of the tables.
We know what we have to say to that for next RÜYA.
Switch the camera!
Ooh!
Wait! It didn't work!
Oh. Didn't this happen with you guys?
Point at your face, okay?
Didn't this happen with you guys?
I did! Look, it did! It didn't work!
Was it the same ones? Because it happened in America, no?
It did happen.
You'll see!
You know what?
Yeah.
Some of us, okay, it can be a problem that you two have.
That's a 50% work rate.
Anyway,
these.
next RÜYA, yeah!
Hey, next RÜYA, congratulations.
A victory they 100% deserve. They look unstoppable. Kalaris, you're talking about the rotations have been on point. Everyone is performing.
Why me?
Well done, Max. You said all this. Great job.
That was my segment.
Shall we?
I'm just so happy that you. I don't know why. I'm just so happy you guys didn't work.
You put confetti in my mouth. That was cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, this was phenomenal. Honestly, like they are a CCT. This is a team that we think has a chance to get to the grand finals for sure.
I mean, honestly, they've been a pleasure to watch, right? Throughout all of the days, considering especially the last 2 days. The circles that have been thrown at them have been treacherous, have been traps left, right, and center, trying to rotate to these locations. And next RÜYA, every single time, be it edge, they've won out the fight. Be it a central position, they've won out the fight. They have looked excellent here in this tournament. They've looked very, very spectacular.
Even in games where it seems like 100% they're going to take the win, you don't see any mistakes. They just play it by the book. Especially that win early on Crash site, right? On the plane Crash site, they do no mistakes, taking the fight towards OZAROX and just win it in such a dominant fashion. Z-Wolf has been looking amazing. Docker Machine too. 2 MVP contenders throughout the entirety of this tournament. I'm stoked to see how things are going to wrap up for them in PMGC, because this is a team with this kind of playstyle, and as you said, with a consistency with these kind of circles that have been thrown their way, chances are they could be a top contender in this year's PMGC, and I cannot wait to see how that story is going to unfold.
My boy Frozen. I wasn't.
He did it.
Wasn't top eliminations, but his team won. So the support he was offered his team worked out flawlessly.
It's interesting because there are teams that do thrive in the chaos, in Battle Royale. There are teams that are able to rise to the occasion when you have to adapt to circles like this, that are just able to surpass all the other adaptations going on from some of the teams. I don't necessarily think that is next RÜYA. Thank you, that's lovely. I think that they are able to, yes, thrive in the chaos, but they're able to do it in normal games as well. So they're not like this one-trick pony of like, oh, we're hoping that everybody else has problems and then we'll be able to be opportunistic on that. No, they're still able to win the normal games, so they are the complete package.
I think that you could compare it to a Vampire Esport in the sense that you throw anything their way, they can make it work in some way, shape, or form. It's just that good of a level of play we've witnessed this tournament for next RÜYA. So, yeah, excited to see. I think that them and Vampire are going to be two interesting teams to follow in PMGC.
Oh, 100%. But it is time to obviously move on from them for now. We need to see what other teams are going to be making it into PMGC. And we saw it come very close towards the end. Nexus, 9th place at 136, surpassing S2G. But we're not seeing KASIK here.
I get the impression that they might not have done it. I think by a very small margin, Jason.
That's going to hurt.
If my calculations were correct.
Yeah. The thing is, you want to go for the elims?
Oh, it was 2 points, not 1. I thought it was 1 point that they missed it out by, but it's 2 points here. Not able to surpass MUERTE.
But we got to mention KASIK. I mean, James, you were talking about it perfectly. If you're in these situations and you need a bunch of points to win, what do? You look for eliminations. You chase things down like we saw OZAROX do. What did KASIK do? They sat in the compound and toiled some of the final zones.
Yeah, so, I mean, you saw some of the teams, right, going out, just going crazy, hunting for as many eliminations as possible. We saw it in the North to try and do that, because that's what, when it gets to the final game, and that's what you need to hunt. You need to go for it. KASIK, yeah, okay, you get the win, but you're expecting the points to come to you. Sometimes that just doesn't work. Sometimes it's then out of your hands if you're going to be able to make it happen, and it's not to be here for KASIK.
Well, not for them. However, for teams like MUERTE, KONINA Power, yes, they are technically 6th and 7th right now, but because next RÜYA and MADBULLS are already qualified for PMGC, 6th and 7th place qualifies as well. KONINA Power, Max, the team who survived Titan the 1v2 to get them even into this event. And now they're in PMGC.
Thanks to Becca. Like, Becca did not only allow the team to get that 1v2 clutch and qualify above Titan, he's had some insane moments this tournament. He was an MVP contender even throughout today, actually, after their great performance over on Sanhok on that K finish. So the fact that they've qualified, really, really impressed. I think they might be in a tough group, actually looking at the distribution of how things are going to go. But I also want to touch on the team just above them here, Jason. MELISE. I did not expect them to win Türkiye. I did not expect them to make it into PMGC, but they've been ramping up their playstyle and being aggressive when they want to be, which is actually a pretty good approach. So I'm stoked with how they've, it seems to adapt to this lobby very quickly, which is a good sign of things to come for PMGC.
I was hard on them.
And that goes back to my question I asked you day one here, Clarissa. Do they deserve to be the champions of PMPL? Do you retract your statement?
For Türkiye, I think actually, I still think that there are excellent teams that could have easily challenged them for that top spot in their region specifically. But I have to take back my words in terms of where I thought they were going to be. I did not think they were going to be able to get one of the PMGC slots, but they have. They have been able to iron things out in the last few days for my money, considering that as much as we call like a 3 or 4 day tournament a sprint, there is still some marathon in it. There is still the go home, research and look at what things have gone on in the previous day and bring that to the table the next day. And it seems like MELISE has done that. They've really been able to crack down the whip here.
Your day does not end when the matches are done. Your day only begins when the matches are done, to be fair. But what about our MVP? And I know there's a couple of names floating around while we're watching the matches here and we were in the green room, but did we all settle on one? Well, except Max.
I mean, no, I agreed. I just misspoke earlier, okay, in the green room.
He didn't.
I did.
He thought it was wild.
No.
He just loves REGNUM CARYA that much.
No, we know it's not wild. It is Z-Wolf.
Probably.
Going to be Z-Wolf. It's going to be. They got themselves a win in the second to last game. He's been just so consistent. Docker Machine also a very close contender, but Z-Wolf has to be the one.
Well, this is the interesting thing. We saw in terms of top eliminators, we saw Kane, we saw Becca, we saw Docker Machine. Z-Wolf was not up there. However, we believe the damage he's been able to put out on the battleground is enough to be able to tip the scales. We'll see.
Well, let's see. Who is our MVP at PMPL EU Champs going to be?
Yeah, he did so much damage. And regardless of eliminations, doing that much damage and having that much effect on the battleground against all the teams, it doesn't matter if you're getting the eliminations, you are constantly causing other teams problems at every single turn.
I'm still impressed with their chicken dinner early on Crash Site on Erangel. The fact that they left him solo to take care of OZAROX, not really eliminate the entire squad, but just keep them away from their position to be safe, to be able to enter the late game stage, to then get themselves the chicken dinner. And you stated it earlier, right, Kalaris? He's been such an integral part for this team being able to deal with these tough circles every single step of the way. And MVP contender throughout from day one, pretty much, and he's been just staying relevant in the conversation time and time and time again. And Docker Machine 2 is, maybe I'd like to see more from Frozen, your boy Jason, but overall, Z-Wolf is the one that just been popping off. Not only this event, 2023 has been the highest point of his career by far.
And I think for me, Claris, the most impressive thing about him is that it's not necessarily playing like the flashy roles. Like, if we think back to when they were defending against KONINA Power and they had him defending against OZAROX so they could go for the 3-man push. Or sorry, MUERTE was in there as well. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll hold off a team. That's not necessarily the most star-studded position to be in. You don't necessarily put your star player to defend like that because you want someone who can be aggressive and get the eliminations. But he's like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. It works out well. He's a team player, and he gets some victories, gets some titles, gets some championships.
Yeah, I think your jingle was Bing Bam, What a Man, It's Z-Wolf. Something like that. I can't remember what it was.
You tried to make fun. It's actually better than the original one.
Was that the jingle master? No, that was rubbish. I can't even remember what yours was.
He was like, bada bing, bada boom, it's Z-Wolf.
But there you go. Look, right, you even predicted it. Clearly, you made a jingle for the man that was going to be able to be MVP. Well done, Jason.
I don't feel good about that jingle. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't know.
It's pretty bad. You're right. It's pretty bad.
Clear vision. I mean, I can't even compete.
Whoa.
Naturally. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's some sacred ground. Stop. Anyway.
Well, speaking of things he does naturally, does he win our prediction game?
No.
No. We'll be honest about that one.
Nobody won today.
It's going to be... Oh, you're close, though. John Allen.
Close. Well, I got KASIK at the very end here just now. And so everybody's predictions today were absolutely terrible. But understandable considering the circles.
I'm not talking. This is not my time to talk. I have no right to speak here. I don't want to jump in on this segment.
It's okay, Max.
Down a monster right now. That's the challenge.
Can we pour one on him?
I wish.
No.
There is electronics.
Can we pour one on him? Take off his headset.
Wait, I don't like how you're being on the serious channel. Like, he's joking. He's like, actually, maybe.
It's like the Nickelodeon slime. It's just monster.
Oh, no.
That would be
It's a little bit more delicious than the slime, to be fair. But gentlemen, before we do end things off, I want to give you some last moments, some last words.
It's very ominous.
I mean,
yeah.
What do you have to say about the event? Obviously, PMGC is right around the corner as well.
It was fun to have these weird circles, you know, seeing some teams react to it overall. But no, PMGC around the corner, I think we have some really strong contenders. One storyline I'm extremely hyped for is going to be the continuous rivalry of MADBULLS and Major Pride throughout the past year. Now, also heading into PMGC. I think it's pretty cool to see how that's going to wrap up. So, exciting stuff ahead.
All right, Caloris.
Yeah, I have to echo the fact that we've had a ridiculous set of circles, and actually that made for a very interesting tournament as a whole here with NEXUS being able to adapt constantly. And you know what, Jason? It's not been that bad having you back.
It's been tolerable.
I'm going to cry. I've known this man for like 11 years. That might be the nicest thing he's ever said.
I think it's longer than that.
Is it? Oh, man.
Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, well, it's fine. He said something nice. He's got to back it up with something bad. Well, Monster Energy, official engineering partner here at PMPL. They've been here to support us throughout this last year, and I think even the year before as well. So big shout out to them. And also the survey is still going on for you guys to fill out at home to give us your feedback about PMPL, feedback about the talent, feedback about the players, the games, everything. We love to hear your guys' feedback on that. But that also does mean that we have PMGC as our next major event, our biggest event of the year coming up. And honestly, just a few weeks' time with all the best teams from the world all going head-to-head, all leading up to the finals in Istanbul, Turkey. But that's going to do it from us. Big shout to production. Big shout to John, Allen, and Blake as well, who couldn't be here with us in Poland, but we're there at home and are always here in spirit. And of course, you guys at home for watching all these matches and making PUBG Mobile truly an epic esport. But we'll see you then for PMGC, and I hope you guys can't wait.